Chapter 581 Challenge. The distance from the Myriad Beast Mountain Pass to the southern mountain pass wasn't far. Sima Xian having originally been part of the team's main force so far, his cultivation was bound to have grown tremendously. With his addition, Longhaochen's group had just gathered, reaching its peak state. Having been cooperating together as a group of 7 so far, they were bound to have a great loss of strength without Sima. And the same went for their morale. Originally the fastest should be Kai'er, but after her loss of memories, Longhaochen really wasn't at ease letting her go look for Sima Xian. Han Yu being steady and with the full flight speed of Star King satisfying, having him go was naturally the most fitting. On the way back, Star King would carry the two at the same time, and since all were light users, they could use their spiritual energy as supply to enable Star King to accelerate. After Han Yu left, Longhaochen returned to the room and directly asked Chen Inger, "Inger, tell us about your current abilities and what your grandfather can do in battle. Know yourself and know your enemy to then emerge victorious in 100 battles out of 100. Chen Inger looked at Longhaochen with some worries. "Boss, do we really stand a chance? Grandfather is really too powerful, I'm afraid that." Longhaochen showed a laugh. "Have some more self-confidence. We are currently in no way weak. And it's only by confronting powerhouses of higher level that we can have possibilities of progressing. Although the gap separating us currently from Temple Head Chen is very large, I believe that as long as we put forth everything we have and show sufficient strength, he shouldn't make things difficult for us by preventing us from leaving." Chen Inger's eyes lit up. "You're right. Grandfather is after all an elder. If we can resist his attacks for some time, maybe he will be at ease." Nearby, Lin Xian showed a mischievous laughter. "Inger, forget about the rest. After the test your grandfather gives us starts, you must convince him to not use his domain against us. As long as it doesn't come out, we definitely have a chance. Let me tell you that boss managed to kill the 49th ranked demon god of clear vision. And a short time ago, we also managed to resist in front of an undead powerhouse whose spiritual energy definitely exceeded 200,000, relying on the conjoined spiritual boost, helping Hao Yue achieve his evolution. In a situation where your grandfather doesn't use any equipment, he may not necessarily manage to defeat us." Chen Inger asked in a start, "Boss, is this title of Saint Knight Head for real?" Wang Yuanyu and giggled as she replied, "Of course it's for real. Do you think Captain could be just talk? He has been formally appointed as Provisional Saint Knight Head by the Knight Temple. I estimate that our boss will become a divine knight in just a few years." Longhaochen showed a bitter smile. "Don't be too hopeful. Temple Head Chen has plentiful battle experiences, and will be even more powerful than all the enemies we have faced before. At the time we face demons, we can at least restrain their darkness element to some extent thanks to my light attribute, and in Hao Yue's world, his aura managed to suppress them to some degree as well. But against Temple Head Chen, we won't have any advantages of such kind at all." "Who said we won't? I'll be there." Chen Inger suddenly hopped, quite proud of herself. "You? Don't tell me this summoner who used to be unable to summon at all could have become reliable?" Lin Xian asked in a shock. Chen Inger unhappily replied, "Don't be complacent, has drugs bro. Come to fight a duel if you have the confidence. This lady will surely show you no chance at all. Do you still have some confidence?" Speaking such words, she showed her fist to Lin Xian. With her small arm, This didn't have any persuasive force, causing everyone else to burst out in laughter. The only one who wasn't laughing was Longhaochen. With a nod, he responded, "All right. Inger, if you can, go find a training field to duel Lin Xin." "Eh? Is that for real?" "Boss, that's no good. What if I turn McDull into roasted pig barbecue? Inger will have a real grudge." Lin Xin laughed mischievously. Longhaochen shot him a glare. "Don't be too complacent. After 2 years passed, your cultivation grew, so how could Inger not have made some progress as well? So can you find a fitting training ground, Inger?" Chen Inger showed in her gleaming eyes, a quite malicious look shooting at Lin Xin with a nod. "Of course I can find it. Has drugs, bro. In a bit this lady will show you what's a terrible bully." Lin Xin curled on the sofa and made a shaking motion. In a cheap, thrilled voice, he declared, "How scary! I'm so afraid. Unreliable beauty Inger, I forgot to tell you that the great me has already learned the use of offensive magic. That's not just fire curse anymore." Chen Inger stared blankly. "You learnt the use of offensive magic? How about your original vow?" Lin Xin got up from the sofa in a jump. "That's a matter of the past, and matters of the present came into play. Let's go, let's go. Show me what progress you made in the past 2 years. The little pig McDull show now be a magical beast of the 8th rank, right? Maybe the 9th rank? That's no issue. He's still no opponent in front of your brother." Chen Inger twitched her mouth. "Facts speak louder than words. Today, if this lady doesn't beat you up as the pig you are, I'll take your surname." Lin Xin grinned. "Then how about that guy Yang Wenzhao? How grieved will he be to learn that his wife has taken another's surname when we have rescued him?" "You!" Chen Inger lost her words in rage. But she felt that this was the best time she spent for the last 2 years. Finally being together with her comrades felt the best. With Chen Inger's status in the spiritual temple, finding a training ground couldn't be an easier matter. She led everyone directly to a wide training field in the back of the spiritual temple, expropriating it after saying a few words to the manager in charge. Under the watch of Longhaochen's group, Chen Inger and Lin Xin entered the training grounds. After 2 years passed, Chen Inger's McDull had some visible changes. His body that was a bit longer than 1/3 of a meter didn't grow, instead shrinking by roughly 1/3. But he gave off a very peculiar feeling. His skin became close to gelatin, appearing extremely sparkling and translucent. In particular, his pair of eyes were like resplendent gems, while his body didn't release any powerful aura, but standing at Inger's side, he seemed like an extension of her body, their auras giving off a feeling of matching perfectly. As Lin Xin was about to head to the other side of the ground, he said, "Inger, how about your brother gives you 10 minutes to prepare a chant? I'd really hate to turn McDull into barbecue." Saying this, he rubbed McDull's chubby waist and pinched his butt. McDull shouted out in anger, immediately leaping up to Chen Inger's waist. "Don't be angry. In a bit, we will teach him a good lesson, and that will be it." Chen Inger was extremely calm, and didn't show any surge of rage from Lin Xin's shameless act. That look she gave him was really a strange sight, just like a queen about to lash a slave on a pillar. Very rapidly, the two increased the distance separating them. Longhaochen, who was standing on the distant watching area, shouted loudly, "Be very careful. Don't aim to wound the enemy for real. Start." As soon as Longhaochen's starting call came, the aura of the distant Lin Xian immediately had an earth-shattering change. With a bang, an intense blue flame ascended around his body, and his originally extremely ridiculing smiling expression became extremely cold. In the battles against demons, the countless slaughters made him accumulate a powerful killing intent. As long as he enters his battle state, he will seem like a totally all different person. Lifting up the fire cloud crystal high, he didn't show the slightest intention of starting off leniently. Raising his staff, he launched 6 blue fireballs in Chen Yinger's direction. Generally speaking, a summoner of same rank would very hardly be a mage's opponent. That's because the summoning spells of mages require a lot more time than the mage's offensive spells. That's why Lin Xian spoke about giving Chen Yinger some time to prepare her magic. Lin Xian's self-confidence had its roots. His heart of fire was originally far more powerful than an ordinary fire mage's fire, and there's also his great magic control and instant casting ability. Those 6 connected fireballs immediately spread in the air, encircling Chen Yinger while leaving gaudy trails of flames on their way. Lin Xian's control over magic gave him complete confidence to be able to stop it when Chen Yinger wouldn't be able to resist. His battle experience was really plentiful. In contrast, more powerful mages would rarely show the use of powerful magic, because it not only uses up a lot more and takes longer to chant, but also has a lot of uncertainty. Having a full grasp of the battlefield is the true aim of a great mage. Facing Lin Xian's offense, Chen Yinger acted as though she hadn't seen anything. Standing on the same area, her right hand was softly pointed at McDull, shooting a milky white glow from her finger at his body. This milky white glow carried bizarre twisting waves. The instant it came in contact with McDull, his body abruptly inflated, turning into a gigantic white bear rising up. Grua! The gigantic bear roared to the sky, and an icy blue halation was abruptly released from its body, spreading outwards and protecting the bear and Chen Yinger inside. In a movement of wrist, that crystal ball she often used to use appeared in her hand, and her incantating voice was heard. In a series of explosions, the 6 blue fireballs blew apart on the icy barrier. A large amount of gaps immediately appeared on it, but with another roar of the ice bear, its structure became reinforced. Want to stop my attacks like that? How naive! Lin Xian snorted and also incantated his spell. His previous attack was just a probing to see how Chen Yinger would cope with it. However, he became curious to see that McDull hadn't consumed any magic crystals in this transformation, yet underwent it directly. It seemed as though some ability was bestowed to him by Yinger, and what's more, the calm and composed looks on Chen Yinger faintly gave Lin Xian some pressing feelings. Right at this time, a succession of sliding gates of light appeared in full swing on Chen Yinger's back. Every gate reached a height of 5 meters and a width of 3 meters. The gorgeous gates glinted with bizarre brilliance, making a total of 6 which traced a curve on Chen Yinger's back. Her body slowly floated high from the ground, and her sacred divine dress, embedded with 108 spiritual pellets, dispersed a thin milky white halation, giving the originally beautiful Chen Yinger the look of a fairy. Her powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy abruptly blossomed around, and engulfed the training field with terrible might. So she's really got some backbone. Lin Xian showed some astonishment, but his incantation didn't slow down in the slightest, and completed the next instant. His fire crystal staff pointed forward and shot out imposing blue flames, once again heading toward Chen Yinger. A stupefying scene followed, as the flames gradually formed the shape of a large blue hand in the sky. Compared to the previous fireball, this large hand of fire wasn't lit especially strongly. The flames didn't even keep rising after forming the hand. But being deep blue colored, it flew toward the ice bear's barrier, folding to form a fist which struck it straight. With a large bang, the ice barrier was smashed to pieces, dispersing into countless fragments of ice. Flaming Hand spread once again, this time aiming at grabbing McDull, transformed as an ice bear. Letting out another large howl, the latter abruptly pounced forward. A powerful blast of icy spiritual energy came to strike that hand like a violent storm. At this time, Lin Xian's great magic control came clearly to view. That flaming hand was only seen swaying in midair, before the middle finger was extended, stabbing at McDull through the lower part of his ice storm. Looking at the stage, Wang Yuanyu and unhappily remarked, "How vulgar from has drugs, bro. Even McDull is being bullied." Longhaochen heaved a smile. "Don't decide on who's being bullied too fast. Inger's beautiful dress is not just for decoration. There's no way the only divine tool of the spiritual temple could be so easy to deal with." McDull showed the results of his training in the Tower of Eternity. In front of the large flaming hand coming from below, he made a sudden flip before his figure grew sharply in size, unexpectedly accomplishing a second transformation. This time, McDull again transformed into an ice elemental creature, a terrible ice dragon, whose thick tail fiercely swept at the flaming hand. An ice dragon is an extremely rare kind of dragon, reaching the 8th rank as a magical beast, while their most powerful ice dragon king even reached the 9th rank. But as they are in the end not real gigantic dragons, they would forever have no way to step into the 10th rank. McDull's ice dragon transformation reached a size of over 10 meters, his immense tail shaped like a cone. That sweep was full of power, clearly proving his close distance to a magical beast of the 9th rank. Lin Xian's previous judgment wasn't wrong. McDull now reached the standard of a magical beast of the 9th rank. The flaming hand having been blocked once again, Lin Xian's attacks finally entered in full swing. Chen Inger's summoning magic was already making him sense an enormous threat, giving him the final feeling that he ought to stop her from completing this summons no matter what. For this reason, after this flaming hand, series of bursting fireballs followed, just like they did in the battlefield, aiming straight in McDull's direction. McDull was really powerful as well. Even though Lin Xian had excellent magic control, he showed a very tough resistance. Even with the huge body of an ice dragon, he showed great agility in his body control. Ice suppresses fire. Even if Lin Xian's Heart of Fire is extremely powerful, it's still suppressed in front of ice. Furthermore, McDull's supply of spiritual energy seemed unlimited, not only reinforcing his body, but also launching some ice spells to get in the way of Lin Xian's attacks. Seeing the great resistance McDull showed against his attacks, Lin Xian's look became more and more amazed. The resistance he showed was great, and despite Lin Xian's good control over his own magic, no attack could pass through to McDull. Even in an attempt to control the fireballs to make a detour afar, he found out with great surprise that these gates of light extinguished the rest of these fireballs as if it was only natural. Aren't these creature summoning gates? Lin Xian's heart made abrupt palpitating beats. Creature summoning gate is a summoning magic of the 7th step, but he had never heard of a summoner able to wield 6 of these at the same time. Although Lin Xian was teasing Chen Inger, he remained very astute. Chen Inger having broken through the 7th step meant that she was now able to control the power of her creature summoning gate. Not good. Lin Xin showed some hesitation, not because he believed he would lose. It's just that at this point, besides launching some powerful magic, he could hardly interrupt Chen Inger's magic. But who knew if the launch of such powerful magic would wound her? Don't be mistaken because of the fierce quarrels the two of them showed. How could he be willing to wound his own teammate for the sake of victory? As Lin Xin showed these hesitations, Chen Inger's incantations finally completed on the other side. The instant her last verse stopped, an exotic milky white color sprinkled down from her body. Chen Inger shut her eyes and slowly lifted up her crystal ball over her head. The 6 gates showed great brilliance simultaneously, each of them having different looks. Red, blue, yellow, green, gold, black. It was actually the 6 elemental colors. Immediately, series of roars were heard inside those gates. Her summoned magical beasts were starting to appear. The instant the magic was completed, the watching group and Lin Xin all realized immediately that this wasn't Creature Summoning Gate. Creature Summoning Gate belongs to the nature element. Even if one could control this magic, as well as the grade of the summoned beasts, there's no way to control the number and elements of these beasts. Everything depends on the user's cultivation. But Chen Inger's 6 gates summoned magical beasts of set elements, which means that it couldn't be creature summoning gates, but a similar kind of magic. 1 magic beast came out from each gate. But after they all came out, Lin Xin let out a gasp in surprise, almost immediately shouting the words "I concede." The 6 magical beasts were all the same, earth dragons. Every one of them was comparable to the ice dragon issued from McDull's transformation, and they belonged to the 6 different elements. Are these earth dragons for real? Even if they were of the same element, they couldn't possibly have exactly the same appearance. It means that these 6 came from Chen Inger's self-created magic. As a mage, Li Xin had never before heard that a summoner at the supreme boundary would be able to call out magical beasts exactly like in his imagination, and let them wield the greatest degree of power. At that very moment, Chen Inger's magic seemed very close to this boundary. These 6 earth dragons should, from their auras, be reaching the 8th step, although not at the level of McDull's previous transformation, which reached the peak of this 8th step. They were only close to human powerhouses of the 7th step. But Lin Xin was also at the 7th step. Even if in his opinion his power was much greater than ordinary 7th step cultivators, his chances of victory against these 6 magic beasts of the 7th step of different elements were extremely tiny. Furthermore, right after appearing, the 6 of them separated to 6 spots to make a formation making up the shape of 6-colored magic hexagonal constellation. What are they up to? Combinatorial magic? Chen Inger didn't keep chanting, only floating in midair, showing a mocking smile on her cute face. Her look at Lin Xin became full of evil. In a flash of light, Chen Inger landed in the center of these 6 earth dragons, lifting her crystal ball high and muttering some chants. Then, the 6 earth dragons immediately lifted their heads to spit in their own element, 6 glows which gathered onto her crystal ball, converging into the shape of a 6-colored whirlpool. Afar, Lin Xin miserably pleaded, "Inger, we are on the same side, don't aim at my face." Right at this time, a 6-colored glow was shot from Chen Inger's crystal ball. Lin Xin unconsciously launched bursting fireballs in an attempt of resistance, but upon contact with that glow, they immediately dissolved and didn't have the slightest effects. The six-colored glow landed directly onto Lin Xin. If Haochen hadn't determined that Chen Inger wouldn't wound Lin Xin, he would have stopped that exchange of blows from going on. Hit by the six-colored glow, Lin Xin immediately had a strange look. 6 flickers of lights of different colors flashed, to the extent that his skin was not visible anymore. All that was visible were fluctuations of those 6 colors, as his body was congealed at that spot, just like a sculpture. Come back. Chen Inger waved hands, then those 6 dragons turned their heads and returned through their own gates, which closed afterwards, signaling the termination of her magic. Chen Inger pouted towards McDull. Go pay him back his previous acts of bullying. McDull showed a grin and transformed once again, this time turning into a kangaroo-shaped magical beast, bouncing and vivacious, coming in front of Lin Xin. What are kangaroos expert in? Boxing. So a certain previously extremely arrogant guy became immediately miserable. Still, McDull still left Lin Xin some face. Despite a painful beating of 5 minutes, he really didn't hit his face. Otherwise, he really would have beaten Lin Xin into looking like a pig as well as a fool. Ouch! It really hurts. I don't accept that, not at all. After Lin Xin's body was bound by the 6 colored glows for no less than 10 minutes, they gradually dispersed. Finally, he recovered his ability of movement, bellowing in outrage. Chen Inger snorted to him. Come back if you don't accept this. This lady is reserving a special treatment to you. Longhaochen chuckled. Now. Stop quarreling now. Lin Xin really lost, but Inger, he didn't use any of his most powerful abilities against you out of fear of wounding you. Otherwise, the menace to you would be for real. Was that summoning spell from before self-created? I haven't ever heard of such a thing. Chen Inger proudly replied, Yes. I have created it personally. It's inspired by Hao Yue's essence of disorder. Although I cannot use such a kind of magic, I've been thinking, maybe I can make such magic through summons? I have made a lot of attempts and finally succeeded. The earth dragons from before were a first experimental product, made by using magic crystals. In times of need, I can summon them at any time, and although the summoning magic requires a rather long time, that's because these self-created earth dragons can evolve over time. Their flaw is a lack of battle instincts, but I can manipulate them like puppets. Just like McDull, they will evolve as my strength increases. Chen Inger's explanation may sound simple, but any other that hears her would show great shock. These were 6 earth dragons of different elements, made thanks to magic crystals and summoning magic. The difficulty of such a feat is as much as one may well imagine. In other words, Chen Inger was not only able to summon but also to create her own beasts. I'm the spiritual saint girl, and that's a personal ability I gained after becoming a god's chosen one spirit bestowal. As long as I wish for it, I can even bestow a spirit to a stone. However, my number of spiritual bestowals is limited. Using it will use up some of my soul force, so I cannot use it excessively. The good thing is that the summoned beasts whose souls are linked with mine will all evolve as my cultivation progresses. Listening to her explanation, everyone felt in a daze. Chen Inger's ability as spiritual saint girl may sound a bit complex, but thinking carefully, everyone couldn't help but feel chills. She had the power to create magical beasts and bestow on them a potential for evolution. This ability may not sound too flashy at its initial uses, but as Chen Yinger's cultivation progresses, her created magical beasts will be bound to become far more powerful. And when she reaches the 9th step, wouldn't that mean she will have a batch of powerful magical beasts that don't use up any spiritual energy ready to assist her? Because these magical beasts were originally created and modeled based on Chen Yinger's thoughts, their contract gives her complete control over them, all of which are far beyond compare with ordinary summons. Certainly magical beasts of 6 different elements capable of using combinatorial magic already exceeds by far the scope of ordinary summoners. After pondering for a short time, Longhaochen interpreted, "Yinger, can I understand it like this, that this ability as spiritual saint girl gives you a batch of supplementary contracted beasts?" Chen Yinger giggled, "That's about it. My awakening was a short time ago, so I'm still not proficient with this ability, and can at most control these 6 magical beasts." Longhaochen remarked, "The chanting time for your summon was rather slow. If this issue can be resolved, things will be perfect. Also, what happens if they die? Are you able to resurrect them? And even if they are resurrected, will they still retain their ability of evolution and not stop evolving?" Longhaochen's question hit at the most sensible part. Chen Yinger's ability was quite strong, but if it had limitations in these aspects, more preconditions would have to be met in order for it to display the best uses of it in the battlefield. Chen Yinger gave it a thought and replied, "The chanting time is no issue. I can find ways to shorten the chant. And these little dragons were only created a bit ago, so the contract still needs to be perfected. As they evolve and the contract grows, the chanting time will steeply decline. And when I become powerful enough, I will be able to summon them just like McDull. But they indeed cannot die, because if they do, all the previous efforts will be wasted, and I can then only restart from scratch. Of course, no matter whether they are created by me or not, all my creatures that have been spirit bestowed will have their ability influenced by my current state. In other words, the stronger I get, the stronger my magical beasts linked through spirit bestowal will get." Longhaochen smiled faintly. "You have to make good efforts then. I believe that this ability should have a great potential for development. It may show even greater uses in the future than now." Chen Yinger responded with some pride, "That's a matter of course. I'm a useful part of our bright glimmers of hope." Longhaochen declared, "Since we are already in these training fields, let's practice some battle tactics, in order to be ready to be tested by your grandfather tomorrow." Although everyone in the team held an absolute confidence, and had their mutual understanding raised from their previous experiences, everyone had grown in different aspects in these 2 years of training. With the addition of Zhang Fangfang that they gained, they needed some practice to perform the greatest display of their strength. "Yeah." Chen Yinger nodded as the proud smile on her face vanished, giving way to a faint trace of grief flashing through her eyes. Longhaochen's sharp sense of observation came on display, giving a comforting response. "Don't worry, heaven will help the worthy. They will be all right." Chen Yinger pouted, "But they were caught for so long already. Will they really be all right?" Lin Xin remarked, "Haven't you been rejecting Yang Wenzhao all this time? How come you are incomparably more worried than any other time when he gets caught?" "Him since we were very young. At that time he was a few years older than me. We used to live in Holy City, frequently meeting each other. I called him Big Bro Wenzhao and he called me Yinger. Outside of our times of cultivation, he always took me out to have fun and eat some good food. When anyone dared bully me, He always dealt with the matter for me, beating up the bully into an unrecognizable shape. He treated me even better than my related older brother, and at that time, when I was still young, I used to ask him, "Big brother Wen Zhao, can I marry you when we grow up?" To that he replied, "Okay. Then I will be waiting for you to grow up." Who knew that some adults heard about our childish talks, and Big Brother Yang Zhao's grandfather proposed marriage to my grandfather, who accepted very happily, and that's how the matter of our marriage came to be. Afterwards, as I grew up, and my times of cultivation increased, the chances for us to meet decreased. He became a lot more serious and powerful, while I couldn't even use a single summoning spell for some reason. At that time, grandfather hadn't told me the secret of the spiritual saint girl, and I always believed that I had no way to become a powerful summoner, making me feel especially inferior. Once he brought me out and we ran into some rude guys from the warrior temple. At that time, we were still much younger, and although Big Brother Yang Zhao was pretty strong, he couldn't beat those much older guys. At that time, I saw the deep look of outrage in his eyes. At that time, still young, I declared, "Big brother Yang Zhao, don't get hurt. After I grow up, I will surely protect you." At that time, he turned his head exaggeratedly and gave me a very bizarre look. I won't ever forget that contempt he showed. When I asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" he replied, "You will never have to protect me, I will be the one to protect you. Although I have lost today, I won't lose again in the future." Then, I asked him, "Why can't I protect you?" He laughed and didn't give a reply. At that time, I felt really hurt. You may think that this isn't anything, but it was a very severe blow to me. He was the dearest person in my eyes outside my relatives, and one I cared the most about. And that was the time I had the most feelings of inferiority. His act of contempt and silent jeer deeply wounded me, and from that day onwards I kept ignoring him. Hearing Chen Yinger's story, everyone couldn't help but fill up with pity. As the granddaughter of the spiritual temple's chief, unable to use any summoning magic, the pressure subjecting Chen Yinger was as great as one may well imagine. Maybe what Yang Wen Zhao did may not sound like anything and was perhaps devoid of malice. But in those circumstances at that time, his act wounded Chen Yinger a lot. Lin Xin remarked. "So that's because of your wounded ego? Since you ignored him from that point onwards, why are you becoming so agitated now?" Chen Yinger replied unhappily, "Do you think everyone is as unsensible as you? The fact that I ignored him didn't mean I stopped caring about him. I have always been following his matters with attention, and sweared that I won't marry unless I defeat him one day, having him wait all this time, until his hair turn white if need be." Humph! Lin Xin showed shivers. The fury of a girl is so fearful. But I estimate that he won't be able to defeat you now. Chen Yinger's eyes turned red, starting to sob. But by now, I don't even know if he's still alive. What difference does it make whether I can defeat him or not? Wang Yuanyuan stepped in. "Foolish girl, acting so tough. For this little matter, you held a grudge for so long. So no wonder you never paid any attention to him, and even refused to join his demon hunt squad. What a girl! Don't worry, we will surely go all out to find him, and help you accomplish your wish to defeat him." Chen Yinger responded, choking with sobs. "I already have no more desire to defeat him. As long as he survives, I can forgive him and forget my rancor. But I don't even know where he could be by now, and whether he's even alive." Longhaochen asked after pondering for a short time. Inger, is there a Yu Yi moonlit chamber of commerce in the Myriad Beasts mountain pass? Hearing his question, Chen Inger's eyes lit up immediately. Right? We can ask for clues from them. There's surely a moonlit Yu Yi chamber of commerce. They are the current largest conglomeration of free merchants. Let me go look for them. She ran out in a rush. Longhaochen stopped her with haste. Inger, don't let your emotions get the better of you. Let's do this. We will do some simple practice for battle tactics, and then I will accompany you to look for the moonlit Yu Yi Chamber of Commerce. By showing them the insignia Yu Yi gave me, we should be able to get their help. We should at least learn about the situation Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi are in before setting out. At the same time, we will be undergoing your grandfather's test while looking for information. Right, didn't you say that you have your means to counter the domain of your grandfather? Chen Inger nodded. The domains wielded by us summoners are almost all aimed at boosting summoned beasts. Summoners of higher levels almost all have their own contracted beast, so their domain is either inclined at strengthening their contracted beast or boosting it overall. My grandfather's domain is of the former type, mainly boosting his contracted beast. My spiritual bestowal has another use, and that's on the opposing magical beast, to weaken it greatly for a short time, and facilitate me bringing it to submission. Grandfather is much stronger than me, so even with the spiritual saint robe I can't weaken his contracted beast too much. But I can reduce greatly the amplification provided by his domain. Longhaochen replied in a flash. So that's how things are? Your ability as spiritual saint girl is really practical. Chen Inger continued. We summoners hold belief in mythological beasts. In the legends, the mythological beasts' realm cannot interfere with the elemental gods, which is why they can hardly make miraculous descents. The spiritual saint girl was sent into the human world as a guide for the magical beasts. That's why her abilities are mostly directed at magical beasts. At my current level of cultivation, the boosts are observable, but when my cultivation grows further, these boosts will not be as obvious as now. Wang yuanyu and asked in curiosity, Inger, what's your grandfather's contracted beast? I am starting to believe that thanks to your rebellion, our chances of victory will be quite good. They won't have the time to rest if they don't arrive soon. Chen Inger was also extremely worried. If Sima Xian could be back along with Han Yu now, they would have the time to take a rest while discussing strategy and tactics. But as time passed minutes after minutes and seconds after seconds, there was still no sight of them. Longhaochen breathed deeply and turned his stance towards the others. Everyone, be prepared to deal with Temple Head Chen without the two of them. This test cannot be delayed, and we must show results. Yes. The death of Zhang Fengfeng's former demon hunt squad was a very severe blow. On this day, joining Wang Yuanyuan's demon hunt squad was like the accomplishment of one of his cherished desires. Furthermore, he could this way keep company with Wang Yuanyuan. He was very satisfied with that. At this very moment, Longhaochen suddenly flickered his brows, looking far into the sky. It was currently totally empty, with nothing else than the blue sky in sight. As everyone was wondering what Longhaochen was mysteriously watching, a little golden dot came to sight very far away, and it enlarged at a frightening speed. Wasn't that the returning Star King? Star King had 2 passengers on his wide back. Han Yu was seated on the front, but his figure couldn't conceal the imposing stature behind him. A large bald head came to sight behind his head, releasing light essence not inferior in the slightest to the one coming out from Star King's body. They are here, they are here. That's really them. Lin Xin excitedly bounced. Sima Xian's return meant that all the members of their 64th Commander Grade Demon Hunt Squad were finally reunited. And it also meant that the Demon Hunt Squad was back to a whole, and that was the only way for them to be the bright glimmer of hope. With even only one member less, it wouldn't be complete. In the past, Lin Xin used to frequently be noisy alongside with Sima Xian, but as a matter of fact, the two of them had extremely good relationships. Seeing that Baldy once again, Lin Xin found it hard to contain his emotions, couldn't help but hop and bounce while waving at him excitedly. Longhaochen's handsome face became flushed due to the excitement. His fists were gripped tightly. Sima and Han Yu are back. So we are finally reunited. At this time, he only had the feeling that no matter what challenges they encounter, they will break through them inevitably. Star King's traveling speed was really fast. For the sake of returning on time, he maintained a top speed all this time. At the time of landing, his body let out a burst of golden steam without losing speed until then, thanks to his level of cultivation. Sima Xian took the lead to jump down from Star King's back, and laughed out heartily, opening his arms wide in front of everyone. Han Yu followed closely behind, and at that very moment, the members from Bright Glimmer of Hope all became incomparably excited. Apart from Kair, who showed somewhat less excitement, the others all couldn't help but dash in acclamation, tightly hugging each other. They were finally reunited. Regardless of whether they call themselves 64th Commander Grade Demon Hunt Squad or Bright Glimmer of Hope, they were back to their initial setup. Zhang Fengfeng was standing on the side, looking at them with intense envy. Recalling his deceased companions, he couldn't bear to leak out tears. Who knew how many more demon hunters had died for the sake of the Alliance, for the sake of humanity? After more than 6,000 years passed, when will humankind finally drive out all demons? Lin Xin beat Sima Xian's fist with all his force. How could you be so slow? Making us so anxious. Han Yu couldn't help but react to these words before Sima Xian even opened his mouth. Slow? That was slow to you? See how Star King is exhausted. He has been flying at full speed all this time and is already at his limit. If you're speaking of slow, that would be Sima's fault. You have no idea of how heavy he is. For normal flight, Star King would have no problem carrying the two of us. But for an express flight, the addition of his weight was sure to slow us down. Han Yu's hand was pressed on Sima Xian's shoulder as he kept speaking. What's more, on the way here, Sima had been chattering a lot, asking about this and that. For Star King not to have been pestered to death, his resistance is already really incredible. Hearing his explanation, everyone laughed out loud in a boisterous atmosphere. Longhaochen joined Star King's side, pressing his hand on his back and infusing some appeasing light essence inside his tired body. Thanks for your trouble, Star King. Star King raised his head slightly as his horn was rubbed by Longhaochen and gave a warm look. Ever since following Longhaochen, Star King definitely obtained far more than what he invested, so he held Longhaochen in sincere esteem. He was already certain that by continuing to follow him, the influence of Haochen's pure light essence would undoubtedly help him evolve to the stage of divine unicorn. With a faint flicker of light, Longhaochen showed a warm smile. You should take a rest for now. Star King nodded. In a flicker of light, he turned into starlight and disappeared from his original spot. Shouldn't we be tested? Where is that happening? Let's go now that we are here. Sima Xian spoke in a loud voice, the gushing fighting intent in him causing the others to feel their blood surge. Lin Xian laughed out loud. You're still so lacking in integrity, not the slightest bit different. The test will take place in the afternoon. What are you so hurried for? When the time comes, Inger's grandfather is just going to calm you down in a single blow. Sima Xian snorted. Has drugs bro come for a bout if you are unhappy? Let me tell you that I have already broken through the 7th step and reached its 3rd rank. How about you? Don't tell me you haven't made your breakthrough yet. Lin Xian responded in disdain. Only the 3rd rank? And you have the nerve to show off? I have already reached the 5th rank of the 7th step. You are far too lacking in terms of talent. You're at the 5th rank? I don't believe this. Sima Xian showed a strong disbelief. Longhaochen declared in a chuckle. Everyone has already gathered, so let's take the chance to get familiar with each other's cultivation. This will make it easier to match each other. Just directly tell your rank. Lin Xian and Sima Xian being already done, Han Yu declared, I am also at the 5th rank of the 7th step. In the past always, his cultivation was always second only to Longhaochen and Kai'er. But the event involving Li Xian in addition to his original formidable talent and affinity, plus the assistance from Heart of Fire enabled him to catch up. I'm also at the 5th rank of the 7th step. This time, the one speaking was Wang Yuan. Her cultivation, which used to be falling behind, finally made a considerable progress. Hearing this series of declarations, Sima Xian couldn't help but open his eyes wide. It can't be. So my current cultivation is the lowest? How about you, Inger? He naturally didn't even envisage Longhaochen and Kai'er's cultivations to possibly be below his. Chen Inger immediately raised her brows at his question. Boldy, what are you asking this for? Is it because you think I am weaker than you? Let me tell you, this lady is at the 4th rank of the 7th step, a bit above you. And I have just beaten up Hasdrugsbro in a bout. If you aren't convinced, you can have a try. Although such words came out from her mouth, she had a smiling expression. Sima Xian showed gloomy looks while speaking. It can't be? I have already been trying very hard. Don't be like that. I don't want to be the last one. Lin Xian feinted a comforting stance. All right, don't be depressed. Ordinary people just can't compare to geniuses. Could it be that you can't even understand this truth? Pooh, the rank isn't everything. How about you two, Captain, Vice Captain? Kai'er replied. I am now at the 6th rank of the 7th step. The increase of her spiritual energy being not much faster than the others was mainly due to the influence of her loss of memories. As a god's chosen one, her progressing speed should be much faster, but these 2 years were mainly focused on recovering her various previous abilities under Shang Yu's guidance, and in particular her understanding of the assassin's ones. By now, it could be said that Kai'er had a feeling of accumulated preparedness due to learning once again all the assassin's abilities. If her stifled memories didn't end up recovering, her future cultivation would keep being affected, but on the other hand, if her memories manage to get back, she will be bound to gain a massive growth. Longhaochen replied. I haven't been calculating my rank because I haven't been measuring my total count of spiritual energy. By now, my spiritual energy should be between 40,000 and 50,000, which corresponds approximately to the third rank of the 8th step. If I get the time, I will have to go measure it. Hearing this estimate of third rank of the 8th step, everyone had some blank looks. Although they knew that Longhaochen's cultivation was bound to have already broken through the 8th step because of his golden foundation armor, from what he just said, his internal spiritual energy was already near 50,000. The gap was just too wide. The strongest of the others, Kyer, didn't even reach 20,000. In other words, Longhaochen alone had the spiritual energy of 2 to 3 of them. And this wasn't a trivial addition, as they could perhaps win against Longhaochen by joining hands, but in case he wants to avoid the battle, there will be no one able to stop him from that. Hearing Longhaochen's response, Sima Xian's gloominess was swept clean. Haha, my spiritual energy may be the lowest, but the gap between boss and the rest of us is just as large. It balances things out. However, boss, don't be like that, you are just wounding our egos. Longhaochen laughed gently. Actually, my current cultivation isn't only due to cultivation. A lot of it is related to luck. Actually, that's how it was. He hadn't broken through the 8th step a long time ago, but his spiritual energy already increased so fast. Aside from his personal talent and the opening of his spiritual cavities, it was mainly due to his absorption of the residues of Samanaga's domain, left by the Tower of Eternity, plus the boost provided to him after Haoyue's evolution. They totaled about 100,000 spiritual energy. Chen Inger exclaimed, "Boss, I have noticed that Star King was really tired. Should he be going to the battlefield so soon?" Longhaochen shook his head. "Star King won't be joining us today. As a knight, I cannot have 2 mounts participate at the same time." Chen Inger showed an expression of nice surprise from her bright eyes. "Are you saying that Haoyue will join?" Longhaochen nodded. "From the description you gave us of your grandfather's contracted beast, I have the feeling that Haoyue should be able to restrict it to some extent. Plus there's no point keeping things concealed in front of your grandfather. Didn't Temple Head give us the promise that except for your grandmother and brother Zhang, there won't be any other spectators?" To get Chen Hongyu's approval, Longhaochen decided after consultation with Zhang Fengfeng to not have him participate. Otherwise, that would seem petty of him. Their team already had an extra member due to Hanyu being his retainer knight. If Zhang Fengfeng was further added, that would make a total of 3 knights, which is a bit too much. Longhaochen resolutely declared, "After we pass through this test, we will have a good discussion about what happened during these 2 years. For now, let's cultivate separately to be at our optimum state when we confront Temple Head Chen's test." "Yes." Everyone stuck out their chest and replied loudly. 2 hours later. Myriad Beasts Mountain Pass, Spiritual Temples Fighting Beasts Ground. The so-called Fighting Beasts Ground was actually an appellation for training ground, which only exists in the spiritual temple. Because the spiritual temple was formed of summoners, there were frequently summoned beasts breaking out of control in times of training. So these training grounds had a great difference compared to the other temples. First is concerning the scale of such training grounds. The Fighting Beasts Ground would be the largest outside from the Alliance's great testing ground in Holy City. Its shape is circular, with a radius of 30 meters, and is surrounded by elevated watching seats. The watching seats are protected by defensive magic formations, directed entirely against magical beasts. As long as magical beasts are inside, they won't possibly be able to break out from there unless the staff people take the initiative to release them. This goes even for the magical beasts of the 10th rank comparable to human powerhouses of the 9th step. From this one can see how astonishing the defensive power of this fighting beast's ground is. Chen Hongyu's choice of this ground for carrying out the test of Longhaochen's group was simple. In a smaller training field, he was afraid of possible danger. The defenses here enabled him to display his strength to the best extent, without risk of spiritual energy leaking. The fighting beast's ground only had 2 entrances, opposite to each other. At this time, the 2 entrances were opened. Chen Hongyu slowly strolled from the eastern entrance. He was clad in a white summoner's gown, giving off a very relaxed look. As per Longhaochen's request, Chen Hongyu already accepted not using any equipment on today's test. But his domain was still on the map. Despite Chen Hongyu's capacity as the head of the spiritual temple, he didn't underestimate Longhaochen's group. Quite the opposite, he regarded the 7 of them as worthy opponents. Although these were still very young children, they already produced miracles on more than one occasion. In particular, Longhaochen caused the decision of the Alliance to carry out the holy war against demons. That's how the Temple Alliance valued him. To carry the heavy responsibility of being the provisional Saint Knight head at such a young age couldn't be achieved by anyone. And Hongyu personally admitted that killing 3 demon gods in succession and destroying the demon god pillar of Andromalius isn't something anyone can do. What's more, Longhaochen wasn't the only genius in this team. Just think about his own granddaughter. Her physique as a god's chosen one was finally awakened, formally making her the spiritual saint girl. As the mythological beast's emissary, her control over summons was as one may well imagine. If he didn't use his domain either, maybe these youngsters would really inflict him with a setback. That would be a terrible loss of face. Moreover, Chen Hongyu's fundamental goal was to stop Chen Inger from risking her life. He also believed that any other temple head present would definitely stop them from penetrating deep in demon territory. So on this day, Chen Hongyu was prepared to teach these youngsters a good lesson no matter what, so that they can train in calm cultivation. He didn't have the slightest intention to go easy on them, and decided firmly to defeat Longhaochen's group to retain Chen Inger here. As for Yang Wenzhao's situation of danger, it could only wait for the Alliance to dispatch powerhouses for rescue. Compared to his granddaughter, a grandson-in-law had a far lower position in his heart. This time, Chen Hongyu was confronted by the Demon Hunt Squad Bright Glimmers of Hope, formed of 7 members, entering slowly from the western entrance, not late at all. On the watching platforms, Sanshui Popo was seated since a long time ago. Calm and easygoing, she had an extreme understanding of her husband's strength. She didn't believe that these young guys with exaggerated opinions of their own ability had any chance. Zhang Fangfang was seated beside Sanshui Popo, his gaze traveling downwards. Although he wasn't too confident in the chances of Longhaochen's group, he secretly prayed for them to persevere for a long enough time. In a flicker of radiant light, Longhaochen's eyes had a brilliant glint. "Is everyone ready yet?" Han Yu took the first step. "Captain, Guardian Knight Han Yu is reporting for duty." Sima Xian followed tightly. "Captain, Discipline Priest Sima Xian is reporting for duty." The next one was Lin Xian. "Captain, Fire Mage Lin Xian is reporting for duty." Chen Inger. "Captain, Summoner Chen Inger is reporting for duty." Wang Yuanyu and beat on her armor with great strength, and her eyes appeared this instant quite red. Captain, Warlord Wang Yuanyu and is reporting for duty. The final one was Kai'er. Although she had lost her past memories, hearing the loud introductions of her comrades, she felt a surge of cold blood boil in her body, loudly stating, "Captain, Assassin Kai'er is reporting for duty." "Good, let's proceed for our test." Longhaochen responded in a vigorous voice, extending his right hand. Their hands were stacked one after another. As their 7 hands were stacked, an overflowing fighting intent immediately burst forth with great confidence. One could faintly see a thin golden radiance dispersed from the 7 of them. It came from the soul-sharing chains binding them. Its use was not only limited to life-sharing, but it also faintly produced a feeling of soul connection. Since 2 years ago, their strength had progressed, but also the abilities from their equipment. At that very moment, the persistence visible in all members of Bright Glimmer of Hope made them already forget who their opponent was. They only had one conviction in their hearts, that no matter how strong the enemy is, they definitely won't let him get in their way. Standing in front of them, Chen Hongyu felt that the most clearly. The instant Longhaochen led his group in, Chen Hongyu could faintly sense their grave and deep demeanor. That steadiness totally unexpected from such youth already astonished the spiritual temple's head. But the following scene made him unable to contain his surprise and be filled with great admiration. The members of the Demon Hunt Squad Bright Glimmer of Hope expressed their resolution by reporting so formally to Longhaochen. With every additional report for duty, their imposing manners grew by a share, until the 7 of them were done. The team's vigor was blended well. The formidable oppressive force and dense murderous spirit, as well as imposing fighting intent, already raised their morale to the peak. In such circumstances, they were bound to display 100% of their strength in the battlefield. No wonder Longhaochen had such confidence, and no wonder they killed several demon gods in a succession. There was really a basis for them to get the title of Bright Glimmer of Hope. This instant, Chen Hongyu even started to doubt his own decision. He just saw personally the change in Chen Inger alongside her comrades. The incredible vigor, determination, and energy she just showed would never appear in her ordinary times of cultivation. This instant, Chen Inger became unlike a little child, but a real demon hunter confronting the demon forces. Even Chen Hongyu felt as if he couldn't recognize her. On the viewing platform, Sanshui Popo also had an expression of shock. These children are really outstanding. To actually raise their own morale with such methods. Zhang Fangfang showed a faint smile. Senior, their outstandingness is not limited to that. You will very rapidly witness that with your own eyes. I trust them. Captain Long has never made uncertain decisions. Sanshui Popo asked with some doubts. Don't tell me you really believe that they can defeat my home's old man? Shouldn't you be aware of his strength? Zhang Fangfang shook his head. I don't know what level Head Chen's strength reached, but I am certain that Longhaochen's group definitely won't be easily defeated. That's the promise he gave to Miss Inger and to their whole team. I believe that their strength will surely keep rising to the highest skies under Longhaochen's lead. Sanshui Popo had a stern smile. Good. Let's just wait and see. By now, even she had expectations for this test. She wanted to see whether these children could show her a pleasant surprise, what kind of miracle they'd produce. The gates on the 2 sides of the beast fighting field shut simultaneously, immediately giving way to another source of heavy atmosphere. Leading his group, Longhaochen stepped forward. As they formed a row, he respectfully spoke. Greetings, Temple Head Chen. We are very honored to receive your test. Chen Hongyu responded calmly. No need for formalities, that was our deal. As long as you can defeat me, Inger is free to do as it pleases her in the future. But on the other hand, I hope that if it isn't the case, you won't keep troubling me in the future. Understood. Longhaochen nodded lightly. Senior, can we start now? Chen Hongyu replied, as we agreed, I won't use any equipment in this test. But be careful, I will go all out and won't show mercy just because of your young age. Okay, Senior. Please do so. Chen Hongyu had an indifferent smile. Come then. As he said so, queer manners came out from him. Being the head of the spiritual temple, a psychic master, even if he's a summoner, he won't show the initiative to make the first move. Please give us your guidance, Senior. With a shout, Longhaochen rapidly stepped forward, his right feet stomping on the ground to make a dash. As Chen Hongyu was believing that he was trying to make use of the speaking to launch his attack, he came to a stop after charging for 5 meters. The comrades behind him also showed a rapid response, taking a formation. Longhaochen was in the front, in his left hand the divine snail shield letting out orange glitters, and in his right hand, the aria of the goddess of light. On his left side and slightly behind, Wang Yuanyuan gripped in her hands the divine soul shield alongside Bloodstorm, and on his right side, Sima Xian carried the immense energetic ball of light. The 3 of them formed a protective screen in front of their other mates. Lin Xian was behind Longhaochen, waving his fire-clad crystal while unfolding the fire dragon wings on his back. Even further behind was Chen Inger. Han Yu was still at the rear, the demonic eye floating behind him, eyes wide open and dispersing psychic fluctuations to his surroundings. The next instant, Kyer in the rear disappeared instantly and without a sound used invisibility. Having the assassin covering the flanks to provide both attack and defense was undoubtedly the greatest disposition for the Demon Hunt squad. Having one more Guardian Knight than ordinary Demon Hunt squads enabled this perfect optimization. Chen Hongyu couldn't help but nod in approval secretly at this sight. These youngsters didn't immediately assault due to confronting a summoner, but instead firmly and steadily set their formation. This steadiness already far exceeded the expectations for their age. In actual fact, Chen Hongyu was prepared since long before for an assassin or a knight's sudden assault. The first to attack was naturally the mage, as the main firepower in the team. Lin Xian lifted the fire crystal staff and launched a gleaming blue bursting fireball at Chen Hongyu. Although Chen Hongyu was extremely powerful, the sight of the blue fireball gave still him a fright. These were visibly not ordinary flames, but high-temperature ones distorting the surrounding air. Bzz. The air surrounding Chen Hongyu started to produce light chirps, and immediately 6 pure sparkling crystals surrounded him, enveloping him in a white brilliance. This wasn't any offensive equipment, but a condensation of his spiritual energy. To describe it in another way, that was the reflection of the spiritual pellet of a powerhouse of the 9th step. Despite being similarly powerhouses of the 9th step, mages and close-quarters warriors would show completely different displays of their spiritual energy. The mage-type powerhouses would boost their magic through their spiritual pellet, increasing their offensive might and lessening the consumption of spiritual energy. Close-quarters powerhouses would rather gain control of spiritual highland through their spiritual pellet, making their use of spiritual highland far more powerful than powerhouses of the 8th step. Longhaochen could also boost himself to the 9th step for a short period of time, but wasn't in possession of a spiritual pellet. That was the gap separating him from the real ninth step. At the time he managed to kill the demon god of clear vision Crossel, a certain amount of luck was really involved. Crossel had no domain, and demon gods only had their magical crystal but no spiritual pellet. Furthermore, Crossel's fighting strength was far from being as great as his ability of clear vision. Another demon god specialized in fighting could be a far tougher opponent for Longhaochen alone. That Chen Hongyu was using his spiritual pellet from the beginning showed visibly that he didn't look down on Longhaochen in the slightest, using his full strength from the beginning. A soft white glint rimmed Chen Hongyu's body as if producing a gate of light. As Lin Xian's bursting fireball was already close to Chen Hongyu's front, Chen Hongyu lifted his right hand, and a white radiance immediately drifted from it. In the midst of the 6 spiritual pellet images surrounding his body, a strange-looking rabbit-like magical beast appeared, swallowing the bursting fireball whole. What a strange sight! The high temperature and far larger fireball didn't detonate upon striking that rabbit, but instead disappeared at a frightening speed. That rabbit-type magical beast's belly suddenly enlarged, and when it reached the ground, a mouthful of flames was spurted toward Longhaochen's group. What kind of magical beast was that? Let alone Longhaochen, who couldn't recognize its type, even Chen Inger was dazed. She didn't know about this kind of rabbit either. At the start of the battle, the two sides already made a full power clash. Chen Hongyu's incantatory chant started immediately then, but mysteriously, the 6 spiritual pellets surrounding his body seemed to resonate mystically to his chant. It seemed that 7 identically pitched chants were produced. Longhaochen parried the heart of fire shot back by the rabbit using the divine snail shield in his left hand. In his right hand, the aria of the goddess of light stagnated, tracing an upward trajectory from the ground. Immediately, a reddish-golden blade projection was launched at the distant Chen Hongyu, filled with extremely sharp sword intent. In fact, they were currently separated by about 100 meters. A mere bright edge technique couldn't possibly reach Chen Hongyu's body. However, Chen Hongyu sensed it differently. At the time Longhaochen launched this blade projection, he felt completely locked. Although it came from very far, the sharpness of that overwhelming sword intent acted directly on his chant, greatly affecting his incantation speed. What a powerful sword intent! Chen Hongyu's eyes contracted. He couldn't believe that these youngsters would really give him such pleasant surprises. At the same time Longhaochen's attack was launched, he led the rest of the team to charge toward Chen Hongyu. No matter in which circumstances, the most effective for a close-quarter fighter against a mage is to decrease the gap between the two sides. But not everyone charged at Chen Hongyu. Han Yu, Lin Xian, and Chen Inger were left behind. Chen Inger already started sitting cross-legged, clasping her crystal ball in both her hands, with a focused and dedicated expression. Lin Xian was also chanting, with a different stance from Chen Inger. During the chant, Lin Xian's feet always remained on the move. Every one of his steps on the ground left a footprint carrying blue flames. These traces of flame started to fluctuate intensely with spiritual energy, amplifying his output of spiritual energy. Han Yu was defending by their side, the scarlet blood sword inclined toward the ground, as his shield was held horizontally. One light spell after another was dispersed from his body. As a guardian knight, Han Yu was always overshadowed behind Longhaochen, but this didn't mean he was lacking in strength. Quite the opposite, if he was put in another team, his current strength would absolutely qualify him as a king-grade demon hunt squad's captain. His releases of halos followed at an extremely fast speed, not releasing them in a certain area but on set spots. Each halo was only aimed at one person, and provided at least a twice higher amplification than area-targeted ones. Furthermore, these boosts wouldn't decrease with the increase of distance from the target. Longhaochen's charging speed was extremely fast. At the very start, he launched Lightspeed Flash and spread out the 4 wings on his back, covering 100 meters in a flash and confronting Chen Hongyu already. He unexpectedly followed right behind his projected light thorn. Once again, the aria of the Goddess of Light chopped against his blade projectile, pouring its power back inside the divine sword before slowly slashing at Chen Hongyu. Chen Hongyu's incantation didn't stop from beginning to end. Right as Longhaochen arrived in front of them, the 6 spiritual pellet images surrounding his body enlarged and blasted at the same time, leaving 6 rings of light on his body. With frantic roars, 6 immense figures came out, sheltering Chen Hongyu from view behind them. These were 6 gorilla-like magical beasts. Each of the gorillas reached 3 meters height, had bloody eyes, and was full of tyrannical murderous spirit. One of the gorillas took the initiative to sweep at Longhaochen directly, shooting deep yellow rays of light at Longhaochen. Feeling his body coming to a standstill, he felt his body pulled directly to the ground as he was closing the gap. Gravity technique. That's an earth magic he was extremely familiar with. The 9th Holy Guard was expert at using it, and these gorillas were also earth elemental magical beasts, whose gravity techniques even had cumulative results. Left with no time to determine the level of cultivation of these magical beasts, Longhaochen's aria of the Goddess of Light still struck outwards. No ear-piercing shrill came out, just a reddish-golden brilliance which elapsed in a flash, but instantly put the gorillas to a standstill. Immediately, a reddish-golden light ray extended from his head to his toe, rushing out to the ground. The powerful gravity could restrict Longhaochen's light-speed flash. Even a powerhouse of the 9th step would be delayed by the 6 combined effects. But gravity technique couldn't contain Longhaochen's sword intent. How could sword intent reaching the boundary of illuminated sword heart, added up to the aria of the Goddess of Light, in a divine sword be so easy to deal with? This was the true start of the battle. The other 5 gorillas also acted, 2 of them throwing themselves respectively on Wang Yuan and Sima Xian, and the last 3 rushing at Longhaochen. The gorillas showed very good tacit understanding. Of the 3 dealing with Longhaochen, 2 directly pounced at him, while the last one beat on its own chest, before raising its arm where a yellow brilliance blossomed. A huge stone of a diameter of 1 meter and completely made of energy was directly thrown at Longhaochen. In his battle state, Longhaochen's looks gave a completely different feeling. His gaze was calm and cold, and his entire body emitted an irresistible sharpness. The divine snail shield vanished, and blue rain, hibiscus of light took its place, from an initial jadeite-colored gloss. Immediately, Longhaochen's body whirled in its original location, producing a spiral of red and green colors. The terrible fluctuations of spiritual energy also carried a domineering attractive force. In addition to the 2 gorillas rushing at him, even the one throwing its rock was immediately engulfed in this whirlpool. With miserable shouts, the 2 gorillas just disappeared. The whole whirlpool was only maintained for 2 seconds before coming to a stop. And in a mingled red and green light, a dark blue crosscut projection was shot, shooting straight toward the last gorilla. This held no suspense. How could earth elemental magical beasts of the 8th rank possibly resist the harmonious match of the two divine swords. This third gorilla was instantly reduced to shreds, and the dark blue blade projection directly chased after Chen Hongyu's retreating figure. Blade storm was coupled with instant burst crosscut. In this short blade storm, Longhaochen didn't hesitate to pour a large amount of spiritual energy into using spiritual highland, then poured inside the two divine swords in the midst of his cross-cut. Haoyue's evolution helped increase his spiritual energy one stage higher, while greatly boosting Longhaochen's external spiritual energy. This enabled him to greatly reduce the backlash as he controlled spiritual highland. Therefore, even without Haoyue's armor transformation, he was able to pour spiritual highland energy into the two divine swords, although the spiritual energy consumption would also become massive that way. Longhaochen's choice to launch a full-force attack naturally had its basis. He believed firmly that with Chen Hongyu's great status, he'd surely have some contempt for them. But as the battle goes on, this contempt won't last for long. So he wanted to take advantage of Chen Hongyu's current bias to create a decisive opportunity for their side. As a matter of fact, Longhaochen's guess was completely accurate. Although Chen Hongyu regarded these youngsters very highly, he was after all the head of the spiritual temple. In his opinion, even if these youngsters were even stronger, they were in the end juniors. He indeed used his full strength, but didn't think Longhaochen's bunch could be any threat to him. Seeing that dark blue radiance coming in his field of view, Chen Hongyu finally understood that these youngsters were strong enough to threaten his life if this were a true battle. Taking a deep breath, Chen Hongyu let out a low shout. A black brilliance rose from him, before immediately spreading out to take the shape of a dark purple halation. The four brilliances immediately shot out, folding together in the sky to bombard the dark blue radiance unleashed by Longhaochen. Caught in a large explosion, Longhaochen was violently shaken and couldn't keep chasing. On the two sides, Wang Yuan and Sima Xian were long since done dealing with the previous guerrillas, but also sustained terrible after-effects which stopped their advancing progress. The three of them gasped at the same time, and as shock appeared in their eyes, they also became even more serious. The deep purple radiance on Chen Hongyu's body already disappeared after making its appearance. As that deep purple radiance was dispersing, the head of the spiritual temple was standing on a deep purple illumination. That wasn't a form of energy, but a tyrannical magical beast. The appearance of this magical beast alone shook the whole fighting beast field. This magical beast was extended over more than 40 meters, its huge wings unfolded on its back. On its whole body were deep purple scales, and its slender, majestic figure let out an extremely tyrannical dragon might. From its neck came out 4 heads, all of which were dragon heads. Every dragon head had different colored eyes of green, red, yellow, and blue color. Looking at this magical beast, Longhaochen couldn't help but have a very queer feeling. Wasn't this magical beast a bit like an enlarged version of Haoyue? It's just that it only had 4 heads, but its atmosphere and cultivation were far above Haoyue's. This was without a doubt a magical beast of the 10th step, and one controlling 4 different elements. That was the contracted beast of the spiritual temple's head, a 4-headed chimera. Chimeras are a kind of dragon which can be called sub-dragons. But that's for the 2-headed ones. If they can get their 3rd head, they will be as strong as a real gigantic dragon. And a 4-headed chimera is a magical beast of the antique type, surely in existence of the 10th rank, and standing on the peak of this 10th rank. Of course, 4-headed chimeras wield totally different elements. The same went for this four-headed chimera of Chen Hongyu's. Its four heads may not be peak masters in their own elements, but never forget that the four elements produce cumulative effects. Although the holy light element, which is the greatest nemesis of darkness, wasn't present, there was no need to doubt this four-headed chimera's power. And it had a pleasant name to hear, xuanhuan. Qin Inger explained in advance the power of her grandfather's four-headed chimera. Among all known magical beasts of the 10th rank in history, Chen Hongyu's four-headed chimera was absolutely in the top 10, far more powerful than the forest boa king Longhaochen's group encountered. Even the Saw Skate King couldn't rival it in terms of total strength. Seated on his four-headed chimera, Chen Hongyu had a clear, unsightly complexion. He didn't expect Longhaochen's bunch to compel him into fielding his contracted beast in such a short time. This loss of face naturally had to be retrieved. As he proceeded with a muffled chant, the four-headed chimera launched a blunt offense towards Longhaochen's group. Its immense tail swept across the land like a tsunami, aiming straight at Wang Yuan and Sima Xian. That imposing power and force immediately horrified the three. Simultaneously flapping their spiritual wings, the three of them flew without hesitation. Meet it head-on? Don't dream, even Sima Xian, who's the most confident in his strength, wouldn't commit such a foolish act. That's a magical beast of the 10th rank which can eat whole bodies in a mouthful. That tail was about 20 meters long, with bulges growing all over and a sharp end point. One who would be swept by it would at least have his whole skin shred if not die. At this time, the battle already entered an intensified point. Right as Longhaochen's group of three rose up, the four-headed chimera's four heads let out their simultaneous breaths, shot like hurricanes of four different elements engulfing the three of them. The terrible fluctuations of spiritual energy directly shook the whole fighting beast's ground. This wasn't the first time for Longhaochen to be confronting a powerhouse of the 9th step. Facing such a situation, he didn't show the slightest timidity, and once in midair, didn't draw back, but, flapping his four wings, launched another instant burst crosscut. In an ear-piercing lacerating sound, that deep blue color appeared once again in the sky, unexpectedly forcibly tearing the four-colored breaths of the chimera. Wang Yuan and Sima Xian took the advantage earlier to place themselves behind Longhaochen's back and drew back very rapidly. Longhaochen was left alone in front of the threat. In a flash of golden light, Yiting appeared that time behind Longhaochen's back, and immediately, a gloss of whitish gold landed on the incantating Chen Hongyu. Chen Hongyu felt an immense pulling force reach out abruptly. Even his spiritual energy's cultivation was unable to stabilize his body, which was directly heading towards Longhaochen. That was Pull, the enhanced version. Once before, even the Lich King ate a severe loss. The attack he just launched was at full force, not sparing any cost of spiritual energy. Aside from the importance of seizing the initiative, it was also important that he close with Hongyu. His evolved Pull ability was simply of too great use against mages. They have a weak body, so if they are at close range, hee. And don't forget that Chen Hongyu promised not to use any weapon or equipment. As expected, Chen Hongyu was greatly startled by the Pull ability hitting, but the next one to suffer a loss wasn't him but Longhaochen. In a fierce collision of spiritual energy, Longhaochen was repelled and his dark green and reddish gold two-toned radiances only left two trails on the sky. As expected, Longhaochen's Pull ability indeed landed, but don't forget that he still had his contracted beast at his side. A contracted beast which was able to rise to the 10th rank of cultivation is not simply an aid in battle. Seeing Chen Hongyu about to enter Longhaochen's attacking range, that huge chimera immediately glinted in purple color along with Chen Hongyu's body. The next instant, a drizzling purple gloss appeared on Chen Hongyu's body. When it clashed against Longhaochen, his body was sent flying over more than 100 meters distance, which naturally stopped the effects of the ability pull. The four-headed chimera bluntly spit another breath, but this time the four-colored breaths made one, turning into a tyrannical elemental storm, rushing toward Longhaochen's group. That was the full strike blow from a magical beast of the 10th rank. Gather! Although Longhaochen was repelled, he hadn't sustained any serious injury. Right after his shout, the others were already done gathering, and this time, a multicolored golden light spread out from the front of Longhaochen's body. The Divine Tool class Divine Snail Shield used the combination of Shield Wall and Divine Obstruction. An extremely violent explosion was discharged in the beast fighting ground, and the surrounding walls shook intensely. All the defensive formations on the upper walls activated simultaneously, as the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy reached the ultimate peak this time. Chen Hongyu's back was still dripping with cold sweat. The previous move was really close. If the four-headed chimera hadn't responded so promptly, he would really have been pulled into Longhaochen's attacking range. Although he's a powerhouse of the 9th step, he's still a mage. If Longhaochen's sword strike had landed on him, he couldn't have borne the damage. The terrifying sword intent accumulated into Longhaochen's two swords was something he could feel deeply. How could he use such a powerful pulling ability? Chen Hongyu was still gasping a bit for breath. The look he had became extremely vigilant. From this point onwards, he won't look down on these 7 opponents anymore. From the looks of it, Longhaochen's group seemed to have suffered a loss, but in actual fact, Chen Hongyu wasn't much better. Under the protection of the four-headed Medusa, he was confident in suffering no attacks from Longhaochen's group, so he went all out in his incantation. But Longhaochen's pull suddenly interrupted that incantation, causing a hard-to-bear magic backlash. If not for his high level of cultivation, he would have just been spitting blood. The thin radiances were on the move in the sky, but the elemental storm could only pass through the two sides of the Divine Snail Shield. This kind of large-area attack was the most inefficient against the Divine Snail Shield. Although Longhaochen's spiritual energy was still depleted at a frantic speed, his group remained as safe as houses on the same ground. Right at this time, Chen Ying'er's incantation was terminated. To a global deep shock, gates filled with immense life force emerged from Chen Ying'er's back, forming a large row. The instant this magic completed, these gates of light formed another row in the fighting beast ground. A total of 18 gates had appeared in front of Chen Hongyu. That's creature summoning gates? Chen Hongyu and Sanshui Popo on the viewing platform both became dumbstruck. As powerful summoners, they were naturally able to use the creature summoning gate. And with Chen Hongyu's cultivation, he's able to use simultaneously 6 of these creature summoning gates to summon tides of beasts against the demons. At the time of Chen Ying'er's awakening as the spiritual saint girl, although her cultivation was far from sufficient, this creature summoning gate she could wield since she was young also evolved, enabling her to simultaneously wield 6 of them. But how could there appear 18 of them? In all the records of the spiritual temple, there had never been a summoner able to display the terrifying sight of 18 creature summoning gates. After completing her magic, Chen Ying'er visibly became extremely tired. Sitting cross-legged at her original location, she murmured some words. Then, the 108 spiritual pellets on her spiritual saint robe lit immediately, supplying back her previous consumption. The greatest use of the spiritual saint robe was as a supply of spiritual energy. In terms of efficiency, it was far beyond compare with Longhaochen's golden foundation armor. Every spiritual pellet had a supply of 10,000 spiritual energy. In other words, Chen Yinger's spiritual saint robe could supply 1,800,000 units of spiritual energy. But of course, this had limitations as well. No matter the massive supply of spiritual energy, she was only able to simultaneously wield the amount of her total cultivation. In other words, although being only a summoner of the 7th step, she could in practice use an almost unlimited amount of summoner spells of the 7th step. Of course, that's just in theory, as the full use of magic does not only expend spiritual energy, but also a massive mental force. Without a calm rest, she'd hardly be able to keep performing summoning spells in this battle. These were 18 creature summoning gates. And with Chen Hongyu and Sanshui Popo's abilities, they could naturally tell that these weren't illusions, as each of these ones were for real. When did this girl have so much secrets? Could the ability of the spiritual saint girl be so terrible? Of course, they didn't know that these 18 creature summoning gates weren't much related to her being the spiritual saint girl. It came from her fused spiritual stove, time accumulation. Originally, the 7 who formed Long's group, and even Zhang Fangfang too, the exception being Wang Yuanyuan, all completed a fusion of spiritual stoves. What's a spiritual stove? That's a natural treasure, and even acquiring just one is an incomparable source of yearning for any normal practitioner. But Longhaochen's group all completed spiritual stove fusions. At the time Chen Yinger's spiritual stove fusion was completed, it didn't seem so powerful in a lot of eyes, but as her cultivation grew, that spiritual stove of time replication gained in power as well. To wield with 3 times its power one full magical skill, although it could be done only once a day, really had a terrible instant power. Low roars and snarls came out immediately from the 18 creature summoning gates, pouncing on the 4-headed chimera and Chen Hongyu. One could only admit that these creature summoning gates were not much different from before. The magical beasts coming out were still unevenly matched. Some reached the 2nd and the 3rd rank, while some reached the 7th or the 8th. The most powerful magical beasts to come out reached the 8th rank, just like her cultivation. But the current creature summoning gate was totally different from the past ones. They were real creature summoning gates, which wouldn't terminate after calling out only one magical beast. An almost endless tide of magical beasts came out, frantically rushing out from her gates. In a few breaths, half of the beast-fighting field was full of these magical beasts. This instant, even if Chen Hongyu was, in short, great, he's a human, not a god. He knew very familiarly the creature summoning gate. A summoner wielding it fully would be able to maintain continuous surges of magical beasts. The cultivation of the beasts is directly proportional with the summoner's cultivation. But one mustn't forget that as the spiritual saint girl, Chen Yinger has a consequent boost on all summoner magic, for instance, enabling her creature summoning gates to last for no less than twice as long. The fighting beast ground still had a limited space, and a high-altitude flight forbidding magic array. In these circumstances, if Chen Hongyu allowed Chen Yinger's creature summoning gates to wield their full power, he was afraid to not even have enough space to set foot. Not daring to show any more reservations, Chen Hongyu's eyes flickered. Folding his arms, his finger formed special gestures and low chants followed from him. Immediately, a terrible spiritual storm took shape in front of him, and its milky white halation took the shape of an immense dragon skull, issuing a tyrannical dragon cry. This milky white dragon head was really large in volume, to the extent of even enveloping the massive four-headed chimera. Along with its violent shout, the milky white radiance swept out like a huge wave. The vanguard of the magical beasts that came out from the 18 creature summoning gates immediately stopped upon contact with that terrible white tide, crawled to the ground and didn't dare get up, full of shivers. At the time this huge white wave made contact with the 18 creature summoning gates, they stopped showing effects and did not unleash any more magical beast. Beast Emperor Domain. Able to suppress or boost every magical beast in its scope. Among all domains cultivable by summoners, this Beast Emperor domain was absolutely ranked among the best ones. Due to the stimulation of the domain, the four chimera's massive body inflated once again, letting out a terrible pressure which made Longhaochen close to unable to breathe. That was Chen Hongyu's true strength as the head of the spiritual temple. Although until now, his only summoned beast was his contracted beast four-headed chimera, that instant the whole battlefield became his. In the scope of the Beast Emperor domain, he was like the controller of 1,000 beasts. As the time of his domain increases, the magical beasts surging from the creature summoning gate will instead enter in his control. Still want to continue? Chen Hongyu coldly asked. He didn't order the four-headed chimera to keep up the assault, as in the end he didn't want to wound these youngsters. Such a formidable might should be enough to convince these youngsters to surrender in his opinion. Of course we are going on. In the midst of recuperating her mental force with her eyes shut, Chen Inger suddenly opened her eyes, and her body started to float from the ground. This instant, it released a glistening luster of white color, a transparent white. The creature designs on the spiritual saint robes seemed as if alive, moving rhythmically in the midst of that white halation. 108 spiritual pellets blossomed with dazzling light. Her use of the spiritual stove of time replication to call out 18 creature summoning gates was for the sake of forcing out her grandfather's Beast Emperor domain. In their battle plans, getting rid of this Beast Emperor domain was her mission. For the sake of going to save Yang Wenzhao, she had already been compelling her comrades to accept her grandfather's challenge. How could she not bear a heavier strain? Only she was really familiar with Chen Hongyu's strength and the might of his powerful domain. Exhaling a long breath, Chen Inger chained 3 hand movements, and her eyes turned into an oozing milky white color. A white-colored ball of light gradually taking shape in her hands, she shouted in her cute voice, "Spirit bestowal!" The white-colored ball of light shooting out directly landed onto her crystal ball floating alongside her. Immediately, the whole crystal ball turned into a milky white color, and immediately, a milky white pillar of light shot vertically, aiming straight for the core of Chen Hongyu's Beast Emperor domain, that immense dragon skull. What a strange sight! Even the so powerful four-headed chimera didn't dare stand in front of the tiny white pillar. It took a split second for it to land onto the dragon skull, producing the Beast Emperor domain. A baffling scene followed. The exhaled immense dragon head shook violently under the stimulation of the white glow. Chen Hongyu was shocked, finding out that he became unable to control his own domain. If he didn't withdraw it, his Beast Emperor domain could collapse at any time. A domain wasn't made of spiritual energy and would recuperate after its use. But in case it is destroyed, its user will suffer severe damage. Wasn't the demon god of death Samanaga a strong enemy? But having the half of his domain of death engulfed by the Tower of Eternity immediately inflicted severe damage on him. Not daring to take risks, Chen Hongyu hurriedly chanted to retrieve his beast emperor domain. Immediately a brilliance spread as the immense dragon's skull gradually shrank. Without the boost from the domain, the four-headed chimera regained its original size, and the magical beasts on the ground launched their assault. However, after launching that white glow, Chen Yinger's crystal ball let out a ding sound and broke down. She also fell down from the sky, her mental force having gone past its limits, and she lost consciousness. The 18 creature summoning gates, having lost their owner, considered their duty as done, and disappeared in the sky one after another. However, before that, over 100 magical beasts had launched their attack against the four-headed chimera and Chen Hongyu. In a flash of light, Han Yu caught the falling Chen Yinger and placed her on the ground. Speaking of which, Chen Yinger getting rid of her grandfather's domain was nothing less than an absurd feat. Indeed, Chen Hongyu's Beast Emperor domain was incomparably powerful amongst all summoner domains, but don't forget whose power Chen Yinger inherited as the spiritual saint girl. That was the mythological beast's power. How could a beast emperor compare with a mythological beast? So her use of spirit bestowal could be considered the release of the mythological beast's power. Even the beast emperor would tremble in front of that. So in front of Chen Yinger, Chen Hongyu's domain was really inefficient. The fact that Chen Yinger's ability of spirit bestowal could possibly suppress his own domain was told to her personally by Chen Hongyu. At that moment, Chen Hongyu felt a bit torn between tears and laughter. The suppression of his domain made a rapid victory visibly impossible. Longhaochen's team could be considered having sacrificed the battle strength of their summoner of the 7th step in exchange for getting rid of Chen Hongyu's most powerful ability, his domain. What a totally unfair trade. Longhaochen didn't rush to assault. These 100 beasts' attacks were quite fierce, but he couldn't harmonize with them. His figure flashed, getting in front of Chen Yinger. A golden light extended from his right hand as Chen Yinger was teleported inside the Tower of Eternity, freeing them of worries. And at this time Lin Xian's chant, which he started at the same time as Chen Yinger's creature summoning gate, was finally finished. The fire cloud staff was glinting in blue color, and immediately that blue-colored light underwent continuous changes. In Lin Xian's surroundings a liquid-like blue halation rose, and behind him floated a 1-meter-tall silhouette full of might. The fire cloud crystal pointed forward, and, at the direction of the chimera, shot a thumb-wide blue ray. This blue ray didn't give off the feeling of spiritual energy, but seemed like real substance. Everywhere it passed, the air seemed to clearly become fresh and clean, and the fighting beast ground seemed purified of all impurities in a split second. Vulcan's Finger, a powerful fire element single-targeted spell of the 8th step. Vulcan's Finger was ranked among the best fire spells of the 8th step. It not only provided a sufficient supply of spiritual energy, but also required a powerful control to be utilized. That's because the incantation will compress fire essence to the greatest extent, and in case of mistake a terrible backlash will follow, and that terrible power may backfire on the user. To dare launch such a difficult spell of the 8th step at the 7th step cultivation, one could see the extent of Lin Xian's self-confidence. At this time, if Chen Yinger was still sober-headed, she'd understand that it wasn't without basis that Lin Xian felt wronged that day. How could such a formidable offensive power be aimed at his own comrades? A bluish illumination instantly stretched across the whole sky. The four-headed chimera showed a look of disdain, and its fiery red-eyed head let out a red-hot breath of fire. This concentrated breath traced a spiral in the sky, and formed a sort of spinning flame spear, clashing against Vulcan's finger. Lin Xin having used Heart of Fire to form Vulcan's finger, this magic's might naturally reached the peak, even nearing the level of a fire spell of the 9th step. But that four-headed chimera was also a fully qualified powerhouse of the 9th step. Will his move succeed? The instant the blue fire and red fire came into contact, an extremely strange scene followed. The red flames were thoroughly penetrated, and one could visibly see a shadow come out from it, heading for the chimera's body. Lin Xin's strength was obviously incomparable with the chimera, but although this four-headed chimera was a magical beast of the 10th rank, its power was in the end divided amongst 4 heads. Its most powerful aspect was the ability to wield 4 elements simultaneously, as well as to be a powerful magical beast combining both martial and magic prowesses. Its strength in pure magic still fell short compared to a true mage of the 9th step. Against Lin Xin's attack, which was prepared for such a long time, it suffered a large loss. The magic clash came very fast, so the chimera's other 3 heads didn't have the time to come in support. Still, Lin Xin's attack was still greatly weakened by the spit breath, so its damaging power couldn't be as severe. But as a mage, whose contracted beast is like a second life, how could Chen Hongyu stare blankly at his comrade getting wounded? His right hand stretched a finger, pointed forward, and another spiritual pellet image took shape from it, drilling through the chimera's flames to obstruct the way of Vulcan's finger. The greatly compressed blue flames were suddenly attracted by the spiritual image pellet, heading toward Chen Hongyu, which freed the chimera from danger. Chen Hongyu didn't care much about that blue ray. His body was surrounded from beginning to end by twisting waves, which immediately to rapidly disperse that ray. A summoner is originally even more frail than a mage, because they have even less defensive magic at disposal. How could Chen Hongyu have no measure for his own safety? He hadn't forgotten about the vanished assassin and therefore put in place a very complete defense. His defensive magic currently in use was called Spiritual Protection, which is a formidable defensive magic combining spiritual energy and mental force, able to produce an extremely astonishing defensive power. Although it doesn't reach the level of the 9th step, it differs very slightly. And more importantly, this magic doesn't deplete much spiritual energy and can be backed for a long time. Just as Chen Hongyu believed that the power of Vulcan's finger was close to termination, the blue ray suddenly disappeared, but gave way to a black flash of light. It pierced a needle-sized hole in the protective screen formed by spiritual protection, directly thrusting toward Chen Hongyu. Unders are no good. Chen Hongyu was in great shock in this situation of danger. He had no thought to spare for saving face and fiercely dodged backwards. A glowing red light smelling of the odor of darkness stuck to his skin, burning a slice of his hair. If he hadn't showed a rapid response, he was afraid he would really be wounded by that move. That greenish-black ray was like a needle of flames, treacherously concealed inside Vulcan's finger, and dug out only when Vulcan's finger was nearly extinguished. It not only had an extreme penetrative force but was also noiseless. If Chen Hongyu didn't have the defense of spiritual protection to earn some time for himself, he'd truly have suffered a terrible loss this time. Although this level of a strike wouldn't kill someone at his level of cultivation, those fires imbued with darkness would definitely have brought no good results when drilling inside his body. Lin Xin stomped on the ground afar, disconsolately retorting, "So close!" Chen Hongyu's sorry figure also astonished Longhaochen and the others, who couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Lin Xin. This was not just one spell but two mixed together. And they didn't know where that greenish-black fire needle came from either. Vulcan's finger was originally a spell of higher step, and he unexpectedly used it to cover up yet another spell. From this, Lin Xin's level of control in fire magic could be well seen. It was really extremely fine. Originally, Lin Xin was naturally not making such plot against Chen Hongyu, as that was Chen Yinger's grandfather but the four-headed chimera. It was by chance that Chen Hongyu redirected it, and almost suffered a terrible loss. "Has drugs, bro? What spell was that?" Sima Xian asked in astonishment. Lin Xin had a mischievous laughter in response. "Vulcan's finger combined with Hellfire Needle, wasn't that awesome?" "Awesome!" Sima Xian wasn't stingy of praise in the slightest and made a thumbs up. "Cojoined spiritual boost!" Longhaochen shouted loudly. Just as Lin Xin's Vulcan's finger showed stunning effects, Longhaochen summoned Haoyue. This loud shout immediately made everyone react, and except from the still concealed Kyer, everyone jumped to Haoyue's back. Where could Lin Xin's Hellfire Needle come from? Longhaochen recalled it after pondering that originally there had obtained a crown of heritage glinting in greenish-black fire after killing a demon god's successor, which was naturally passed at this time to Lin Xin. As a fire mage, maybe he could find some use for it. And everyone had long since forgotten about this crown of heritage. Now it looked that Lin Xin didn't pour any of his own spiritual energy inside. After all, this crown of heritage was emitting a fierce aura of darkness. If fused inside his heart of fire, it would probably show the opposite reaction instead. In actual facts, Lin Xin made a special magic concealed inside his body thanks to that crown of heritage. Its special fire was able to regenerate autonomously, making an extremely pure corrosive fire. Lin Xin's tolerance was only 3 of these hellfire needles. Through his incessant use of Heart of Fire to refine them and his progress, these hellfire needs were not below a spell of the 8th step. That was his killing weapon that he had just used for the first time. The previous spell that was completed was only Vulcan's finger alone, but at the last juncture, this needle was poured inside Vulcan's finger. Don't look down on this assimilation. The concealment of a hellfire needle inside Vulcan's finger, without rejection, was even concealed from the head of the mage temple. This level of spiritual energy control can be rated as the work of a grandmaster. Lin Xin showed a control exceeding his current cultivation step. Behind Longhaochen were Wang Yuan, then Lin Xin, Sima Xian and Hongyu, making a total of 5 people, who all swallowed a cojoined spiritual pill. As Longhaochen was standing on the thick neck linking Haoyue's 6 heads, the other 4 formed a row on his back. Powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy passed through his arm, as Longhaochen's imposing manners immediately rose several-fold higher. The conjoined spiritual boost enabled users to boost spiritual energy, and the golden foundation armor too. But how do these two differ? It differs in that the conjoined spiritual boosting pills applies to every one of Longhaochen's attacks, while at most the golden foundation armor and Star King boost his total storage. The cojoined spiritual boosting applies for a short time, But during this time Longhaochen's offensive power gains a whole level. And that was their present final solution when facing a powerful enemy. This was Hao Yue's first appearance in the battlefield after gaining his sixth head. Lifting all his heads forward and flapping the wings on his back, he let out a snarl while brazenly elevating himself high in the sky. With a light movement, his amethyst-colored scales produced dense purple fluctuations. All 6 heads lifted up. Despite that he was still far from the four-headed chimera in volume and cultivation, the instant Hao Yue appeared on stage, he completely overwhelmed Chen Hongyu's contracted beast in imposing manners. With this howl of fury, a dense purple intent was liberated from Hao Yue's body. As it spread to the whole battlefield, he faced the four-headed chimera, which had just been dealing with those magical beasts that came out from the creature summoning gates. But the instant the purple intent spread, all magical beasts turned their heads to look at Hao Yue, including also the four-headed chimera. Feelings of alarm, even exceeding the time of the appearance of the Beast Emperor domain, arose in them, and even the four-headed chimera was no exception. From the outside, Hao Yue and the four-headed chimera had a great resemblance in their multiple heads, wings, and shapes close to dragons. The difference was that Xingxuan's heads looked closer to dragons, or rather had fundamentally the look of dragons, and her scales were a lot more thick. But in terms of color, the amethyst-colored glow coming out from Hao Yue's body was even more brilliant. The instant Xingxuan's look gathered on Hao Yue's body, this magical beast of the 10th rank immediately halted and didn't even dare launch an attack at the magical beasts attacking below. The large wings, originally maintaining her body floating, shivered incessantly, unable to even maintain her massive body floating. With a large bang, it fell to the ground and crushed some lower-ranked magical beasts. Hao Yue looked like he didn't even put the four-headed chimera in his eyes, and held his 6 large heads high with a bellow, proudly standing like a minor sovereign king. This scene was totally unexpected. Even Longhaochen himself couldn't help but look on in a daze. This was just as his comrades had just taken conjoined spiritual boosting pills, preparing to enter his most supreme mode to confront Chen Hongyu's test. But Chen Hongyu's strongest contracted beast suddenly fell to the ground, and after having gotten out of the way of the Hellfire Needle, Chen Hongyu nearly fell from its back. That was really a monstrous situation. After all, as that wasn't an enemy, Longhaochen didn't choose to take advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack against Chen Hongyu. How could that be? Chen Hongyu's shock was extreme. Milky white soul fluctuations were spread out from his body, covering the chimera Xingxuan, but things turned out contrary to his wishes. His boost didn't show any utility as Xingxuan's trembling became only more and more distinct. The 4 heads were all pressed against the ground, foam starting to come out from their mouths and noses. This time, Chen Hongyu couldn't attend to testing Longhaochen's group further. To a summoner, a contracted beast is like an extension of their own life. In case something happens to the contracted beast, the summoner's cultivation is bound to suffer a severe blow and maybe even a fatal wound. What did you do to Xingxuan? Chen Hongyu was enraged, but looking clearly at Hao Yue's appearance, he couldn't help but look blank. Longhaochen was also greatly amazed at Xingxuan's state, because he hadn't told Hao Yue to launch the slightest attack. And Xingxuan being a magical beast of the 10th rank, how could any of Hao Yue's attacks even beat her? For a moment, he was totally confused and unable to make heads or tails of the situation, hurriedly getting off from Hao Yue's back. In a flash, his figure appeared beside Chen Hongyu, and on his back, Kair's figure noiselessly emerged. If that was a real enemy, the previous instant Chen Hongyu shouted loudly at Longhaochen would be the best opportunity to make her move. Senior, we didn't do anything, and didn't even attack. The conjoined spiritual pills effects were still present, but because they weren't released, Longhaochen's body felt unpleasant, barely suppressing the conjoined spiritual pills backlash, as he spoke these words very helplessly to Chen Hongyu. Seeing that he wasn't even able to transmit his thoughts to Xuanhuan, Chen Hongyu unexpectedly sweated profusely. You didn't do anything? But look at how Xuanhuan became. It's that magical beast, your magical beast. Don't tell me that it could even suppress her blood. After all, he was the spiritual temple's head. As Chen Inger said, in this world, no one had a better understanding of magical beasts than her grandfather. Mentioning a blood purity suppression, Chen Hongyu's eyes became filled with unbelief. And when looking further at Hao Yue's appearance, he looked as if seeing a monster, and couldn't help but tremble profusely. That can't be. A six-headed chimera. Chen Hongyu's looked lifelessly at Hao Yue, both his hands and feet ice-cold for a moment. He hadn't forgotten about Xuanhuan's predicament, and hastily told Longhaochen, "Hurry up, send your mount back, fast." His last word became almost a howl. From this, one could see the terrible eagerness filling him. Longhaochen didn't dare tarry over long, and rapidly turned back, making a gesture to Hao Yue, who gave a last look of disdain to Xuanhuan before lifting his head and disappearing in the midst of a purple illumination. What a mysterious sight followed. The instant he disappeared, Xuanhuan's shaking came to a stop, and she stopped spitting foam. But the other magical beasts who weren't as lucky were all shrouded in the purple intent released by Hao Yue. At the very moment, they were all limp, and the ones lower in cultivation even died directly. The ones higher in cultivation were still in limp states. For a moment, magical beast urine kept flowing, covering the whole fighting beast ground with an unpleasant smell. Hao Yue's departure made Chen Hongyu greatly relax. Turning his eyes toward Longhaochen, his look became totally different, as if looking at a monster. The four-headed chimera was also gradually recovering, and fast at that, being a magical beast of the 10th rank. Raising all four heads, it didn't have the slightest residue of frightened demeanor. And in particular when looking at Longhaochen, its massive body drew back, taking the initiative to return to where it was summoned, not even calling out at last to Chen Hongyu. "Senior, what just happened?" Longhaochen had great difficulty to suppress the backlash of the conjoined spiritual pills, but totally unable to make heads or tails of what was originally an extremely ordinary test, turning to such a theatrical sight. How could he show no astonishment? Chen Hongyu firmly stared fixedly at Longhaochen. "Where have you gotten that mount from? Tell me." Longhaochen replied, "From the knight's sacred mountain." "Impossible." Chen Hongyu cut him off categorically. "How could your knight's sacred mountain have a six-headed chimera in it? Don't you know what six-headed chimeras are?" Longhaochen looked at Chen Hongyu in astonishment. "Are you saying that Hao Yue is a six-headed chimera?" Chen Hongyu nodded without any hesitation. For certain. Otherwise, how could he have exhibited such an intense blood purity suppression towards Xuanhuan? Even a more powerful magical beast never achieved that. The others were all encircling them, and even the spectators Sanshui Popo and Zhang Fengfeng had come down. Sanshui Popo remarked, "You should know what blood purity suppression is. Magical beasts are formed up of many races. And in every race exist different strict categories. That's the system of class between magical beasts, an aspect that is a bit similar to us humans. Simply speaking, there are dissociations like commoner and nobles among magical beasts, and in front of the noble ones, commoners of the same race would be greatly suppressed. That's their blood purity suppression. Therefore, when a war happens in a same race, the contest of power will always be between the nobles of highest blood status. If the difference between their blood statuses is very large, due to the suppression by the powerful one, a battle will absolutely not occur. Only when the purity in their blood doesn't differ a lot, can a battle possibly break out. Let me give you a simple example. Sanshui Popo pointed at Han Yu's demonic eye commander. Your demonic eye is at the commander level. If a despotic-leveled demonic eye was here, its strength would be bound to be greatly suppressed. There's no way it could even move against the despotic demonic eye. Listening to Sanshui Popo's explanation, everyone gained a better understanding of blood purity suppression. At this moment, Chen Hongyu had calmed down greatly, taking a deep tone. Just before, Xuanhuan was like an ordinary demonic eye seeing a despotic demonic eye when seeing your six-headed chimera, which is why it was so unbearable for her. If exposed for too long to the six-headed chimera's presence, that could possibly even threaten her life. Now I finally understand why the demon god emperor values you so highly. You have on your side a god, which can even threaten the demon's rule. Longhaochen wrinkled his brows. Temple head, just wait. I feel that something is wrong. Just now, Senior Sanshui said that a tyrannical demonic eye would suppress a demonic eye commander, and that's what blood purity suppression is. But the premise is that the tyrannical demonic eye is far more powerful than a demonic eye commander. But Hao Yue isn't the same. He's at most a magical beast of the 9th rank, who even evolved recently. There's some gap with your four-headed chimera. There's a wide gap between a magical beast of the 9th rank and the 10th rank. How could he inflict natural suppression to your four-headed chimera? What did you just say? 9th rank? This can't be. How could a six-headed chimera be a magic beast of the 9th rank? Chen Hongyu almost lost his voice. Longhaochen declared helplessly, that's how things are. Hao Yue is really a magical beast of the 9th rank. And one that has evolved not long before. My companions can confirm these facts. Chen Hongyu's look became lifeless. This shock came from the fact that, even with his knowledge on magical beasts, this situation far exceeded his understanding. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his shock, Chen Hongyu declared, "Let's do this. I will tell you what I know about chimeras, and then you will tell me what you know about this contracted magical beast of yours. If your magical beast is really only reaching the 9th rank, it surely has an extraordinary background, surely even exceeding the whole category of the chimeras." Sanshui Popo suddenly interrupted Chen Hongyu. "What about Inger? How is she?" "Longhaochen, where have you put her?" Longhaochen replied, "I have transported her to a safe place, using one of our divine tools enabling us to teleport people freely. She should have gone past her mental force's limits and will recover after a time of rest. I can teleport her back right now." Sanshui Popo was in the end not relieved about Chen Inger's circumstances, and immediately nodded for Longhaochen to activate his teleportation. The eternal melody released golden fluctuation, and transported the still unconscious Chen Inger back in front of everyone. After checking her body condition for a bit, and confirming that she lost consciousness only due to the overuse of her mental force, she finally relaxed, and placed a mental force recovering pill in Chen Inger's mouth. Chen Hongyu couldn't even manage his granddaughter, despite having studied magical beasts his whole life, and suddenly finding out a total mystery, a special magical beast he had never even heard about. His shock was just too great. At the same time San Shui Popo treated Chen Inger, he already started speaking about the ancestry of chimeras. Chimeras are a special kind of dragons, referring to beings with mixed bodies originating from ancient times. In other words, irrelevant things put together gave birth to a new kind of creature. That may sound hard to understand, but the chimera's existence is the living proof of this theory. In ancient times, the dragon race was prosperous and ruled over the whole continent. That time was when dragons were the most tyrannical, not only greedy and violent, but also totally depraved. They show lust toward any kind of creature, and therefore their uninhibited mating gave birth to many species of subdragons. For instance, the current beings known as earth dragons have such origins. Chimeras are the same, a powerful kind of subdragons. The first time one appeared, it combined the extremely rarely seen poison elemental gigantic dragon and a magical beast of lizard species. Their posterity sustained variation, turning into poison and darkness dual elemental two-headed dragons. But this chimera's strength was inclined towards its darkness elemental lizard side, and maybe because these two bloodlines showed a very strong compatibility, two-headed chimeras started to become more and more numerous. After several thousand years of reproductions, due to the survival of the fittest, the race of darkness lizard gradually went extinct. And when poison dragons died out, the chimera race finally formed. Although these chimeras were far from being as powerful as their poison dragon's ancestors, they succeeded their greed, and started attacking other races and invading, and established themselves in the whole continent. Chimeras had a very great vitality, and while reproducing, their bloodlines started to show even more changes. At most, these changes were in the elemental aspect and didn't touch upon their appearance. They can be counted as one of the most well-known antique races, and after undergoing continuous evolutions, the chimera race gradually started to grow more powerful beings. Their power was calculated depending on the numbers of heads. Two-headed chimeras would at most reach the initial stages of the 9th rank. But three-headed chimeras were near the edge of the 10th rank, displaying strength close to gigantic dragons. Four-headed chimeras are known as dragon killers, and despite having dragon blood, their most favorite food is gigantic dragon. And, after reaching 4 heads, the chimera's total strength already exceeded gigantic dragons. Just before, I was afraid of wounding you, so I didn't let Xuanhuan display her full strength. Reaching this point, Longhaochen's group finally gained knowledge on the kind of creatures known as chimeras. Longhaochen couldn't help but raise the question. Senior, how about 6-headed chimeras? Chen Hongyu glanced at Longhaochen before responding extremely seriously. There is such a legend. The 4-headed chimera's monarchs, known as chimera emperors, were the 5-headed chimeras appearing in legends and acclaimed as demigods, venerated by all chimeras. As for the 6-headed ones, a tint of dread filled Chen Hongyu's eyes. In the history of the chimeras, there has never appeared chimeras with 6 heads or more. And in the legends, 6-headed chimeras are said to be gods, gods of destruction of the same level as dragon gods. So in ancient times, 6-headed chimeras were symbols of destruction and ruin. That's why I was so shocked when seeing your mount. If that was really a 6-headed chimera, he could very possibly become a threat not below demons. Longhaochen gasped. Senior, are you certain that Hao Yue is a 6-headed chimera? Chen Hongyu unhappily replied. Certain, what farts? If that was a six-headed chimera, Xuanhuan and I would have died just before. On the basis of the chimera's destructivity, it would absolutely not permit existences offending it to live. Still, I'm very doubtful. If that magical beast of yours isn't a chimera, he should have at least some chimera blood in him, or even have achieved a series of evolutions to turn into this form. But if it doesn't have a pure lineage as a chimera, why would its blood purity suppression towards Xuanhuan be so high? Haochen, tell me in precise details your story with that mount. Longhaochen gave a nod, then talked about his original arrival in Night's Sacred Mountain, how his search for a magical beast there had failed, and how in the end, a teleporting array was used to summon Haoyue. When Chen Hongyu heard the part about how Longhaochen helped to change Haoyue's fate with his own blood and forcefully changed his element, he couldn't help but feel moved, as his stretched expression eased up. And a few days ago, we were just done assisting Haoyue in completing his last evolution in that realm of his, resisting the attacks from an undead creature from there. That's why I can affirm that he has just acquired his sixth head. After pondering for a short while, Chen Hongyu remarked, I don't know what kind of existence your mount is either. I don't have any clues. Longhaochen asked. You don't know either? And could he be related to the chimera race? Chen Hongyu shook his head. That's hard to say. The most possible would be that one of the chimera's forebears had managed to travel through that other realm after reaching a sufficient level of cultivation, and that continuous transformations due to the influence of that world finally gave birth to a generation of powerhouses. But now I can be certain that your mount is extremely destructive. Its ancestor surely left indelible memories of terror. Otherwise there wouldn't be such colossal amounts of undead creatures attacking you every time he achieves an evolution. Secondly, there's a great difference between chimeras and your magical beast. Although it has 6 heads, it definitely cannot compare with an emperor or half-god chimera, let alone a god-level chimera. That's because his cultivation is only at the level of a human powerhouse of the 8th step. Do you know what this means? Longhaochen shook his head. Chen Hongyu continued. It means that he will surely continue to evolve, and even very possibly acquire a 7th head, maybe even an 8th. Eh? How did you determine this? Longhaochen asked in incomprehension. Beside, Sanshui Popo stepped in. Isn't that an obvious thing? What's the most important for a magical beast to evolve? It's their blood purity. Our old man's 4-headed chimera has the strength of a magical beast of the 10th rank. For your magical beast to suppress her so completely, it would be stranger for it to be unable to reach the 10th magical beast rank. In the future, it will be far more powerful than Xuanhuan, but as it is only at the 8th step for now, could it not keep evolving? Summoners spend their lives having dealings with magical beasts, so no one else was more used to magical beasts than them. Hearing the explanation from Sanshui Popo, Longhaochen immediately understood. Chen Hongyu explained, Your 6-headed mount is perhaps not a chimera. None of his heads looks as powerful as a chimera's, but I cannot determine what strength he could reach in the future. But I am certain that its blood's purity is above a chimera's, and that its degree of nobility could perhaps compare with a dragon god. I managed to determine this for 2 reasons residing in the difference between your mount and a chimera. Chimeras may have a lot of heads, but in practice they all share the same line of thoughts, which is to say that no matter how many heads they have, their thoughts will be the same. But your mount is not the same, as you have said that each of his heads has its own process of thought, only sharing a common body. Even among antique magical beasts, these existences are very rare, and the only ones I can point out only have two processes of thought. I don't even dare imagine a magical beast with 6 processes of thoughts. I didn't think I would see such a thing in my life. The second point is their utilization of elements. Chimeras have different elements at their disposal, but their only offensive magic ability is the use of their breath. Although these breaths have many uses, it is after all different from magic. But based on what you have said, his real strength is far above his official cultivation rank, because your magical beast can cast many kinds of magic on his own, to attack, defend, or even support. These two aspects put together make him extremely intelligent. Just imagine, what if a human had 6 brains to process thoughts and make decisions? What degree do you think his intelligence would reach? Hearing Chen Hongyu's explanation, Longhaochen had a sudden flash of insight. Although Chen Hongyu didn't know what kind of magical beast Hao Yue was, he at least gave suppositions on Hao Yue's possible antecedents and variations. Lin Xin, who was standing nearby, asked, "Temple Head Chen, based on what you said, if Hao Yue has some chimera blood, couldn't he be very dangerous? If he evolves in the future to an even more powerful state, can't he become extremely destructive?" Chen Hongyu had a faint smile. "At first I had such worries, but it is not the case anymore because of the way he came to our realm. Haochen even changed his elemental attribute when arriving in this world through his blood. To say nothing of the favor to such a savior, this change caused the completion of their blood contract, establishing Haochen as master. Do you know what this means? Among summoners such as us, the common final goal is not to have an extremely powerful contracted beast, but a blood-linked beast. A blood contract is known as a contract of absolute fidelity. As long as it is completed, it will persist eternally until death. This blood contract between Haochen and Hao Yue is dominated by Haochen, making it so that their relationship is much closer than any ordinary beast and their master. At the same time, the increase of the two's cultivation will keep affecting each other, which is to say that the progress of any party will cause a progress from the other one. I believe that Haochen has surely experienced this bit. If one day Haochen dies, Hao Yue will undoubtedly die as well, which is the result of this blood contract. In the opposite case, Hao Yue's death in battle won't affect Haochen. Unless one party is acknowledging complete allegiance to the other one, and has a total trust and appreciation of the other, a magical beast will never forge such a bond with a human. Of course, a blood contract has also some benefits for a magical beast. Its evolving speed will greatly increase. Therefore, no matter to which level Haochen's magical beast evolves, it won't ever cause an excessive destruction to this world. Taking a step back, if one day he really threatens humanity, as long as Longhaochen dies, he will die too. Chen Hongyu was speaking extremely calmly, but in the ears of Longhaochen's group, his words had a strange tonality, especially to Longhaochen, who reminisced the moment Hao Yue just came into this world in that weak and terrified state, looking possibly about to crumble at any time. His look gradually became soft. Right, no matter what secrets Hao Yue holds, that's his blood-contracted companion. Having already devoted so much, what use was there to ponder any further about his abilities or origin? "Senior, about your test," Longhaochen tried asking. Chen Hongyu's look immediately became heavy. Since Hao Yue suppressed Xingxuan forcefully, he had put this matter totally aside. Now that Longhaochen just mentioned it, looking impassible would be rather strange. Sanshui Popo glared at her husband very unhappily. Neither she nor Chen Hongyu could say that the previous test doesn't count and that they should have another go. Their statuses being such, Chen Hongyu would sound really treacherous if he said that he had let Longhaochen's group defeat him, but if he went back on his word, his face would be totally lost. Ha! After a long sigh, Chen Hongyu waved his hand. You're free to go as you please. After that, he turned his head and left. Sanshui Popo couldn't help but swear at him. What a useless old fool you are! Chen Hongyu replied in fury. I am useless? Do you think these little guys are so easy to deal with? Haven't you seen that assassin running around me? In actual fact, if Chen Hongyu hadn't the heart to aim to kill Longhaochen's group, and still kept holding back to some extent from beginning to end, defeating them would really be a hard task, especially with his contracted beast suppressed by Hao Yue. Still, although Chen Hongyu and Sanshui Popo were gloomy, their shock was much greater than their gloomy feelings. As expected from those who became a titled demon hunt squad, they were really resourceful. Sanshui Popo walked in front of Longhaochen while holding Chen Inger in her arms, and declared, Longhaochen, remember that no matter what decision you make, as long as Inger is staying well and in your team, the spiritual temple will always support you. But no matter the reason, if something happens to her, our spiritual temple will regard you as mortal enemies, even if you someday become the chief of the alliance. After saying that, she handed Chen Inger to Wang Yuanyuan and turned round to leave. Standing at Longhaochen's side, Kyer murmured, What an unreasonable person! Lin Xian giggled. If Sanshui Popo could have some good sense, she wouldn't have such a reputation. But that person has never gone back on her word. Sima Xian declared, Boss, it seems that we won. Shouldn't we be cheering? Right, having passed through Chen Hongyu's test, their team was finally reformed, and the bright glimmer of hope was ready to depart for their new trip of missions. For the next little while, in the spiritual temple's beast-fighting grounds, the loud sounds of sudden bursts of cheering could be heard. Nightfall. After having dinner, Longhaochen returned to his room early. After having the test in the morning, he went to look for the Yu Yi merchant group in the afternoon. Until now the news had yet to come, so they could only keep on waiting. Without accurate news, moving rashly wouldn't show any results. At the same time, he posted a letter to the Alliance, reporting for Yang Haohan that his team was done gathering, and that he was waiting for the Alliance to assign a mission to them. Their last completed mission had already been a matter of 2 years ago, so everyone had feelings of impatience. Maybe this was not really for the sake of completing the mission in itself, completing the missions for their own sake. Ever since the start of the Holy War 2 years ago, the demons' global offenses inflicted massive damage on the Alliance, but in the same time, the demon side also incurred severe losses. But on the large scale, the global damage from both sides wasn't too large, though their mid to low range forces went into a steep decline. This holy war felt very challenging to the human side, but also brought them a little hope, the hope of victory. After all, humankind was still holding on. Even the southern mountain pass, which has the weakest defensive force, didn't let the demon forces enter into their territory. Simply holding up through it all was a kind of victory for the Alliance, and fed their self-confidence in achieving a final victory. What did the demons have? Outside from the ability of reproduction and a great ruling system, they didn't have much else. And could the resources endlessly accumulated by humankind since the start of the Dark Age 6,000 years ago be exhausted by this mere holy war? In a contest of recovery speed, the human side absolute didn't believe themselves to be inferior to the demon side. Therefore, in the Temple Alliance's nobility, fundamental strategic changes happened. Of course, the current human side wouldn't launch a counterattack, but kept paying attention to preserving their strength, while gaining invaluable experience and knowledge against demons. The gap was still present, but it didn't mean it was impossible to fill it, right? After Hao Yue's new evolution, the purple color released from his body was called Blood Purity Force by Qian Hongyu. After his evolution, Hao Yue would surely be able to destroy demon god pillars even more easily than before. If they could make it into demon territory and destroy some more demon god pillars, they would achieve new milestones at every victory. Since 2 years ago when Longhaochen started his secluded training, he had already made his resolve to destroy as many demon god pillar as possible to greatly shake the demon's foundation. The demon side being so powerful, he didn't believe himself to be able to wipe them out thoroughly, but as long as they could be weakened to some extent, in the end, humans could one day prevail over them. As Longhaochen was pondering over the future of bright glimmer of hope, knocks were heard. Opening the door, Kai'er was charmingly standing outside. "Kai'er, quickly come in." Longhaochen welcomed her in the room, when, right after he closed the door, Kai'er suddenly threw herself on his back, tightly embracing his back's figure. Longhaochen could feel an instability in her emotions, and even felt a moist feeling coming from his lapel. Immediately he became greatly startled. "Kai'er, what happened to you?" Turning back, Longhaochen accepted her embrace. Right now, Kai'er was clad in a black long skirt, accentuating her snowy skin. In these 2 years Kai'er grew up too, her figure becoming taller, but its feeling of softness didn't change in the slightest. Taking her in his embrace gave off a really splendid feeling of completion. Her tender waist and her body's warmth immediately gave uncontrollable feelings to Longhaochen. They were already grown up and didn't have the same pure love as in their youth. The contact of their bodies would hardly come without intense physiological reactions. Longhaochen felt his arm shivering, as images of the naked Kai'er in the illusory shrine couldn't help but come back in his mind. For a moment he felt surges of heat. He had far too many things to shoulder. Only at the times he could be alone with her was his heart appeased a bit. "Haochen." Kai'er raised her head, coiling her thin arms around Longhaochen's neck like a snake, actually taking the initiative of pressing her lips to his. As he was her only love target, how could Longhaochen resist in front of such enticement? For lips pressed together, blending inexperience with young tenderness. Kai'er's lips were very cold, still shaking, but her movements were very intense. Tightly holding Longhaochen's neck, it seemed as if she was afraid of letting go of him. Cold gradually turned into heat, and their breathing became hurried. Their clothes scattered around, and the instant the two of them fell to the bed, Kai'er couldn't help but let out soft groans. Their primitive instincts led them to search for the origins of life. In the end, the instant Kai'er found out that moment of warmth, her body suddenly convulsed. "No, don't!" She suddenly shouted loudly, disregarding everything. Longhaochen's rough breathing suddenly came to a stop. Hearing her sudden reverberating shout, his limpid eyes suddenly sobered up. Kai'er struggled to sneak out from his embrace, embracing the quilt as she burst into tears. The flame of desire gradually came down, as Longhaochen was standing full of shock in front of this scene. From the moment Kai'er entered, something seemed to be wrong. But the two of them having rapidly gotten caught up in their desires, Longhaochen became full of shock and confusion at her current change. "Kair, what happened?" Longhaochen advanced hastily, not daring to make contact with her, and his forehead dripping with sweat. "It's my fault, I shouldn't have." "I'm sorry, so please don't take offense." "What happened to you?" Kair shook her head with force as her tears dispersed due to the shaking. "No, it's not your fault. I'm in the wrong, I just can't, I can't." Saying that, she burst into tears under Longhaochen's embrace. Even when facing a demon god, Longhaochen didn't feel at such loss as now. He really loved Kair, and looking at her pained appearance, he became torn with grief. Furthermore, he had absolutely no idea of why Kair became like that. After a long time, Kair's emotions gradually stabilized, only letting out tiny sobs. Longhaochen didn't even dare ask or look too much at Kair, because they were totally bare. To reduce the feelings of enticement, he had no choice but to wrap the quilt around Kair's body, consoling her gently. Raising her head, Kair looked at Longhaochen with a still hazy face. "Sorry, Haochen, I can't." Longhaochen shook his head with haste. "It's nothing, I was just too hurried." Wiping the sweat on Longhaochen's forehead, Kair tightly nestled in his embrace. "It's my fault, I'm just too afraid of losing you." Seeing her emotions as rather stabilized, Longhaochen finally attempted to ask, "Kair, what do you mean?" He absolutely didn't believe that Kair cried so bitterly just because of the excessive intimacy. Kair lowered her head. "Ever since losing my memories, I believed that there should be another person in me that should receive your love, and that's the past me. Today, when we faced the test of Inger's grandfather, this feeling was especially distinct. When everyone reported to you, raising our morale, I could see how dedicatedly and dearly they viewed these past memories. But I don't have such memories, I don't have any of them. That instant, I felt just like a total stranger. I am not that Kair in your heart anymore, right? But at the same time, I love you just as much. Did you know about that? Despite wanting to regain my memories, I am also very afraid of that. Without regaining my memories, I won't be able to confirm your feelings for me. But if I regain them, won't the current me disappear, eternally unable to come back? That's why I'm really scared and don't like that feeling at all. I'm afraid of losing you forever, which is why I came to you, wanting to offer you my most precious thing. But just that instant, I suddenly realized that all of this doesn't belong to me, but to that other me. That's why I cannot give myself to you, I just can't." Hearing her so mournful voice, Longhaochen became silent. He asked himself whether the one he liked was really the past Kair. Just as Kair said, after her loss of memories, some changes happened in her emotions. The depressed feelings she had due to her memories having yet to come back were known by Longhaochen more than anyone else. However, his way of thinking wasn't like Kair's. No matter whether it is before or after losing her memories, Kair was still Kair. It's just that her memories were separated in two parts, which is why he could patiently wait. Lightly stroking her disordered hair, Longhaochen said in a low voice, "You are really an idiot. Why would you think that way? I love Kair, her everything. Be it your body, your hair, or even your little drops of sweat. No matter whether it is before or after you lost your memories, you are just you, my Kair. All you have lost were memories. You don't have to worry about losing your current self after getting them back. That's because they will only fuse back, and won't possibly take over or erase each other." Hearing Longhaochen's words, Kai'er gradually calmed down from her emotional state. Drawing close to him, she didn't say anything, but her shaking calmed down greatly. Kai'er, did you know? Actually, I am very happy, much more than if we were ordinary lovers. At this point, Longhaochen stopped, voluntarily cutting in the crucial part. As expected, his words roused Kai'er's curiosity. She lifted up her head to look at him, eyes red and inflamed from crying, and asked, "Why?" Longhaochen kissed her forehead with a smile. "That's because my lover fell in love with me twice. Just think, if after your memories come back, your two loves for me become one, how can it not make you love me even more? Just how much luck do I have to be able to live such a thing? So you don't need to worry, be it your past self or your present self, I will love both without reservations. I won't hide from you that, deep inside, I still wish for you to recover your previous memories, because I hope for you to remember our happy times from the past. But I will never press you to recover your memories. We should just let nature follow its course. But no matter what and no matter when, you don't have to worry about losing me. As long as I am alive, you will always be the only one I have feelings for. Even after death or reincarnation, you will still be my only one. When I was young, I didn't understand what love is. But now I understand it is about always thinking of someone, about longing for that person, taking care of that person, watching attentively, embracing, kissing, and being willing to sacrifice anything for your sake. I love you and love your everything. Your memory loss definitely won't cause me to divide you up. I definitely won't make any distinctions just because you have lost your memories. It only pains me and makes me want to treasure and protect you all the more, because I haven't been protecting you well. Haochen, Kai'er shouted loudly, struggling free of the quilt and suddenly throwing herself at him, deeply hugging him. Her tears burst out once again, but this time, not out of pain but happiness. In the morning, Longhaochen appeared in front of the group with dark circles under his eyes, and outside of the absent Kai'er, everyone else seemed to be laughing up their sleeves. Their rooms in the spiritual temple were very close, so the loud shout from yesterday's Kai'er would be heard by anyone who's not deaf. Adding to that the fact that Kai'er hadn't returned to her room the whole evening, one could well imagine what they were doing. Longhaochen looked as if nothing happened on the surface, but he was the only one who knew about his pains. On the previous night, what happened was beyond the description of persecution. After waking from her tears of happiness, Kai'er rapidly fell asleep in his embrace, a very tight embrace. To let her have a good rest, Longhaochen avoided making any noise. In the embrace of their most beloved, the two of them were devoid of the slightest barrier of clothes. Having just reached his 20s, his vitality was able to even match the purity of his light essence. The results went as one can well imagine. The captain of the squad, Bright Glimmer of Hope, stood upright for a whole night, but by chance his physical functions were sufficient, or he could maybe really have broken down due to the excessive blood flow. At the time Kai'er became awake, she immediately panicked in blushes when thinking about the situation from that time. After bathing in cold water for a quarter of an hour, she came out, but couldn't show a nice expression. I am going back to ask for news from the Yu Yi merchant group. Longhaochen couldn't bear the provokingly explicit looks from the others, and escaped in a rush. After shutting the door, he could hear a burst of laughter behind him. Blushing in spite of himself, he had the fierce thought that the next time such a thing happens, he definitely had to eat Kai'er. Modu capital city, Moon Clan's palace. He really appeared. Yu Yi gave a blank look at the letter in her hands. Immediately, all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart, causing her body to shake slightly. Ever since rescinding her marriage with Abao, she had been residing in the Moon Clan's palace. Not taking the slightest step out, she concentrated fully on cultivating. Being an extremely intelligent girl, Yu Yi understood well what kind of character Abao had. Maybe he would really rush to the act, and in case she was outside that time, he may do something that couldn't be taken back. Would there be any other choice but marriage then? But no matter how insistent Abao is, he definitely wouldn't dare cause trouble inside the Moon Clan's palace. For the moon demon god Agar's holding the second of the 72 demon god pillars, his status was not just a number. The Moon Clan's powerhouses being extremely numerous, even the demon god emperor kept an extremely close relationship with Agar's. But the fact she remained in the Moon Clan's palace didn't mean that Yu Yi was completely oblivious to the outside world. She's the one who single-handedly made the Yu Yi merchant group the greatest group of freelance merchants between the Demon Side and Temple Alliance. After the start of the Holy War, their resources declined, but it didn't mean that they were emptied anymore. Their transactions of goods already turned into trades of strategic information. And the Yu Yi merchant group obtained benefits from both sides. Under Yu Ye's suitable command, they only focused on offering for sale some unimportant strategic informations to the two sides, causing the merchant group to exist and be well between the human and demon side. As for their wealth, after so many years of accumulation, it managed to sustain itself despite that event. The situation won't be like that forever, so when the Holy War ends, her freelance merchant group will still keep running. Yu Yi had special methods of communication. To be able to immediately get the most precise information, she invested a lot in that aspect. Through special sound transmitting crystals, she was able to receive and release sounds from the other side of the continent. So everything happening on the side of the Alliance would be known to her at most 2 or 3 days later, making it also more convenient to immediately transmit orders. Now, the Yu Yi merchant group had already become the greatest information traffickers between the Demon Side and the Temple Alliance. In her ability to gather news, despite looking like a mere princess of the Yu clan, Yu Yi was worthy of being called number 1 of the continent. So Longhaochen could be said to have found a good person to look for information about Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi. The token Yu Yi handed to Longhaochen at that time was extremely special. She long ago made the arrangements to be immediately informed no matter where it appears. And wasn't that exactly what happened? The token appeared in the Myriad Beast Mountain Pass of the spiritual temple with news of his request for news regarding Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi. So he was really in the Temple Alliance and really appeared. Even Yu Yi herself didn't notice that Longhaochen's appearance brought her such uncontainable excitement. Actually, she wasn't too familiar with Longhaochen, but understood with complete certainty his degree of genius. This idiot. The Holy War is already close to an end, but could it be that he cannot just stay hidden? Don't tell me he doesn't know about making preparations safely. Yu Ye's hand lit in dark purple, melting away the falling letter. Even Yu Yi herself didn't know what kind of feelings she had for Longhaochen. How could she not understand that there isn't the slightest chance of some feelings arising between the two of them? But how could Longhaochen's figure be so unreasonably clear in her mind? She had already lost count of the number of times she attempted to forget about him, so many that she had prepared herself to accept the marriage with Abao. But ever since that matter happened, her emotions made a total change. Abao had led demon hunter removers to attack Longhaochen and Kai'er from all sides, and for the sake of killing the two of them, Abao made the final choice to abandon her, his own fiancée. But in the extreme opposite, for the sake of saving Kai'er, Longhaochen almost paid the cost of his life. When she saw Longhaochen use his own body as a shield to deflect the demon attacks going for Kai'er, Yu felt as if countless ice cones pierced through her heart. Two similarly outstanding males, one standing for darkness and one standing for light. One was her fiancé and the other one her cooperative partner. How could the two of them be so different? Maybe this was the difference between light and darkness. Darkness could sacrifice anything for the sake of benefit. Their hearts will only be seeing benefit forever. Perhaps a light user could seem foolish in comparison, to even be willing to sacrifice their own life to protect their beloved person. But for a girl, an emotional girl, the choice to be made could not be more obvious. Yu was absolutely certain that if Longhaochen did not have Kai'er at his side, he would certainly have a fatal attraction toward her. If he could come to like her, she would surely disregard everything else to be together with him. However, this was mere delusion. Knowing perfectly well that this is impossible, Yu's pain only became fiercer. Why is that person by his side, not me? This fool chose this time to appear, scouting out news about two other demon hunters. This meant that he was resolved to reappear in the battlefield against demons. But the demon god emperor is already fixed on him. Would His Majesty let go of him? Thinking about the demon god emperor, Yu couldn't help but shiver. She was the most doted-on daughter of the moon demon god Agars, and had a very good understanding of the powerful level reached by her father's cultivation. With her father's strength, the latter stood like a supreme being in her heart. But at the time Agars stands in front of the demon god emperor, his feelings of fear and respect even made Yu incomparably afraid. The demon god emperor was, after all, powerful beyond her imagination. And she was totally able to affirm that the difference between Longhaochen and the demon god emperor was as large as the gap between an ant and a mammoth. In case the demon god emperor finds him, things would end like, "It's no good, I have to find a way to tell him that he must not enter into demon territory. Princess, Lord Moon Demon God is calling you." At this time, a servant's voice was heard. Yu became stunned, remembering that earlier today, her father had said he had an important matter to discuss with her. Moon Demon's Hall. The moon demon god Agars was quietly seated on his demon god throne, his purple hair dropping on his shoulder. If not for the unnaturally wise and far-seeing look in his eyes, his handsome appearance could very easily make him be taken for a youngster. "Father." Yu's voice was heard from outside the hall. "Enter." The moon demon god's look softened greatly. He actually felt quite helpless about this daughter of his. This treasured daughter was really the first demon to dare disobey the demon god emperor. Plus, what she rejected was the most important marriage in all demonkind. The demon god emperor didn't pursue this matter, and even Abao didn't either. From the looks of it, this matter was left unsettled. Of course, Agars wouldn't let this matter affect his attitude towards the demon god emperor, but this was still not a good thing. After all, Abao would be the next demon god emperor, so being able to connect by marriage would surely stabilize the Moon Clan even further. Seen coming in, Yu had a really mature look. Her perfectly proportioned build and well-developed form, in addition to those exciting purple eyes, made even the extremely difficult to please the lover of beautiful things Agars praise his daughter's beauty. Compared to the ordinary girls from the Moon Clan, Yu Ye's mixed blood had much less darkness aura, and more of the human beauty and charm. Father, you said you have a matter to discuss. If it is related to Brother Bao, please don't insist. Yu Yi arrived at the middle of the Moon Clan's hall and immediately spoke these words. Over the past 2 years, the Moon Demon God tried many times to convince her. Agars helplessly said, "What a girl! Can't you think for the sake of our clan?" Yu Yi shook her head, resolutely looking at her father, but remained silent. Agars sighed. "Let it be, I won't keep trying to convince you since things are like that. It was for another matter that I came looking for you." Hearing her father say that he won't insist on trying to reconcile Abao and her, Yu Ye's expression softened greatly. "Please speak then." Agar's look was back to normal, declaring seriously, "You should know about the reasons that led to this holy war. And you should have met that person before." Yu Yi was shocked. She was thinking about Longhaochen just before, but didn't expect to hear her father ask about him right after getting news from him. Could her father already know of the relationship between the two of them? For a moment, her face became a lot more pale. Agars softly continued, "Don't be afraid, your royal father will be protecting you, and not let him harm you anymore." From his point of view, Yu Yi, who had originally gotten captured by Longhaochen, became full of fear just hearing him mentioned. Yu Yi kept her emotion under control with haste. What about him? His Majesty started a holy war because of this human. Although the intention to weaken humankind is also present, it is clearly visibly how massive the threat carried by this person is. You must tightly keep secret what I will tell you today and absolutely cannot let it leak out. Understood? Yu Yi nodded, asking with curiosity, "Father, I have never understood this. That Longhaochen seems remarkable, but isn't he just a human? How could he be any threat? Could it be that even at his level of cultivation, His Majesty could have some restrained fear for him?" Agars explained, "That's because he threatens our race's foundations. His own strength is not much, but he has a mount that can really threaten us. You don't need to know the details regarding that mount. I know that you established a great information network between the Temple Alliance and us, and I need your intelligence." "Intelligence regarding that person? Shouldn't he already have gone missing?" Yu Ye's heartbeat accelerated. Although she vaguely felt that this situation was merely a coincidence, she had after all just gotten news from Longhaochen. How could she not become nervous? Gone missing? He has just holed up in the Humans Temple Alliance. Your third brother has undergone great prophecy technique for him. Through it, he has predicted that this Longhaochen will reappear within the borders of our demon territory, and proceed toward the opposite direction from the human territory. But he couldn't predict the precise time, so now we are in need of the most accurate intelligence your freelance merchant group can provide. His Majesty has already arranged an inescapable net and will personally take care of him. This will also stabilize our demon race's dozens of thousands of years' rule." Hearing Agar's words, Yu Yi couldn't help but let out a gasp. For a moment, tides of emotions surged out, almost beyond her control. The demon god emperor wants to go as far as to personally dispose of Longhaochen. Oh god, the star demon god Visago even put to use the great prophecy technique against him. Adding to that the collaboration of her father, the greatest 3 demon gods were actually joining hands against him. What could he do against that? Wasn't this a route to certain death? For a moment, Yu Yi became speechless due to shock. Seeing her resulting expression, Agars wrinkled his eyebrows. "Girl, have you been listening to your royal father seriously?" "I have." Yu Yi adjusted her feelings rapidly, murmuring, "Father, I am just thinking, is he really so worthy? He's actually causing His Highness to act personally." Agars snorted, "You don't need to know too much about that. This pertains to our race's most important secrets. You must know that for the sake of predicting this youngster's future path and the fate of our race, your third uncle went all out in using the great prophecy technique, which resulted in serious injuries. He is still recovering in seclusion and things are pretty bad. At the least, he will lose 80% of his strength, and even when he recovers, he won't be able to make predictions so accurately in the future anymore. So your intelligence network must be up and running immediately and without any slips, understood? After this matter is settled, your royal father will request recognition from His Highness for your merits. I believe that even your marriage with Abao could be considered a matter of the past. Yeah, I will do my best to find this information for you." Yu Yi lowered her head so that the moon demon god wouldn't see her visibly somewhat frenetic expression. Agars concluded, "You may go then. Give me news as soon as possible. Tomorrow, His Majesty and I will be setting out with all our garrison troops, proceeding for the Exorcist Mountain Pass to lay out our inescapable net. This time, that boy won't get away no matter what." "Yes." Resisting the feelings surging out of her with great difficulty, Yu Yi cautiously left her father's quarters. After getting out, she was unable to bear the urge to run back to her own residence. By now she had no other kinds of thoughts but to transmit this piece of information to Longhaochen as soon as possible. Even she herself didn't understood why she had such an urge. Back at her residence, just as she was prepared to send news as fast as possible, a letter suddenly came. It came from the Yu Yi Chamber of Commerce in the Myriad Beasts Mountain Pass. At the time she saw this news, she couldn't help but feel as if struck by a thunderbolt. The Yu Yi Chamber of Commerce supplied them with the news that Yongwen Zhao and Duan Yi were in captivity in the camps outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass. And Longhaochen had already departed after receiving that news. Longhaochen didn't expect that as he was undergoing embarrassment, the Yu Yi Chamber of Commerce brought some precise news, that Yongwen Zhao and Duan Yi were presently still alive. The demon god who captured them was transporting them to the Exorcist Mountain Pass, and looked prepared to conclude a trade with the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The demon side understood very clearly the importance the demon hunters held for the Temple Alliance. And this wasn't the first time demon hunters were used for some transaction. At the present time, what they wanted in exchange was most likely demon god crowns. After all, it hadn't been long since 2 demon gods died on the side of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. If these demon god crowns couldn't be retrieved, these 2 demon gods won't reappear before at least 10 years pass. This damage was considerable in the demon's eyes. After getting these news, Longhaochen immediately set out for the spiritual temple, and after Chen Hongyu was informed, the 8 immediately set out, heading at top speed towards the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The more time passed, the more Yongwen Zhao and Duan Yi would be in danger. And heroic assassin Sheng Yu indeed had a demon god crown in his hand. Returning this crown to the demon side won't be any good thing either. No matter what, trying to save Yongwen Zhao and Duan Yi was something they had to do. The way from the Thousand Beasts Mountain Pass to the Exorcist Mountain Pass stretched almost across the half of the Temple Alliance. Inside the Temple Alliance's territory, they didn't need to conceal themselves, so Longhaochen rode Star King alongside Kair, while the other 6 all relied on their spiritual wings to achieve full-speed flight. After exiting the Myriad Beasts Mountain Pass, Chen Inger obviously became much more silent. To Longhaochen, the only good news were the great improvements in Kair's moodiness. When the two of them looked at each other, the tenderness and love in her eyes leaked out unnoticed, although Kair secretly told Longhaochen that she'd try even harder to retrieve her lost memories, to give Longhaochen a full her. This unambiguously hinted to say that before she recovers her memories, matters like that nights won't occur. Between the time they obtained news of Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi's disappearance to the time they set off from the Exorcist Mountain Pass passed 3 days already. Since that demon god was accompanied, he should not be so fast to arrive to the Exorcist Mountain Pass, so the best situation for Longhaochen's group would be to set out at full speed and try the utmost to stop the enemy on the way to the Exorcist Mountain Pass demon camps. This way the chances of retrieving Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi would be far greater. Of course, even if they managed to intercept them midway, they would still face a severe trial. Which is to say, could they really defeat that demon god in the top 36? Since the assassin who managed to return did not have the time to make explicit the identity of that demon god before dying, they didn't even know who the enemy could be. According to Longhaochen's guesses, although belonging to the top 36, that demon god's ranking shouldn't be too high. The probability of him belonging to the top 24 were really low. But even so, the enemy they would have to face was surely a demon god with his own domain. At their current level of strength, their probability of victory was quite low. But fortunately, their goal wasn't to absolutely kill this demon god, but more importantly to rescue Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi. Doing their utmost to stay on the shortest path to destination, Longhaochen and his comrades took a total of 7 days and 7 nights to reach the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Not even attending to making a detour to the Exorcist Mountain Pass fortress to report to Shengyu, they directly headed to the peak in the mountain range to survey the demon camps from above. 7 consecutive flight days with under 3 hours of daily sleep exhausted greatly everyone. And this was with Star King here to help everyone by letting them take turns to rest on his back. The weather was biting cold and series of clouds went through them. The moist water vapor carried an extreme cold, greatly waking their minds. With a wave of his hand, Longhaochen released a holy mantle, disconnecting them from the outside wind. Bathed inside the holy mantle, everyone could regain their physical force at a faster speed. Unfolding a map, everyone sat in circles. Longhaochen pointed at the map. This is our current location. On the north is the Exorcist Mountain Pass. At the time the sky is clear, we can see the demon camps well from above. At our current rushing speed, we should be able to reach out before that traveling demon god. Although we don't know about his precise speed, he should need at least half a month as long as he came accompanied. Chen Inger said, then should we prepare to intercept them? But the greatest issue is that we presently don't know from which direction he will come into the demon camp. But we must intercept them far enough from the demon camps, or we will be in great danger in case he gets help from the surrounding demon gods. Longhaochen replied, yes. This is the greatest issue we are now facing. For this reason, we must do our utmost to find the location of that demon god. However, we still know the general situation. Be it us, or the demon god, we will all do our utmost to reach the destination in the most direct path possible. So we can roughly guess from where the demon god will come. But the farther we are from the camp, the more imprecise that guess will be. Kair, the inspection for the trails of that demon god will be left to you. Han Yu, your demonic eye will be matched with her. Go now, and immediately inform us in case you have news. Kair, keep firmly in your mind that we will be entering demon territory in a bit, resting and preparing 50 kilometers from the demon camps. That's where we will wait for you. Okay, I am going now. Kair nodded before leaving alongside the demonic eye commander summoned by Han Yu. Everyone knew that the ones who were able to avoid detection by abilities of the magic probing kind were Longhaochen, Kair, Lin Xian, and Chen Inger. Among them, Longhaochen, Lin Xian, and Chen Inger could mask their presence relying on psychic force, while Kair has her ability invisibility. The others would need to use some magic equipment to hide their presence. Be it for her speed or ability to conceal herself, Kair was acknowledged as the best candidate. Adding to that the help of the demonic eye commander able to launch mental probing in large areas, they were evidently the most fitting scouts of the group. After Kair left, Longhaochen told everyone, "Let's have a rest here. Do your utmost to recover your physical and mental force. I will be stopping by the Exorcist Mountain Pass. If that demon god has already rushed his way here, he surely has already proposed a deal to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept Duan Yi and Yang Wenjiao alive. I will be confirming our basic information of whether they have already reached out or not there." Although the probability of that demon god having already reached the demon camp was very low, just to be sure, Longhaochen preferred to make a detour. After dividing the work, Longhaochen immediately rose up and rode Star King directly toward the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The others remained here to rest and prepare, putting effort into recovering from their previous tiredness. This was their first collective action since reuniting after 2 long years. Even Chen Inger, who felt extremely worried for Yang Wenjiao's safety, was filled with a great excitement. As Longhaochen's figure gradually disappeared from their line of sight as he headed towards the Exorcist Mountain Pass, they couldn't help but have the common thoughts, "We are so blessed to have Captain." With him as the core of their group, they were able to operate with definite grasp. What they had to do was to listen to Longhaochen's directives. After separating for 2 years, all of them grew fundamentally in strength, but that trust and mutual understanding did not change at all. Longhaochen's departure felt like a long time in their heads. After 1 hour passed, as everyone had some feelings of anxiousness, Star King's figure reappeared in their line of sight. Before Star King landed to the ground, Longhaochen had jumped off from his back, landing in front of the group. From his serious looks, everyone could feel that something had definitely happened. "How are things, boss?" could Wenjiao's group. Asking this, Chen Inger's voice became shaky. What she feared the most was to hear news of Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi having been murdered. Longhaochen shook his head. "Inger, don't worry. No accident happened to Wenjiao and Duan Yi. It is related to us." "What?" Qin Inger was startled, and the others became confused as well. How could it be that right after reaching the Exorcist Mountain Pass, something related with them came up? Longhaochen took a deep breath, seemingly calming down his own feelings too. "I have just met with heroic assassin Shen Yu, and asked about the news we wanted to know. That demon god should not have arrived around the Exorcist Mountain Pass, or at least, they did not receive such news." Everyone remained silent, because they all knew that Longhaochen's heavy atmosphere was certainly not related to that. Given his calm personality, there had to be a large accident that happened for him to show such uneasy feelings. Seeing their nervous looks, Longhaochen's expression loosened greatly. Speaking of which, I don't know whether this matter relating to us is a good thing. Seen from the outside, it should be a good thing, but I am worried that the Exorcist Mountain Pass will face a destructive calamity because of us. When I met with heroic assassin Senior Sheng Yu, he said he was just looking for me, because he had received a secret letter addressed to me. The sender also told heroic assassin Senior Sheng Yu that I will surely reach the Exorcist Mountain Pass in the nearest days, and that this letter must be handed to me, as it is a matter of life or death. Hearing that, Sima Xian couldn't resist the urge to ask, "Boss, what was written in that letter?" Longhaochen replied, "The contents of the letter were very simple, that I should take a trip to the Yuyi Chamber of Commerce. And because of this trip, I took a bit more time than expected. But the information I gained was really important news pertaining to the matter of our lives or deaths." Everyone's expressions immediately became more serious. Based on what Longhaochen said, this information had to be really important for them. Longhaochen explained, the information came from Yu Yi. While we were still in the Myriad Beast Mountain Pass, she came to learn about my position from the Yu Yi Chamber of Commerce. A short time later, she was suddenly called in by the moon demon god Agars, who wanted her to use her Yu Yi Chamber of Commerce's information networks to look for our position. He also told her that for the sake of killing me, the star demon god Visago had been performing a fate-defying prophecy reading before the start of the Holy War. That prophecy said that we would be proceeding for the Exorcist Mountain Pass around that time, but did not inform them of the precise time. Now, the demon god Emperor Fengxiu and moon demon god Agars already have all the demon forces in Modu capital city aside from the heavily wounded star demon god Visago heading toward the Exorcist Mountain Pass, to set an inescapable net to kill me. The members of Bright Glimmer of Hope almost simultaneously let out gasps. They weren't afraid but shocked, thoroughly shocked. From the start of the Holy War to now had already passed 2 full years. But from beginning to end, the demon god Emperor and his defying devil dragons, the moon demon god, the star demon god and their various clans had yet to participate in the Holy War. But at this very moment, Longhaochen was suddenly telling them that the demon god Emperor had already personally set out, and brought along all Modu capital city's elites. The demon gods in Modu capital city were at least 10, and under the lead of the demon god Emperor, plus those defying Devil Dragon clan and Moon clan's powerhouses, this terrifying force alone would be sufficient to instantly wipe out all the Exorcist Mountain Pass forces. Let alone the important troops already arranged in the front lines, the arrival of the demon god Emperor alone was sufficient to crush the Exorcist Mountain Pass defenses. Though these forces weren't directed against the Exorcist Mountain Pass but specially arranged against them. One may well imagine the high value of Longhaochen in the demon god Emperor's eyes. Lifting his head and looking afar, Longhaochen's eyes were filled with special feelings. Only he had seen Yu Ye's letter, and although these were only characters, Longhaochen felt the deep feelings of concern and hastiness she had when writing the letter. In the end, this letter came to his hand timely. If he hadn't had a trip in the Exorcist Mountain Pass, perhaps he would really fall inside the demon's inescapable net. "What should we do, boss?" Lin Xin asked. Longhaochen took a deep breath. "Don't panic, everyone. I have been giving it a lot of thoughts on the way here. The formidable strength of the demon god emperor is not anything we can resist, and the same goes for the exorcist mountain pass. But it's not as if we are at a complete disadvantage. Since things have come to this, even if we immediately request reinforcements from the Alliance, they surely won't make it at time. The Demon God Emperor and Moon Demon God have already departed at least 6 days ago, leading so many demon gods as well as the powerhouses from the defying Devil Dragon clan. Modu capital city may be very far from here, but given their cultivations, it should at most take 2 or 3 days for them to arrive here. Yu Ye's piece of news is extremely important to us. She told us that the best method would be to immediately get away far from here. From the current stage of the Holy War, there is surely a reason behind the Demon God Emperor's continuous passivity. He seems to have some restrained fears or is unwilling to wipe out humanity. If he is added up in the battlefield, the Alliance surely has some ways against him. Only, the Exorcist Mountain Pass will very possibly become the target of the Demon God Emperor's rage for having not managed to catch me. Though, it is also possible that the Demon God Emperor would just leave. But what about Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi? Chen Inger immediately became worried. If they were to immediately withdraw as Longhaochen had said, Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi would most likely have no more chances to be saved. If the Demon God Emperor arrives outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass, even the hope for a transaction with the Exorcist Mountain Pass would most likely disappear. Longhaochen replied, Inger, don't worry, listen to me until the end. The star demon god Visago is really powerful, to have actually managed to predict our arrival here through the great prophecy technique. Furthermore, based on the information from Yu Yi, Visago even told the demon god emperor that unless they get rid of us, we will surely become the demon god emperor's greatest nemesis, and possibly even overturn the demon rule. Since the demon god emperor views us so importantly, why would we fail to live up his expectations? But for the same reasons, my following analysis will be placing our safety as top priority. Chen Inger retorted, Boss, could it be that we don't have any way out other than evacuating immediately? You said that we will have at most 2 or 3 days left. That demon god may not necessarily even appear before then. What's to be done then? About Wenjiao. Wang Yuanyuan took Chen Inger in her arms and said, You are becoming blinded with concern. If Captain does not have a solution, he wouldn't have told us so much, but immediately given the order for evacuating. And you know, Yang Wenjiao is important to you, but Captain's safety relates to the whole alliance. So Inger, you must calm down for now. After calming down, Chen Inger ardently looked at Longhaochen. Her big eyes faintly dripping with tears, she took a deep breath, then said, Boss, you don't have to feel awkward. If it really won't do, let's just go away. When speaking those words, Chen Inger felt totally empty of strength, her whole body leaning on Wang Yuanyuan and head lowered. They were a team, a demon hunt squad. Chen Inger having been warned by Wang Yuanyuan, she calmed down a bit despite feeling extremely unwilling deep inside. And she came to deeply understand what the act of going to save Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi would mean to them. The demon god emperor was about to arrive before 3 days pass. And given his terrible strength, they won't have the slightest chance to escape his mental probing upon entering his scope of action. But rescuing Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi needed time. Would they really have that time? Longhaochen declared seriously, Inger, be at ease, I will definitely not give up. Now we will have to analyze the feasibility of saving Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. Reaching this point, Longhaochen unfolded the map once again. Here is where we are. Kai'er is already looking for trails from that demon god. Accompanied by the demonic eye commander, I believe that she will have some news to report in at most one day. In front of the demon god emperor we don't stand the slightest chance, but it doesn't mean that we don't have the slightest advantage. Our advantage stems from the help Yu Yi is giving us. And everyone, we have no need to exaggerate the matter. The demon god emperor wants to kill me, but for that, he will have to find us first, so we absolutely have to avoid contact with him. Although I am unwilling to borrow the force of the Tower of Eternity, there is no choice but to admit that in the present situation, as long as the Tower of Eternity exists, there's a low probability that we would get caught by the demon god emperor. Hearing Longhaochen mention the Tower of Eternity, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right, they still had the Tower of Eternity. Even if the demon god emperor was even more powerful, he couldn't possibly split space to look for the Tower of Eternity. In this different realm, even a god would not find anything. Longhaochen expressed. Yu Ye's information really came extremely promptly. She did her best to earn us enough time, and now to save Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi, our only possibility is to avoid crossing the road of the demon god emperor. This instant, the extreme seriousness in Longhaochen's face disappeared. Although this was just a battle of wits for the time being, who else in the Temple Alliance would dare do that? For the sake of prudence, let's act within the next 2 days. In other words, we have 2 days to save Wenjiao, then immediately get away. The demon god emperor won't possibly be able to find us that way. At this point, he turned his gaze toward Chen Inger, firmly speaking the next words. But Inger, no matter what we do, we have to consider the worst outcome. If this time, Kai'er didn't find the trails of those demon gods, we won't have any other choice, understood? Unable to control her tears further, which flowed through her cheeks, Chen Inger burst into tears against Longhaochen's waist. Thank you, boss, thank you. As the spiritual saint girl, one chosen by the mythological beasts, her intelligence and wisdom was not below her other comrades. She obviously knew that Longhaochen's last decision was also laden with a great factor of danger. They were fighting for time against the demon god emperor. Would any ordinary person dare do that? Another demon hunt squad captain would have chosen to turn round after receiving this news long ago. After all, Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi were strangers for their demon hunt squad. Longhaochen lightly patted Chen Inger's back, smiling to her. Don't forget that I am a knight too. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi are rare talents from our knight temple. Saving them is originally my unshrinkable responsibility. Han Yu reacted. Captain, if we succeed in saving Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi, what will be our future course of actions? Longhaochen replied with no hesitation. Penetrate deeply into demon territory. Everyone was greatly shocked from hearing this. The demon god emperor was going all out to find their trails, yet he had no hesitation to declare his intention to penetrate deeply into demon territory. Longhaochen nodded. Since the demon god emperor is bringing a lot of demon gods to the front lines, the demon territory will surely be extremely emptied. In these border areas, we are absolutely unable to display our full power. For the sake of avoiding that the demon god emperor takes out his anger on every defensive fort, I cannot even let Hao Yue go destroy demon god pillars here. But in demon territory we won't have these worries anymore. The demon god emperor won't know where we are gone either. He cannot find us there, as he will either remain here or keep looking for us. This time we should set out in demon territory as fast as possible, and maybe we will reap a lot. Therefore, no matter whether we succeed in rescuing Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi, our next move will be to head for the demon territory. By remaining in this border area, we will only inconvenience every defensive fort. Han Yu retorted, but how about hiding ourselves inside the alliance? Longhaochen sighed in response. It would be great if we could simply do that. But since the demon god emperor dared call this an inescapable net, there must be quite a few spies dispatched in the border area, like we have Yu Yi from the demon camp helping us. Since the demon god emperor is the demon's sovereign, all the demon's intelligence must be in his grasp. Don't tell me you think we will surely be out of his reach in the alliance? So we can only penetrate deeply into demon territory, to make him lose all the intelligence he could get on us. On the contrary, if we withdraw to the alliance, we will very possibly be targeted by the large amount of demon gods he brought alongside, forcing their way into the alliance to chase after us. At that time, the people will be in terrible situations. By getting into demon territory, we may find a path for survival in the midst of death. We must not only penetrate deeply in the demon territory, but also let the demon god emperor know about it. That way we will pull away the demons and won't let the alliance suffer too much terrible damage. Furthermore, as long as we have the Tower of Eternity, we can activate its transporting ability at any time. At worst, we will just remain shut inside the Tower of Eternity for a long period of time. There is also another reason why I have just come back late. That's because I requested senior heroic assassin Shen Yu to supply us with large amounts of food, which was all stored through the Eternal Melody. It will be enough to last us even if we have to live inside the Tower of Eternity for a year and a half. Hearing his explanation, everyone had feelings of relaxation. Longhaochen's plan seemed extremely dangerous, but with the Tower of Eternity as a backup move, they only had to avoid running into the demon god emperor directly to be almost free from any real danger. Zhang Fengfeng reacted. Haochen, there are two issues I can now think of. First, what if the demon god emperor immediately attacks the Exorcist mountain pass right after we depart? The other issue is the truthfulness of the information Yu Yi transmitted. The demon god emperor's attack on the Exorcist mountain pass is not something we can stop. But if in addition Yu Ye's information is false, we will be forced into great danger. Maybe we will really fall in the trap of the demon god emperor that way. Longhaochen was slightly startled, immediately feeling a chill. Right. His plans were based on the complete accuracy of Yu Ye's intelligence. If there was an issue with Yu Ye's intelligence, their plans would all be wasted, and they may very possibly be led by the nose by the demon god emperor. Right at this time, the nearby Lin Xian giggled. Captain Zhang, you are thinking too much. Ever since they were faced in desperate straits due to Tianqing's mistake in demon territory, Lin Xian found it hard to stand when others would meddle with Longhaochen's decisions. The same applied even if Zhang Fengfeng was Wang Yuan's lover. Zhang Fengfeng responded, "This is just my personal thought. Of course, I don't understand well the degree of your cooperation with Yu Yi. It's just that I believe that if an issue arises in this area, we will be in great danger." In front of Zhang Fengfeng's interrogation, Lin Xian showed a tranquil smile. These two issues should be no problem. On the side of the Exorcist mountain pass, there is nothing we can even do apart from informing Senior Shengyu, but I believe Boss already did that. And the demon god emperor is aiming for us. And just as Boss said, if we let him know we are deep in demon territory, he will surely chase after us, and the Exorcist Mountain Pass won't be in such danger anymore. I estimate that the odds of the Exorcist Mountain Pass being attacked by the demon god Emperor will be below a third. As for the second issue, I believe that it is even more irrelevant. First, our collaboration with Yu Yi is not a matter of only 1 or 2 times. When we were besieged by Abao's group, she took the initiative to signal us to take her as hostage, giving us a chance for escape. Given how her fiancé Abao went as far as to want to sacrifice her to take boss and vice-captain down, how could she not hate Abao? Their engagement was even rescinded. So I believe that the probability of an issue arising in Yu Ye's information is very low. Plus, have you thought about that if Yu Ye's information was false, why would she tell us about the matter of the star demon god using great prophecy technique? Zhang Fengfeng replied, "This is hard to say. After all, she should have been informed that we requested the Yu Yi Chamber of Commerce help to find information about Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi." Lin Xian expressed. Okay, then let's say her information was false, but then, how could the demon god emperor predict that after getting this information, we would choose to go deep in demon territory instead of fleeing inside the alliance? Thinking rationally, the demon god emperor should not possibly be able to predict we would choose such an escape route. So I am almost certain that Yu Ye's information is real. After listening to Lin Xian's analysis, Zhang Fengfeng nodded slightly. What you are saying makes sense. It may just be groundless fears from me. Longhaochen showed a smile. As this concerns the whole team's survival, let's be a bit more careful. Demon gods wanting to conceal their movements won't find that easy, especially now that all demon gods carry their demon god pillars alongside them at all times. When the time comes, I will be able to discern such a thing from very far at a glance. If no demon gods came, it will really mean that there was an issue in Yu Ye's information. But if there are a large amount of demon gods, this will really confirm that Yu Ye's information was true. He still held Zhang Fengfeng in a very proper esteem. He was the most experienced and knowledgeable in the group, who does not speak a lot in normal times, but generally goes efficiently to the main point. Still, Longhaochen aside, even Wang Yuanyuan disapproved greatly of Zhang Fengfeng's opinion. They had already suffered the experience of suffering a loss due to others' bad criticism, so after Lin Xian's rebuking, they naturally wouldn't go help Zhang Fengfeng on his standpoint. After Longhaochen expressed the intention of surveying the demon god's activities from very afar, Zhang Fengfeng didn't insist. This was already a very cautious measure. We are departing. Longhaochen glanced at the far demon camp as he gave that order. For insurance, they changed into cloaks belonging to Moon clansmen, used the magic eyes and stopped flying, traveling on the ground. Under Longhaochen's lead, the group quietly set through the border of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Longhaochen's mental force spread outwards, enveloping them inside as they rapidly approached the rendezvous point at 50 kilometers from the demon camp. They arrived at their destination half an hour later, stopping on a hill with wind at their back. For the sake of maintaining his mental force's cover, Longhaochen sat cross-legged, with the others sitting in circle around him, calmly waiting for Kairos news. Shutting his eyes, Longhaochen very rapidly entered a state of focus. Aside from maintaining the cover of his mental force was pressed into merging with an extraordinary force coming out from his body. That was the soul linking chains. After 2 years of secluded training, he felt a far greater understanding on many of his abilities, including the soul-sharing chains. These pieces of epic-tier equipment linked the 7 of them together by the 7's life forces, and with sufficient mental force put in use, Longhaochen and the others could get a grasp of each other's position. However, because they had all cut the soul-sharing chains before, he was not able to attempt that until now. It surely had to wait for them all to reunite before being possible. At the very moment, grasping Kairos' location was what he wanted to do, as well as accurately telling her about their position. Of course, this did not only go one way. Unless Kairos' mental force was sufficient, they would be unable to achieve such control of the soul-sharing chains. A short time later, Longhaochen got a grasp of Kairos' current location. She was moving at an extremely fast speed, to the extent that Longhaochen was unable to grasp her position accurately. His connection through the soul-sharing chains then rapidly got through to her, so that she could feel their location, and then the connection cut. After all, keeping the connection for too large a time would consume too much of Longhaochen's mental force. Inger, don't be anxious. Kair is looking for traces of that demon god with all she has. Through the soul-linking chains, I could, as expected, grasp her exact location. Let's do this. We will immediately keep pace with Kair. This way, as soon as she discovers the enemy's traces, we will be able to make our move in the shortest time. Chen Inger's emotions were completely seen through by Longhaochen. Her fiancé's life or death was about to be determined in these 2 days. How could she not be anxious? To them, time was like life. The earlier they could save Yang Wenzhao, the earlier they would be able to set out for the depths of demon territory. Chen Inger bit her lips. Boss, please don't let things be awkward because of me. We cannot put our team in danger because of Wenzhao, and I believe he would also be absolutely unwilling to see such a situation. If it won't do, let's just withdraw. Longhaochen nodded. I will act according to the situation. Everyone, how is your physical force recovering? Everyone expressed that they had no problem. After recovering for over an hour, they were nearly back to their ordinary performances. Even if they still felt some tiredness of mind, this would surely not affect their battle performances. Go! After his attempt of making use of the soul-binding chains, Longhaochen promptly altered their strategy, leading the others toward Kair's scouting direction. He only needed to check for Kair's location at regular intervals to smoothly go after her. Because Kair had set out over an hour prior to them, and went in full-speed flight for that search, she was close to 100 kilometers far from them. While she constantly altered her speed as she scouted, Longhaochen's group had only to confirm her approximate direction to follow her tracks. As things followed, the group went after her for a whole 7 hours. They had not only to keep up with Kair's speed, but also preserve their strength to the greatest extent, stopping for some time each hour for that sake. Such a lengthy flight led them at least 350 kilometers away from the Exorcist mountain pass. Kair's strengths were prominent at such time. While continuously searching, her speed was still out of reach for the rest, and instead, the distance between them only kept growing further. Spreading out all 4 wings, Longhaochen, who was flying at the head of the group, suddenly stopped. The others stopped successively beside him, giving puzzled looks toward him. Longhaochen had a serious tone. Kair has stopped. She seems to have found something. The most excited to hear him was Chen Inger, to whom it was as if the tiredness of the whole trip had disappeared, immediately retorting, "Should we come along to discover about that too?" Longhaochen pointed downwards and strictly ordered, "We are going to have some rest here." Inger, you absolutely have to keep calm and cannot rush to act. Otherwise, we won't only be unable to manage the rescue but will furthermore achieve the opposite results. Have a time of rest and preparation, everyone. Longhaochen was rarely that strict when speaking to his comrades, and that was actually due to Chen Inger's state of mind. If she didn't sober up, a mistake in her actions could very likely affect the whole situation. Yeah. Chen Inger gave a small reply and didn't speak further. Everyone landed on the ground and found a concealed place to hide, immediately sitting cross-legged to start meditating to recover their physical force. Longhaochen stimulated his mental force once again through the soul-linking chain's connection, so that Kyer could pass on her accurate position. Kyer had stopped in a spot for a long time, roughly a quarter of an hour before setting out on the move once again. Her speed shot up rapidly, rushing at full speed toward the spot of Longhaochen's group. At the current time, Kyer was at roughly 150 kilometers from them. Even at full speed, she needed close to an hour to rush back. Longhaochen cut the mental connection, focusing his internal energy to absorb the external light essence to supplement his previous consumption of spiritual energy. He was almost certain that Kyer surely made some discovery. As the core of the team, he had to restore his state to the peak. He didn't convey his determination to the others, as they needed to focus on calmly recovering their spiritual energy. As expected, Kyer was nearing them by flight before an hour passed. Nimbly arriving in front of the group, she awoke the whole cultivating group. At this time, Kyer looked quite pale. Over 8 hours spent scouting and searching came with a massive consumption from her. Longhaochen floated up and placed a super spiritual recovery pill in her mouth, pressing his right hand against her back to pour his pure light elemental spiritual energy into her. Kyer's spiritual energy was of a very special type, full of explosive might. This could be called the slaughter attribute, fully inherited from the god of death. Her spiritual energy didn't reject other spiritual energy, which meant that any elemental essence could be turned into strength upon absorption by her. Having gotten Longhaochen's help, Kyer's aura gradually became peaceful. To Chen Inger, who was anxiously gazing at her, she nodded. I found a demon god leading a group of ox demons, and I caught sight of Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi sent away under escort. The ox demons on guard were about 10,000. Did you recognize that demon god? Longhaochen stopped Chen Inger as she nearly shook with a motion to signal her to calm down. Chen Inger stuck out her tongue, finally calming down without continuing to examine her. Hearing Longhaochen's question, Kyer's look became immediately much more stern. That was the dragon rider demon god, Asmodeus. The previously extremely excited Chen Inger immediately let out a gasp upon hearing Kyer, becoming much paler. The others didn't look good either. They had just run into great trouble. As excellent figures of the younger generations, they naturally had a very good understanding of the 72 demon gods. The dragon rider demon god, Asmodeus, ranked 32nd amongst the 72 demon gods. The demon gods' ranking being based on their global strength after all. Despite this demon god's rank at 32nd, his fighting strength was surely at the top among the ones following the top 24. Asmodeus wasn't a possessor of many special abilities such as the demon god of deep vision, but his fighting strength in frontal battles made him greatly renowned among demonkind. Asmodeus had grown 3 heads off the ox, human, and ram type, had a snake tail, and had his hell dragon as a mount, and was equipped with a pike adorned with a human skull. with the ox head specializing in attacking, the ram head in defending, and the human head in intelligence, his abilities achieved great balance, causing an uncountable number of human powerhouses to fall under his hand. It was really no wonder that Yang Wenxiao and Duan Yi's 2 demon hunt squads were annihilated upon encountering the dragon rider demon god, Asmodeus. Longhaochen pulled Kairos' cold-feeling hand. Very good. With precise information, we will be able to make good preparations to immediately have a rest. Yeah. Kair nodded and became silent, making haste to sit down, and immediately took a meditative posture. Longhaochen hinted at everyone to sit down, and sat beside Kair. The dragon rider demon god, Asmodeus, is a powerful demon god. I'm afraid that killing him will be very hard for us with our current strength. Be it in offensive or defensive abilities, that demon god is extremely tough, and his mount is approaching the 10th rank standards. Plus, we cannot yet reveal our identities for now, so Hao Yue won't be able to join the battle to help us. For now, we can only attempt to draw up some tactics. Saying that, Longhaochen picked up a branch on the side, drawing up some explanatory drawings as he spoke, as everyone nodded repeatedly. Everyone, remember. Our goal is to save people and not to fight zealously. After saving Yang Wenxiao and Duan Yi, you will immediately gather. With the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus present, escaping won't be an easy task. If we cannot do otherwise, we will have to rely on the Tower of Eternity's teleportation ability. My teleportation ability can cover roughly 15 meters diameter, so stay gathered while keeping close to me, understood? Everyone nodded consecutively, but only Chen Inger became hesitant. But boss, in that case, you... Longhaochen showed a smile. How about it? Are you distrusting me? Chen Inger shook her head with force, clenching her fists. Not saying anything more, she was filled with thankfulness. She deeply noted the investment made by Longhaochen and the others for her sake. A demon force of 10,000 was rushing in the wilderness, formed fully of Ox Demon heavy infantry. The Ox Demon clan was a strong clan, but unfortunately, they didn't have any demon god inheritance. Therefore, despite being rich and powerful, their race was far from comparing with the likes of demonic bears or hell demons. But of course, they were still far greater than the likes of the dual-bladed demons or wolf demons. The main force of the Ox Demon army was fighting on the battlefields of the Myriad Beasts Mountain Pass and Spiritual Temple. These 10,000 Ox Demon heavy infantry forces were transferred by the Dragon Rider demon god, Asmodeus, in support for the Exorcist Mountain Pass side. 2 demon gods died suddenly in battle on the Exorcist Mountain Pass front, and the Emo demon god, Sytry, sustained injuries. Adding to that the continuous skirmishes and ambushes, their original decisive advantage suddenly turned around. The Dragon Rider demon god, Asmodeus, therefore received the order from the demon god emperor to reinforce the Exorcist Mountain Pass camp. Although the battle on the Myriad Beast Mountain Pass was fierce, the spiritual temple's summoned beasts were too hard to handle, and no progress would be made for a certain time. As the Ox Demon didn't have a demon god inheritor, they were very close to the ox-headed dragon rider demon god, Asmodeus. After meeting him, they immediately formed a reinforcing group for him to transfer the soldiers. The Ox Demon god was entirely constituted of lofty individuals. Although not matching the demonic bears in this regard, they were also over 2 meters tall, their upper bodies covered with bronze-colored thick muscled flesh, their backs especially wide. Their swelling flesh could really cause one to tremble. The pair of horns on their heads would, in case of collision, even be able to pierce through a fifth of a meter thick steel plate. The most ordinary ox demon warriors were powerhouses of the fourth step, but this clan's cultivation was able to attain up to the eighth step. The weapons used by ox demons were, like the large majority of the demons, extremely varied, but most of them would prefer the axe or hammer types of weapons. The dragon rider demon god, Asmodeus, was easy to identify within this group of ox demons. Although robust, they paled in insignificance in comparison to this dragon rider demon god. Asmodeus' upper part was also bare, wearing only deep blue shorts. Dark-skinned, his stature reached an impressive height. As for his 3 heads existing simultaneously, the middle one was the human head, and on the left and right were the ox and ram heads. His dark flesh let out a metallic gloss, and his majestic body stood like a hill in the midst of the towering army. The hell dragon he was riding reached a size of 15 meters, quite resembling bone dragons, except that its bones weren't as thick, but its whole body was dispersing dark flames. Inside its eyes, a deep purple hellfire flame was pulsing. The surrounding ox demons kept themselves at a distance of at least 20 meters, out of fear of getting roasted by its hellfire. The ox demons were always running forward, and this had gone on for 10 days already. The greatest trait of these ox demons remains their great endurance, being close to the strongest on this aspect compared to all demons of the same grade. They are good at long-distance raids and also large-weight transportation. Not far behind Asmodeus was a prisoner chariot pulled by 8 ox demons. That chariot was a huge cage with 4 wheels below, and 2 people with locked hands inside. If it was not because Asmodeus believed that they could still be of useful value, they would have been killed long ago. However, these 2 humans were severely wounded and not far from death. If it were not because Asmodeus gave his subordinate the absolute order to keep them alive, they wouldn't have been kept for so long in that state, relying on the little food and water kept in reserve for them. Riding his hell dragon, Asmodeus lifted his heads upwards. His 3 heads had 3 different thinking circuits, and only shared a common body. The ox head said quite impatiently, "It is really too slow. If I knew about that I wouldn't have brought these young oxes." The ram head let out a snort. "Weren't you the one who insisted on bringing these young oxes for your honor? If we went by ourselves we would have arrived long ago. And we not only brought so many ox demons, but also these 2 burdens." The human head in the middle spoke coldly, "You 2 calm down. Still need me to keep explaining it to you? These 2 humans are demon hunters and captains of their demon hunt squads. To reach such levels of cultivations at such young age, they cannot be nameless figures among humans. If we can exchange their lives to retrieve a demon god crown, it will be a great merit for us." Listening to the human head, the ox head and ram head immediately behaved. The human head wrinkled its brows. "At most we will take 3 more days before reaching our destination." After reaching that point, the previously resolute-looking human head suddenly turned around to a certain direction, coming to a sudden stop there. Right as the group was passing through a hillside, in a series of roars, a large amount of magical beasts were rushing from the top of the hillside, heading toward the army of ox demons. Ox demons being of a naturally fighting expert race, they didn't need at all to wait for Asmodeus' order to already respond in a ready formation. The magical beasts going up the hillsides were really numerous, and although some in the lot were weaker, the overwhelming majority reached at least the 4th rank, with some especially strong ones at the 8th or 9th step. In the midst of these magical beasts stood a huge demonic eye of 1 meter diameter, whose 4 long tentacles were waving around. Psychic undulations kept being released from that huge demonic eye, and these magical beasts seemed as if under its command, advancing accordingly as they flagrantly clashed with the demon army. An intense wave of distorted ripples descended in the midst of the heavy ox demon cavalry. Under the influence of these twisting ripples, the large expanses of ox demons went stiff and immediately sank into disorder upon contact. The over 100 magical beasts immediately launched frantic attacks relying on their basic instincts. The demonic eye commander was still keeping watch from the central rear, launching magic of psychic attribute to stimulate the magical beast on its side, while harassing the demon army with psychic shockwaves. Immediately, despite being in an overwhelming numerical inferiority, their side killed their way and put the ox demons in a pitiful state. However, these 10,000 ox demons were still an undoubtable standing army. After a short time of confusion, they very rapidly settled down their advance, and formed a correct formation to confront these magical beasts. One magical beast after another were gradually killed, while damage was also continuously sustained by the ox demon side. A thick reeking of blood gradually arose in the air. The dragon rider demon god Asmodeus didn't pay attention to the battlefield, but looked toward the peak of the hillside. These magical beasts came just too suddenly. How could there be so many of them living in such a place? Plus, so many different races were moving all together. There could be only one explanation for that: human summoners. At the current moment, the magical beasts rushing down the hillside were already over 500, inflicting not insignificant damage to the ox demon army. Asmodeus determined, therefore, a total amount of summoners atop the hillside. He didn't rush to intervene, as these mere summoned beasts were not enough to break through the ranks of the ox demon army. A sharp sound was emitted as colorless twisting waves broke out once again. This time, the only eye of that demonic eye commander completely turned a blood-red color. As a wielder of psychic magic, that demonic eye's attack erupted. These twisting waves passed through the most crowded areas of ox demons. Those victims from them almost instantly turned sluggish, but this time they didn't recover so fast as with the previous psychic shockwaves, but let out puffing sounds as they spit out blood. The ox demons in the way of these twisting waves died, having their 7 apertures bursting out with blood. This instant, at least 300 of the ox demons perished instantly, also earning some time for the magical demons being encircled by the ox demons. Among them, some powerful ones immediately took the chance and rushed through the gaps in the demon army's formations. From the start of the battle to now, only a dozen or so minutes had passed, but the ox demons had lost close to 1/10 of their forces. Still, the 500 or so magical beasts also suffered similar quantities of losses. After inflicting his powerful blow, the demonic eye commander was visibly quite weakened, and its 4 lengthy tentacles removed themselves from the ground, rushing back to the hilltop. "Want to leave?" The dragon rider demon god Asmodeus snorted as he pointed the large pike in his right hand toward the demonic eye commander's direction. Next, a black glow shot out from the skull flag on the top of the pike, producing a black skull of 1 meter diameter flying toward the demonic eye commander. The other magical beasts were fighting on the battlefield undaunted by dangers, but this demonic eye who commanded their side at the beginning and escaped with that timing was visibly not an ordinary summoned beast. From Asmodeus' view, this should be the contracted beast of a powerful summoner. Even he found this kind of psychic magical beast troublesome, and naturally wouldn't let it leave alive. It appeared as that the black skull was following the demonic eye commander. A golden glint suddenly shot out from the top of the hillside, pulling that demonic eye. In a swish, the demonic eye abruptly accelerated, leaving the black skull behind. The next instant, a figure radiating in orange color came into the black skull's path. The orange radiance suddenly flashed, and in a swish, the black skull dissipated in the sky, and a knight fully clad in gold appeared. That knight was riding a majestic starlight unicorn, spreading out its wings and liberating a pure and holy gloss of light. It was his shield that stopped the previous black skull. A knight along with a summoner? Asmodeus' human head started to reveal a cold smile, and the hell dragon he was riding released its bony black-flamed wings. The ox, human, and ram heads dispersed the same black flames as the hell dragon, and pointed the pike this time toward the distant golden foundation knight. In some ways, Asmodeus was like a demon knight. When encountering a human knight, his fighting intent couldn't help but ignite brazenly. The berserker demon god Onan, and he shared a similarity among demon gods, and that's the special value they attach to individual heroism. Slapping on the hell dragon's back with his right hand, the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus soared and raised his more than 5 meters long pike while still standing on the hell dragon's back, fervently staring fixedly at the opposite longhaochen. Dense black flames burst forth simultaneously from the hell dragon and him, seemingly burning the surroundings. The earth dragon let out a whinny sound, already rushing toward the knight riding a starlight unicorn. Without a doubt, this golden foundation knight was naturally the captain of the demon hunt squad Bright Glimmer of Hope, longhaochen. The previous tide of beasts was obviously summoned by Chen Inger alone, who relied on the 18 creature summoning gates to call out over 500 magical beasts, manifesting her terrifyingness as a high-leveled summoner. In fact, over 10 of her magical beasts were at the 9th rank, matching human powerhouses of the 8th step. The ox demon army would need to expend quite a large cost to get rid of them, so they performed very effective stalling. After completing her summoning through the creature summoning gate, Chen Inger was still recovering. The dragon rider demon god, Asmodeus, pointed his pike forward, causing crispy sounds to be heard as mighty black flames were shot from the peak of the pike, changed into a dragon head in the air, then aimed straight at longhaochen. This blow was far more powerful than the previous attack on the demonic eye commander. At the same time he launched the attack, the sky behind Asmodeus' back turned pitch black. Right at that time, a golden light surged out from longhaochen's back, and immediately, a milky white pillar of light shot from behind him, aiming at Asmodeus. Black and white crossed each other in the sky. When the pike in Asmodeus' hand rose, that black flaming dragon immediately deviated, biting at that white light. But to the surprise of the dragon rider demon god, the white pillar of light directly drilled through the dragon head, as if not affected in the slightest, then landed onto his body. A special feeling immediately filled Asmodeus' whole body. That instant the knight in front of him became suddenly like his lifetime enemy, and Asmodeus' sole wish became killing him. No mistake, that white glow was not any attack, but the release of Yiting's evolved ability through the Saint's spiritual stove. The Saint's spiritual stove is able to attract the enemy's attention, turning oneself into the number 1 target for his offensive attacks, but cannot affect the enemy's offensive power. At the same time the Saint's spiritual stove's effects affected Asmodeus, his black dragon also arrived in front of longhaochen. The divine snail shield of sun and moon was used to block it, alongside divine obstruction. Longhaochen deliberately met this attack head-on, because he wanted to know the extent reached by Asmodeus' true strength. The instant that Black Dragon met with the divine snail shield of sun and moon, Longhaochen couldn't help but let out a gasp. Asmodeus' strike was filled with violent darkness, spiritual energy. A sticky essence of darkness rammed against the divine snail shield of sun and moon. Like a worm, it started to extend and try passing the two sides of the shield to reach his body. Not only that, but the terrifying impact force directly bombarded Longhaochen, even repelling Star King several dozen meters away, before he could stabilize. Divine obstruction is a knight's most practical and most important technique. By using it appropriately, one can resist a several-fold stronger enemy. And with a sufficiently powerful shield, the might of divine obstruction can grow even further. Certainly, one might not necessarily find a better shield than the divine snail shield of sun and moon in the whole alliance. Adding to that, Longhaochen's personal understanding of divine obstruction was close to perfection. But even so, he didn't manage to fully dispel the might of the enemy's strike. A violent impact force shook the divine snail shield, as Longhaochen felt the internal spiritual energy in his body running amok. But by chance, the shield in his hand, transformed from a starlight divine beast, had by its own nature a great suppressing power toward darkness spiritual energy. Holy Light's baptism managed to stop the black flaming dragon's corrosion from spreading. But with this probing clash alone, Longhaochen determined that the enemy was far above himself in strength. When the two sides don't differ much in strength, the saint's spiritual stove can effectively suppress the enemy, but when the gap is so wide, it becomes just a charming effect. After pushing Longhaochen back in a blow, the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus accelerated in a flash, going after Longhaochen's retreating figure, approaching rapidly. The flagged pike in his hands was swept up, aimed straight at Longhaochen on Star King's back. This knock carried an imposing black electricity. Looking from afar, Longhaochen only appeared like a small ball of light, while the dragon rider demon god was like an overwhelming black cloud, making Haochen look insignificant. But this time, Longhaochen made a decision that Asmodeus did not expect. The orange glow disappeared. He unexpectedly recovered the divine snail shield of sun and moon, serving as his greatest defense. Instead, in his two hands he wielded the aria of the goddess of light. Confronting Asmodeus' sweep, the heavy sword in his hand launched a downward strike. Looking for death. Asmodeus let out a snort, and his ox head let out a roar as his pike gained in might. Even with a mountain in his way, he would sweep through it head-on. At a distance, the others from Bright Glimmer of Hope couldn't bear the urge of rushing out, but were stopped by Kyre. Believe in him, he can do it. Dang! With a crisp colliding sound, an inconceivable scene followed. In front of Asmodeus' full-body sweep, Longhaochen actually let go of the divine snail shield, and met it by wielding the aria of the goddess of light alone. More shockingly, the instant the heavy sword and the flagged pike met, Asmodeus' flagged pike was unexpectedly pushed away by Longhaochen. It was possibly a scene inconceivable in everyone's imaginations that had occurred. After Asmodeus' flagged spear was pushed away by the aria of the goddess of light, it changed its trajectory, and was swept towards the top of Longhaochen's head. But right at this time, Longhaochen moved away instantly. What he used was one of the most basic junior abilities used by Retribution Knights, Dashing Thrust. In a gout of bright light, an orange-colored blade projection came out. Asmodeus shot out his left fist as well, to meet with Longhaochen's strike. The ram head let out a loud shout with a delicate undertone at the same time. Against all expectations, Asmodeus swayed from the back of the hell dragon he was still sitting on. If someone else was close enough, he would find out that a wound had just appeared on his left hand. Longhaochen's thrust, which was followed by a stab, could only be described as a splendid move. And after this attack, he didn't stop with that, instantly releasing the 4 spiritual wings on his back. He seemed to have already stopped completely to conceal his abilities, as he landed from Star King's back. Asmodeus, dare to have a match of martial arts with me? Asmodeus didn't expect this opponent, visibly far weaker than himself, to actually be able to wound him. Longhaochen's previous attack's major point was that stab. It aimed at the most unpractical spot for Asmodeus to exert strength, his weakest spot. It wasn't a clash of power but a mere borrowing of force, altering the trajectory of Asmodeus' attack and creating a gap in his defense. To achieve that against an opponent with such a difference of cultivation, Longhaochen's dexterity could already be said to have attained the peak. However, the gap in strength separating him from Asmodeus was after all just too wide. After the first sword thrust, the second blow was unable to exert sword intent, otherwise that attack would surely have wounded Asmodeus far more. To dare challenge the great me, you're looking for death. Asmodeus shouted loudly, spurring on his mount by kicking it, chasing after Longhaochen like a bolt of lightning. In the meantime, while his flight occurred, a majestic scene came to view. The massive hell dragon he was riding just before simply dissolved and instantly covered his whole body, bursting out in black flames. Everything else surrounding his body other than darkness essence was driven out. The dragon rider demon god Asmodeus was furious, but would definitely not look down on the enemy. The fact that Longhaochen could wound him already roused his vigilance. He was naturally able to tell that the aria of the goddess of light in Longhaochen's hands was not an ordinary weapon. To meet a heavy sword of epic tier with his body was not any wise choice. This hell dragon transformed armor was quite similar to Hao Yue and Longhaochen's fusion, except that they reached totally different grades. More frighteningly, in his flagged pike's attack, countless black skulls were coming out from the flag, covering an even larger area. From the looks of it, Longhaochen seemed one instant away from being engulfed. Sending out light radiance, Longhaochen did not keep retreating from that chase. Still holding the aria of the goddess of light in his 2 hands, his surroundings filled instantly with golden streaks of light, giving off the feeling that he was not merely a single person anymore, but purely a sword. The fierce sword intent broke out instantly, as Longhaochen's eyes burst out with dazzling golden light. His body swayed gently, looking like fleeing inside the glowing pike. Dang, dang, repeated series of clashing sounds were heard clearly, as the golden light seemed swallowed by the massive black radiance. The clash looked extremely frantic, but the black radiance was unable to approach him further. The aria of the goddess of light was used on a small scale. Its sharp end kept shifting direction, and every strike from it utilized the method of borrowing the enemy's force, instead of meeting the dragon rider demon god with force. The flagged pike in Asmodeus' hand was continuously pushed away, while these black skulls were unexpectedly cleansed by the golden flames released from Longhaochen's body. Asmodeus' eyes were filled with shock. He did not expect at all that this ant-like opponent would show such great technique. Even with his strength, facing Longhaochen made him feel somewhat unable to muster his force. Every one of Longhaochen's sword strikes aimed at his weakest spot, and as a matter of course, the constantly deflected flagged spear was unable to muster the slightest of its offensive power. A 1 or 2 times occurrence could be called coincidence, but when not a single of his attacks in wide area managed to land on Longhaochen, how could this be called coincidence? It was as if Longhaochen had another eye, able to spot instantly any of his weak points. Actually, even Longhaochen's comrades weren't aware that Longhaochen's greatest spot of expertise was absolutely not offense but defense. Although he practiced both retribution and guardian paths as knight, never forget the choice he made at the time his father had asked him. Over these 2 years, Longhaochen did not really train in retribution knight abilities, but chose to focus entirely in the guardian knight specialization. Although he was confronting the enemy with a sword right now, in practice he was purely defending. That year, while still in Odin town, when Longhaochen was trained by his father, his first lesson had him deal with extremely terrifying owlants. During every day spent confronting countless numbers of them in their cave, only able to rely on the bamboo sword in his hand, being unable to block the assaults of the owlants would subject him to an incomparable pain. Longhaochen was already starting to train his defensive techniques since then. Before Long Xingyu departed, his dexterity already made some attainments. Without the use of spiritual energy, even Long Xingyu was unable to breach through Longhaochen's defense. Could this defensive technique be categorized as a retribution knight or a guardian knight skills? In Longhaochen's heart that was concluded to be a guardian knight's skills. These many years, through the constant increase of his strength, martial arts and deepened comprehension, plus the long training in the Tower of Eternity, Longhaochen had gained great martial attainments. Even at his current cultivation level, winning now against the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus was not an impossible feat. In case they contested only in martial skills, Asmodeus would not have an easy time prevailing. With their previous lesson, Asmodeus did not dare put everything in offense. Longhaochen's attack gave him the feeling that in case he revealed a gap, his sword and body joining as one would immediately make use of it. Of course, Asmodeus had a lot of ways to contain Longhaochen's martial skills, but as a demon god specialized in lone fighting strength, how could he not be thrilled by meeting with an opponent such as Longhaochen? For a moment, he was even unwilling to use his more powerful abilities to annihilate him faster, to make it a contest of mere martial arts. The black and golden color in the sky made fiery clashes, with no one able to deal damage to the opponent. Longhaochen used all he had to constrain Asmodeus, and that was the most important part of their plan. As long as he could contain the dragon rider demon god, his comrades would smoothly fulfill the rest of the plan. Of course, it was not as if Longhaochen was going all out either. He had other trump cards. Asmodeus was ranked as the 32nd demon god, so in case he were to use a really powerful ability, Longhaochen naturally had to keep some strength to respond. At the very moment since he was displaying his 4 wings, he didn't have the intention to hide his identity. The demon god emperor was approaching the Exorcist mountain pass on the basis of Visego's prediction. He even planned to borrow Asmodeus' mouth to communicate his movements to the demon god emperor at the time he arrives, to relieve the Exorcist mountain pass from danger. That was a part of their plan. While Longhaochen and the dragon rider demon god were fighting ardently, the magical beast army was also reaching its last moments. Only 30 of the over 500 magical beasts were left, but all were reaching at least the 7th rank. Due to their onslaught, the ox demon's ranks suffered terrible damage. However, be it in attack or defense, ox demons were valiant opponents. Like elephants facing the bites of many ants, they showed no fear in front of the deadly attacks, and lessened unceasingly these magical beasts' numbers. Right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. From the rear of these magical beasts suddenly appeared a group led by a man wielding a bloody red heavy sword. With a roar, he rushed out brazenly, as the heavy sword in his hand flashed out, lacerating several ox demons with the launch of his massive golden rays, rushing into the ranks of the demons like a sharp dagger. Not only that, but two even more valiant figures broke out from the sidelines, glowing in silver light on the left side and golden light on the right side. Everywhere the silver radiance sprinkled, everything, be it the weapons in the ox demons' hands or their bodies, was instantly reduced to pieces. In the meantime, a massive silvery glow of light producing ear-piercing woo sounds flew out, ready to sweep past the ox demons. 4 more burst out after the first one. The other side's scene was even more mystifying. That golden light came from the bursts of power from a massive golden metallic ball. Everywhere it passed, thunderous explosions were heard. The ox demons were not given the slightest opportunity to approach, and immediately torn to shreds. Beside these three was a mage standing proudly at the back. Waving the staff in his hand, he launched at once 12 bursting fireballs scattering all around, aiming for the most crowded areas in the ranks of the ox demons. Those blue fireballs were like blue specters. Even the small specks of impurity in their way were instantly cleansed, and their explosion caused instant deflagrations. At the rear of the mage was another knight, wielding a heavy shield in his left hand and a heavy sword in his right hand. Their appearance was just too sudden, and their burst of power far too tyrannical, especially that mage whose attacks covered an immense scope. All the bursting fireballs produced over a dozen casualties for the ox demons. The bursts opened long paths through them, and the ox demon army sank into chaos. Without a doubt, the 5 of them who were opening a path were Han Yu, Wang Yuan, and Sima Xian on the sidelines, Lin Xian in the center, and Zhang Fengfeng in the rear. At the same time the 5 of them made that display of power, a resonant dragon cry abruptly rang out. Immediately, a gigantic black dragon rose, flying toward the army of demons. In the sky, this black dragon, extending over more than 10 meters, corroded over 100 ox demons in every breath. On its back was standing a girl, glinting in dense twisting waves. By watching carefully, one would take notice that these twisting waves transformed into ripples entering the black dragon's body from below. A devil dragon. If Han Yu's assault was still not enough to throw the ox demon army into disorder, but only created some confusion, this time the appearance of this devil dragon alongside them immediately broke their center of command. For a moment, the ox demon army did not even know whether they should respond or escape. In these circumstances, the members of Bright Glimmer of Hope entered among their ranks, aiming for the caged carriage. Obviously, the ox demon army was not devoid of intelligence. Some especially large ox demon powerhouses were guarding the cage. One of them immediately shouted in rage, and grabbed the iron bars, climbed onto the cage. Seeing that the enemies were aiming at the 2 prisoners, and furthermore were considerably powerful humans, they already made their preparations to execute the prisoners before they would be taken back. Dense gray radiance flashed, traveling through the left shoulder to the right side of the ox demon's waist. In a strike, the corpse was cut in 2 and immediately fell from the cage. A sweet figure appeared on top of the cage, clad in a long black skirt and carrying a black sickle. A dense killing intent was flourishingly dispersed. With a sweep of the massive sickle, the ox demons guarding the cage were thoroughly killed in a split second. These ox demons overall were pretty strong, but weren't formed with any particularly outstanding powerhouses. Outside of the dragon rider demon god, Asmodeus, the strongest ox demons were only at the 6th or 7th step at most. Could such ox demons even give any troubles to Kair? In Longhaochen's plan, attracting Asmodeus came first, and then his comrades would launch an assault. After all, by relying on Kair alone, although approaching the cage was no issue, carrying the 2 men away in the midst of this army of 10,000 men would be difficult. After Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi were caught for so many days, their bodies' states could be well imagined. They would hardly be even able to stand. Their top priority being naturally to ensure the safety of the two, Kair's mission was to ensure that Duan Yi and Yang Wenjiao wouldn't suffer any harm before the others arrived. Taking advantage of the ox demons in the surroundings having yet to reach out, the sickle of the god of death was waved, cutting the cages like tofu and turning them into fragments without injuring Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi in the slightest. The 2 of them were caught in a state of unconsciousness since long ago. Having lost the support of the cage, they fell limply on the carriage. Kair rushed forward, placing medicine that Lin Xian had priorly handed over to her. After putting them in a supine position, the pills naturally liquefied in their bodies. The devil dragon's appearance caused a massive shock to the ox demon army, to the extent that not many ox demons took notice of Kair's attack when she came to rescue Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. Without a doubt, that devil dragon was McDull's transformation. Although Chen Inger had just used the full power of creature summoning gate with her time-folding spiritual stove, that was with the backing of her spiritual saint robe, so she still retained fighting strength. McDull's transformation was now not only limited to appearance like before. Under the backing of the spiritual saint robe's spiritual energy, he not only didn't need to devour magical crystals, but could even display the strength of a magical beast of the 9th step for a limited time. Piercing through the skies, he rapidly joined Kair's location. Grabbing one of them in each hand, Kair soared and placed Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi on McDull's back. Then the defying devil dragon swiftly flapped its wings, letting out other breaths after turning round, helping Han Yu's group to sweep clean the enemy's ranks. Han Yu's group of 5 now seized the opportunity to gather thanks to their spiritual wings. Ox demons were not a race with the ability of flight. Adding to that the shock caused by the defying devil dragon, the course of their actions went very smoothly, rapidly gathering together in the skies. This activity naturally caught Asmodeus' attention. From the burst of power of the 5 of them, to Kair's act of rescue and the flight of the devil dragon, only about 1 minute had passed. Asmodeus was originally fighting to his heart's content, and felt even a bit unwilling to pour out more of his spiritual energy. That was because he wasn't in the slightest hurry to kill Longhaochen. He was aware of the benefit he gained in this pure clash of martial technique against Longhaochen. Longhaochen's technique was close to the state of perfection and had brought him considerable enlightenment. But the appearance of that devil dragon's aura gave him the realization of something fishy. Lured away from their objectives, I have been fooled. Asmodeus immediately determined the correct outcome. He couldn't continue to be entangled with Longhaochen anymore, and with a roar of rage, the flagged pike suddenly caused the air to stagnate and immediately burst out with black flames, turning into huge pillars of fire exceeding 5 meters in diameter and bombarding Longhaochen. due to the effects of the saint's spiritual stove, he had to kill Longhaochen first to be able to handle the other matter. The terrifying black flames gave off a feeling of stickiness. That instant, Longhaochen felt like he had entered a world of darkness, totally devoid of light. That choking feeling was close to the pain felt at the time of the demon god of death Samanaga's suppression. This was a strike visibly prepared a long time prior by Asmodeus, especially prepared to counter Longhaochen's technique. Your martial arts are brilliant, but what can it do in front of the suppression of absolute spiritual energy? That was the method of using overwhelming power. After launching this attack, Asmodeus almost immediately walked away in haste, flying back toward his army. The defying devil dragon's appearance shocked him terribly. That was the race of the demon god emperor. Could there be a devil dragon that had betrayed his majesty demon god emperor? He had to make this clear. But as he believed that Longhaochen was heavily wounded by his long-prepared blow, and unable to maintain the effects of the saint's spiritual stove, Longhaochen's clear voice came out from behind. "Where are you planning to go? Your opponent is me. MH." The saint's spiritual stove's ability of attraction didn't disappear, and Asmodeus felt huge surges of killing intent. Almost immediately turning back again, he found out with shock that the two massive black flames were still traveling afar, but Longhaochen was still standing on the same spot, only the sword in his hand had changed. With its seal undone, the aria of the Goddess of Light was originally glowing in the orange light of the epic tier, but at that very moment, it had astonishingly turned into a multicolored golden light. Divine tools would not necessarily glow in 7 colors, but something glowing in 7 colors was sure to be a divine tool. The divine snail of sun and moon was already a sure proof of this. Longhaochen was still wielding that heavy sword in his 2 hands, staring ardently at Asmodeus. From the state of his black flames, he determined that this opponent's attack had split it from within, with no real damage caused to Longhaochen. That multicolored golden light immediately drew the dragon rider demon god's line of sight. As we'd expect no less from a demon god expert in fighting, this instant Asmodeus put aside all the other matters and started to focus single-handedly on Longhaochen. In his previous clash against Longhaochen, Asmodeus was in great admiration toward his extremely fierce and profound sword intent and sword technique. Now that the weapon in Longhaochen's hand turned suddenly into a divine tool, Asmodeus had no other choice but to view him seriously. A human knight able to show sword technique and sword intent so close to perfection could veritably threaten Asmodeus. Asmodeus didn't regret not going all out against Longhaochen before, as this battle gave him considerable enlightenment. He was fully certain that through the course of this battle, his martial arts undoubtedly made a good advance. Demons were just like humans in that the closer the battle, the more they will arouse their latent capabilities. Looking at the divine sword in Longhaochen's hand, Asmodeus' eyes were lit up. "Very well. You are indeed qualified to be my opponent. If I kill you today, I will bury you personally as a token of respect." Asmodeus coldly declared this as he inclined the flagged spear in his hand. The one speaking was the human head. To demons, such words were a token of recognition toward the enemy. Humans were viewed as food for demons, especially the human powerhouse's corpses, which demons would never let go of. Asmodeus' statement was giving a great honor to Longhaochen. Longhaochen didn't utter a word, looking fully at the aria of the Goddess of Light at that very moment. How come he did not wield his 2 divine swords simultaneously previously? as a retribution knight. He was originally expert at wielding dual swords, so when wielding two of them, he would surely display an even greater sword ability. The reason why he didn't do so was to enable that reserve move accumulated in the aria of the Goddess of Light. The dragon rider demon god Asmodeus was far more powerful than him, so Longhaochen understood clearly that defeating the opponent was completely impossible, and the same went for stopping him. But he had his own ways. Years ago, when very young, Long Xingyu personally explained the characteristics of all demon gods, their fighting style. Long Xingyu's evaluation of Asmodeus was very close to that of Anan. He assessed the berserk demon god to be a frantic fighter, and in Anan's heart nothing exceeds his own strength in importance. Even the demon god emperor's orders would not necessarily be a target of his obedience. His evaluation of Asmodeus was similar to that of Anan. Asmodeus was also obsessed with raising his strength, but his difference with Anan was that while having this obsession, he showed absolute loyalty toward the demon god emperor. And he's more rational than Anan, but maybe for this very reason, his individual strength was unable to compare with Anan. In other words, Asmodeus was obsessed with raising his strength, but had a sense of priority which Anan did not have. While taking advantage of that aspect of Asmodeus' personality, Longhaochen did not use his power boosts, but relied solely on his martial prowesses to resist. In fact, this was putting a considerable strain on him. Facing an opponent far above him in cultivation, how could it be easy to rely entirely on his technique against Mt Tai? But without a doubt, Longhaochen had succeeded. His sword technique and sword intent deeply attracted Asmodeus' attention. As Asmodeus was not going all out either, but comparing notes solely on the technical aspect, this made an optimal opportunity for the others to rescue Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi. At the time Asmodeus unleashed that powerful strike, Longhaochen was actually long since prepared. Everything was within his calculations. Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi being rescued, Asmodeus would naturally not leave the matter at that. Under the effects of the saint's spiritual stove, he had to make himself targeted by the enemy. So thanks to his state of preparedness, although it was difficult, Longhaochen still managed to respond. While fighting Longhaochen, Asmodeus had been continuously overlooking a matter. That was Yu Ting's disappearance after releasing the abilities of the saint's spiritual stove. After appearing, Yu Ting had continuously remained attached on Longhaochen's back, not participating directly in the battle. She did not even launch a single magic out of fear of attracting Asmodeus' attention, and more importantly, due to waiting for Longhaochen's order for when to fuse with the aria of the Goddess of Light. This was the reserve plan Longhaochen retained. Through incessant soaking in the fallen meteor, both the aria of the Gods of Light and Blue Rain, Hibiscus of Light were internally greatly reinforced. Moreover, because of being nurtured by Yiting through the saint's spiritual stove, their compatibility with Yiting was as high as it could be. Originally, Yiting's first fusion with Blue Rain, Hibiscus of Light, directly caused it to be damaged, but this would obviously not happen now. The aria of the Goddess of Light was the most fitting for Longhaochen's sword intent, and Yiting was only able to fuse with one divine sword, so he kept only utilizing the aria of the Goddess of Light. That way, at the time Asmodeus launched an all-out attack, Yiting could fuse instantly with the divine sword, really raising it to become a divine tool. Full of sword power, the aria of the Goddess of Light was as if it was resurrecting the times of the holy divine sword wield Yi Wushang. Longhaochen's previous Azura strike was seen as a fatal blow from Asmodeus' eyes. Seeing Longhaochen give no reply to his words, Asmodeus' look became instead much more heavy, gripping in his 2 hands the pike he used to be gripping in 1 hand. The 6 eyes on the 3 heads dispersed deep black color. The pike in his hand was slowly pointed forward, as its sharp point took in and sent out large quantities of black halations. It was not formed of flames anymore, but the flagged spear became fully as black as ink. Its sharp point was aimed at Longhaochen, and terrible fighting intent, combined with an incomparably sharp killing intent, were twisting in the space between the 2 of them. Longhaochen still gazed at the divine sword in his hand, indifferently speaking. Asmodeus, remember to tell the demon god that I will be waiting for him in demon territory. Either the demon race or me will die out. I am the Longhaochen you have always been looking to find. Ha! Originally greatly focused, Asmodeus was immediately in great shock after hearing this. The next instant, a deep layer of purplish gold was abruptly released from Longhaochen's body. This purplish gold was instantly poured inside the aria of the Goddess of Light. Then Longhaochen's sword was waved, moving unhindered against him. This sword strike lit the whole sky with a purplish golden streak, rendering it deep black. This was Longhaochen's true full-powered strike, concentrating his whole strength in his sword. During his attack, he felt as if he became one with his sword. At the same time, all the sword spirit on the aria of the Goddess of Light unleashed its might in that purplish golden streak of light. It let out a sort of sigh, which expressed a great feeling of release. Right this instant the divine sword of the holy sword wielder Yi Wushang was finally back. This sword finally had that grateful bearing it used to have in those years. With no sound whatsoever of collision, the instant the man and the demon crossed, Star King reappeared in midair, sustaining Longhaochen's weight while flying away to the distance. To one's astonishment, the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus didn't chase, but stood afloat with a dull look, preserving the same position of thrusting motion. But to one's shock, as the black color of his 5-meter-long flagged pike rapidly faded off, one could clearly see a trail of blood extending from the peak of his pike to his hand. Moreover, a large scar had appeared in the midst of the armor transformed from that hell dragon. Longhaochen's sword strike was blocked by Asmodeus, but he wasn't able to block the sword intent accumulated inside, a sword intent of real might. It went so far as to concentrate all his spirit's forces, reaching a level even he himself couldn't possibly resist no matter what. At this very moment, Asmodeus was deeply shocked by that sword strike, and understood clearly that if Longhaochen's cultivation was on par with his own, that previous sword strike would already have taken his life. Asmodeus became aware for the first time that their martial skills were actually so differing. That weak opponent relied solely on his sword intent to wound him. He, who had always believed that he would not even necessarily lose a duel against a demon god in the top 12. But now he was really certain that there's really a gap between more powerful opponents and him. Recovering the flagged pike, Asmodeus' 3 heads moved slightly. The ox head and ram head unconsciously gave similar looks to the human head in the middle. The human head took a deep breath, muttering aloud, "Longhaochen. Boss, should we chase? If we activate the demon god pillar, that youngster is no opponent for us." The ox head asked in severity. The human head shook head, "We won't chase. Have you forgotten about His Majesty's orders? That if we meet a human knight called Longhaochen, or a human knight riding a magical beast with multiple heads, we cannot act excessively. Let him go. His Majesty surely has his ways to dispose of him." The ram head had its eyes shut. "Boss, I think that we should go into seclusion for some time. After we reach the Exorcist Mountain Pass, let's temporarily not participate in the battle." The human head nodded. "I think so too. I have a path in view. Let's hope to find another chance to cross hands with this human in the future." As he said that, Asmodeus recovered his pike, and his armor dissolved rapidly, returning to the shape of the Hell Dragon. However, this Hell Dragon had a long wound now. Asmodeus did not know that the instant Longhaochen was riding Star King, a mouthful of blood sprayed out on his golden foundation armor's mask. His battle against Asmodeus looked like a simple showdown, but in practice it needed him to spend massive mental and physical efforts. The enemy's pressure was really too terrible. For instance, just remaining in such a constant state of vigilance, to be prepared in case Asmodeus borrowed power from his demon god pillar or entered demon godification mode. In that case, he would have no other choice but to immediately go after the others and launch the Tower of Eternity's transporting ability. Fortunately, though he didn't know it, Asmodeus was still calmly contemplating on his sword instead of chasing. The Star King's full flight speed soon passed over the demon army, after meeting with his team which went further away. Riding on his Hell Dragon's back, Asmodeus looked at the distant Longhaochen. His eyes all had meditative looks. That sword ray's instant was deeply engraved in his memories, and a surge of comprehension had arisen gradually in his mind. Longhaochen didn't know that right because of his fight against Asmodeus, this dragon rider demon god would a short time later rise dramatically in strength, entering the top 24 of the demon gods. Suppressing the energy and blood bubbling forth from him, Longhaochen did not dare relax his senses right now. After making sure that Asmodeus did not chase after him, he finally relaxed for real. At this time, Star King's utility was distinct. Golden halos rushed out from him to Longhaochen's body, causing the rise of a great warmth. While supplementing spiritual energy for Longhaochen, warming healing abilities treated his wounds. But even so, Longhaochen's wounds would not heal in only a little while. For the sake of hindering Asmodeus, he faced all of the enemy's attacks with his own, giving up on defending. Although his opponent's offense was neutralized thanks to his attacking force, the extent reached by the enemy's strength made it so that every clash put a terrible strain on Longhaochen. The golden foundation armor neutralized some of it, but such a long battle involved over 100,000 clashes. Although his body was tough, his blood vessels sustained considerable wounds. Never forget that no matter what could be said, Longhaochen remained only at the 8th step, facing a powerful enemy at the 9th step, the second rank of the 9th step. Even with a comparable dexterity, someone else in the same situation would already have been torn down by an opponent with such powerful spiritual energy. Because of his relation with Hao Yue, Longhaochen's external spiritual energy was far above ordinary people, which is how he managed to hold on, and even wound the opponent and greatly intimidate Asmodeus. After flying for over 50 kilometers, the group gradually landed, and Longhaochen immediately crawled on Star King's back, gasping heavily. In a flash, Kair had joined Longhaochen's side, lending an arm to support him from Star King's back. Han Yu showed no hesitation to join Longhaochen's side and unleash the ability of the spiritual stove of light blessing. Although blessings of light did not have healing effects, it could at least help Longhaochen rapidly recover some spiritual energy. Lin Xian took out a pill and helped take off Longhaochen's mask to insert the pill in his mouth. Even Chen Inger had moved close to him instead of caring about Duan Yi and Yang Wenzhao. Everyone surrounded Longhaochen all around. Seeing Longhaochen's pale face, Chen Inger was dripping with tears. "Boss." Longhaochen forced a smile. "Fool, what are you crying for? Don't you see that I am fine? And how are Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi?" Han Yu said. "I have already been applying some healing magic on him. Thanks to Lin Xian's pills, there is no danger to their lives. However, their wounds are very severe. They will need to be nursed for a certain time before recovering. By chance there is no badly damaged wound." Longhaochen declared, "They are finally saved. Now that we are within the borders of demon territory, we can run against demon troops at any time. We cannot stay in this place for too long. After I regain some strength, let's first get back to the Tower of Eternity." "Yes." Everyone accepted. Kair lent her arm to help Longhaochen sit down. She didn't utter a word, but the pain in her eyes greatly moved Longhaochen emotionally. Touching her small hand suppressed the pain in Longhaochen's body, as he shut his eyes with a smiling face, letting his internal spiritual energy restore his damaged body channels. With the effects of the spiritual stove of light blessings on, his spiritual energy recuperated very fast. Even the spiritual energy stored in his golden foundation armor steadfastly recovered. The others sat in a circle very consciously, and Chen Inger went to take care of Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. While Zhang Fengfeng kept watch, the others all guarded Longhaochen's side. Half an hour later, Longhaochen's face finally recuperated some vigor. Slowly opening his eyes and letting out a spit of blood, he regained his spirits and immediately activated a teleportation with his comrades alongside. On the following day, Longhaochen was in a state of recovery. His wounds were even more severe than the others imagined. For the sake of avoiding affecting his comrades' rescue mission, Longhaochen cut the connection of the soul-sharing chains during his fight against the dragon rider demon god, Asmodeus. He had to bear all the damage alone. Not only his blood vessels were damaged, but even his inner organs. The others also underwent rest and recovery. Under the group's great care, Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi's situations improved greatly. Han Yu put healing magic in full use several times, which stabilized his body with the help of the medicinal pills. Yang Wenjiao slowly opened his eyes, feeling extremely heavy and unable to exert the slightest amount of strength. Only the ounce of warmth coming out from his chest made him feel alive. Ever since his team was annihilated by Asmodeus and he received heavy wounds, his life had been hanging on a thread. Having lost all awareness of time, although awake, he still felt very dizzy. "You are awake." Chen Inger's voice was filled with pleasant surprise. Yang Wenjiao's pupils finally focused, seeing Chen Inger blurrily. Seeing her in a white skirt, he couldn't help but feel startled, muttering some words without speaking them out. Chen Inger retrieved some fresh water, cautiously supporting his upper body with one hand, while her other hand poured some water between his lips. As the fresh water was poured, Yang Wenjiao showed great shock. Inger! His voice was extremely hoarse, far different from its previous dignified tone. "It's me. Big bro Wenjiao, are you better? These demon scoundrels actually persecuted you like that." At this point, Chen Inger's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi's wounds were very grave. Yang Wenjiao had over a dozen fractures and even some of his hands and foot's muscles were broken. Several wounds on his body connected with each other. If not for the originally very good state of his body, even if the demons didn't plan on letting them die like that, he would have long ago joined the side of the goddess of light. Inger, am I already dead? It's really great that I can see you at the time of my death. I've heard that you were in secluded cultivation all this time. If not for that holy war, I was thinking since long ago about visiting you. Unfortunately, I won't have a chance. I have never come to understand why your attitude totally changed. One day, if I have done something wrong, please stop blaming. Okay? That way I can peacefully go. I am finally at ease. I just really hate to part with you. Yang Wenjiao seemed to take his last chance to let out all his piled thoughts to her. At last, he finally used up all the force he had regained with great difficulty, and became unconscious once again. I'm not blaming you anymore, don't pass out. In anxiousness, Chen Inger couldn't help but fall into tears. Hey, don't cry. It's not as if he's gonna die. Sitting nearby, Lin Xian mocked her. Chen Inger gave him a very fierce long look. What's with you? Has drugs, bro, are you provoking me? Lin Xian fell in laughter. Just how many times have we examined him? As long as he's given the time, he'll surely recover. You're just losing your mind in concern. I'm even doubting that his previous words were just aiming at winning your sympathy. Bullshit, he's wounded like that, and yet would act on purpose? Do you even have a heart? Chen Inger broke out in anger. Okay. You've won, stop disturbing everyone with your noise. That was not on purpose, okay? A girl in love is such a fearful thing. Lin Xian immediately raised his hands in surrender, laughing happily. Chen Inger snorted. Just wait, I'll file all my complaints when we meet sisterly Xian. Reminded that Yang Wenjiao was out of harm, her tears naturally flowed down, but she still held his upper body. Thinking back of several memories from the past, her eyes couldn't help but fill up in warmth. Right at this time, Longhaochen, who was in the midst of cultivation, opened his eyes, immediately catching the attention of Kyer standing at his side, who looked at him and asked in concern, "How are you?" Longhaochen smiled in response. "Don't worry, I'm fundamentally all right. The wounds took some of my energy, but it will come back after recovering a bit." With his constitution as scion of light, no light magic was as effective as the self-healing of the pure light essence in his body. With a day and a night of work, all his channels were back to normal. His body was recovering very rapidly as well. Kyer sat nearby Longhaochen, nestling against him and holding his hand, softly asking, "Haochen, do you know when I fell in love with you after losing my memories?" Longhaochen shook his head while rubbing her head with the other hand. Kyer asked in a soft voice, "That was right as the Holy War had just started, when we were on the verge of separating. On those days you were preparing meals for me, heating soup, and protecting me. I won't ever forget the look you had when taking care of me. After losing my memories, I was very indecisive, but during those days, it was thanks to you that my heart stabilized. If one day demons don't threaten the alliance, I want to live with you in a natural environment, an area rich in vegetation, with some small wooden houses, where you could prepare meals as I take care of our children. That would be so great." Longhaochen's heart was pulled by Kyer's words. Taking his hand out of her grip, he held her waist and revealed longing eyes. "That day will surely come. If everyone is willing, we could choose a place to live and build a small village there. I won't need you to do anything, just letting me look at you at all times will do. We will raise various vegetables, live in wooden houses, raise some domestic animals. I will prepare soup and make meals for the children. In the evenings, I will bring the children to the rooftop to look at the stars. Without the darkness brought by demonkind, the sky at those times will be very, very blue. Nestling against Longhaochen's waist, Kair shut her eyes. This time her face of absolute beauty was filled with bliss. That day will surely come. Kair repeated Longhaochen's words, affirming her feelings. Although their voice was not loud, the surrounding comrades could all hear. Gathering their eyes on Longhaochen and Kair, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. Even the strong-headed Wang Yuanyuan's eyes couldn't help but redden. Will this day surely come to be? Demonkind is that strong. As members of a titled demon hunt squad, could they finally bring such a beautiful ending? Perhaps they would die in the next battle against demons. For a moment they felt as if choking, but their hearts were in agreement in their feelings of longing. For the sake of bringing this bliss to the most humans possible, they had to fight against demonkind. This great resolution became firm inside them. Patting Kair's back, Longhaochen supported himself into a straight sitting position thanks to her help. Getting up, he was thinking of just holding Kair to soak in that bliss. But he couldn't do that, he just had far too many things to do. He told the group next, "It's about time. I am going to scout the demon's movements. The moment I can confirm that the Demon God Emperor's group has arrived in the Exorcist Mountain Pass, we will immediately head out into demon territory, letting the Demon God Emperor know our rough whereabouts to relieve the Exorcist Mountain Pass from danger." Kair immediately opened her eyes and stood up. "Let me go. I can turn invisible, making it easier to scout." Longhaochen shook his head. "It won't do. In front of a mental probing at the Demon God Emperor's level, your invisibility will hardly show effects. Let me go. If something goes wrong, I can immediately teleport back. I will be sure to take extra care." Kair was planning to reply but had her shoulder pressed on by Longhaochen, who immediately teleported back after instructing everyone to keep cultivating. In a flash of golden light, Longhaochen was back to the place they came from. The surroundings were an absolutely empty wilderness. After a time of reflection, Longhaochen took off his golden essence foundation armor, putting on a large cloak. Without traveling by flight, he ran quickly toward the Exorcist Mountain Pass. This was for the sake of reducing his release of holy aura. Either the golden foundation armor or his spiritual wings would release far too much light essence. After running for less than 1,000 meters, an overwhelming mental might swept by. The instant Longhaochen was shrouded by this mental might, he felt his blood congeal. A burst of purplish-golden radiance burst forth from within him. This was a boost Haoyue gave him after acquiring his 6th head. In some sense, his strength was already mixed with Haoyue's blood-suppressing force. Without the slightest hesitation, Longhaochen instantly activated the Tower of Eternity, returning inside with a pale look. Only a few minutes had passed from his departure to his return. Seeing Longhaochen coming back so suddenly, everyone was in great shock. "It's the Demon God Emperor," Longhaochen affirmed with no hesitation. "I could sense his mental scouting. There's no mistake, it's surely him. I recognize that mental aura. What a powerful mental force. If he did that from the Exorcist Mountain Pass, his strength is really far too terrifying. We are at least at a distance of 300 kilometers from there, but his mental force came very near." That irresistible feeling was just too terrifying. Longhaochen just felt as if he was violently suppressed by an almighty presence, still feeling dizzy even until now. Seeing his pale look, everyone couldn't help but exchange looks. To be able to inflict such heavy damage to Longhaochen, who had already killed several low-ranked demon gods, with his mental probing alone at a distance of several hundred kilometers, just what kind of strength could the demon god emperor have? Although his evaluation of the demon god emperor was already very high, he had after all never crossed hands with this number one of the demon race. Now everyone couldn't help but look at each other in dismay, feeling full of shock. "What should we do next then, boss?" asked Sima Xian. Longhaochen had already calmed down and replied with seriousness, "Penetrate deep into demon territory with no delay. Just now, I made no prior preparations due to not thinking that the demon god emperor's mental probing could reach such a long distance and didn't protect myself with mental force. At such a long distance, even if he sensed my existence, he couldn't possibly recognize me in such a short time. Remain in the Tower of Eternity, everyone. I am the main instigator of the teleportation, so it will take place where I am for everyone. Even if the demon god emperor is even more powerful, his mental probing must have some limitations of range. I will immediately set out and use mental force protection on myself. Let's see to the rest after entering into demon territory. As long as we pass this hurdle, we can let the demon god emperor know that we are deep in demon territory and draw him back there. Actually, letting them remain in the Tower of Eternity and cultivate was the best method. The demon god emperor was surely expending quite a lot force to launch a mental probing of such a large scale, and naturally could not launch it permanently. Choosing to move when it's off was the safest. But it won't do. What if the demon god emperor takes out his anger on the Exorcist Mountain Pass, due to my absence? Let alone an assassin temple, even the addition of the Night Temple may not necessarily stop the advance of the demon god emperor. The demon god emperor's aim was Longhaochen and Hao Yue, so only their personal appearance in demon territory could attract the demon god emperor's attention. "Boss, isn't that too dangerous?" Qin Inger asked in worry. Longhaochen replied, "No problem. Even if the demon god emperor confirms my presence, as long as I don't cross hands with him and immediately teleport back, there won't be too much danger. If it is only me alone, I can already complete instant teleportation back to the Tower of Eternity. Cultivate here at ease, I will be all right. For the sake of the Alliance, I will be extremely careful." No one tried to persuade him, as Longhaochen always handled matters reliably and would make very few uncertain decisions. He had already proved this on countless missions. Although everyone was worried for his safety, they also held absolute confidence towards him. In a flash of golden light, Longhaochen teleported back once again, this time covering his whole body with the protection of his mental force. Right after stepping toward Xingma Dalu, he immediately rushed frantically toward the opposite direction, making way inside demon territory. If they were to contest in mental force, Longhaochen was far from being an opponent for the demon god emperor. But all he was using his mental force for was to protect his body. At such a large distance, the awareness the demon god emperor would have of him wouldn't be too strong. While rushing at full speed, Longhaochen tried his utmost to perceive the degree of intensity of the demon god emperor's mental scouting. Very rapidly, he understood how the demon god emperor managed to miraculously reach over 300 kilometers distance with his mental scouting. The demon god emperor's mental scouting wasn't multidirectional, but only aiming in one direction, like a light beam shot horizontally. This way, his mental force would be fully gathered in one direction, naturally covering a much greater scouting range. However, even so, the terrifyingness of the demon god emperor caused Haochen to have chills, shaking a bit of his self-confidence to defeat him in the future. These recent years, Longhaochen's strength had been growing at high speed. But at this very moment, he found out shockingly that the gap between the demon god emperor and him was still sky high. No wonder his grandfather gave him such an assessment. Long Tianying had told Haochen before that the present age's demon god emperor was the most powerful to appear since the descent of the demons 6,000 years ago. He very possibly broke through the million spiritual energy for real, reaching the peak of the 9th step, and close to reaching the legendary boundary of the 10th step. What's the 10th step? That is a god's boundary. And since the demons were originally not from his world, they weren't subjected to the limitations imposed by this world's gods. There are not even records of this level of attainment, because there had never been a human reaching this level. The heavy matter of vanquishing the demon god emperor is still far off. While thinking so, Longhaochen sped along. Just as he estimated, although the demon god emperor's mental scouting would land onto him at some intervals, it couldn't go through the surface of his body. It felt as if Longhaochen was a rock, which the mental scouting only swept past. The demon god emperor's mental scouting didn't get stronger from beginning to end, which means that he shouldn't have found out about Longhaochen's presence. But even so, he didn't dare loosen his vigilance in the slightest, still focusing all his attention on the nearby changes. As soon as some wind blows along the surrounding grass, he would immediately teleport back to the Tower of Eternity. Demon camp outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass. In a deep green tent having just been established, the demon god emperor sat, cross-legged and shutting his both eyes, making special movements with both his hands. This huge tent's surface was at least of 500 square meters, extremely wide. But inside the tent were only the two almighty demon gods known as Demon God Emperor and Moon Demon God. The moon demon god Agars was seated calmly behind the demon god emperor, a wavering look on his face, as his look swept occasionally through the surroundings. Situations of human-demon hunt squads ambushing the demon god emperor were already not a rare matter. Although in front of him, these humans had insufficient strength to be considered a threat, they had inexhaustible killing methods, so even the demon god emperor had no choice but to be careful. The terrifying mental force of the demon god emperor first went through the tent to reach high altitude, before spreading to the surroundings. Otherwise, if the demons in this camp were swept by this terrifying mental force, all would stand limp and wouldn't dare budge. As the second demon god, Agar's strength was the closest to the demon god emperor in all demonkind. But right because of that, he understood how terrifying the demon god emperor's strength was. His strength already overbounded the demon category since long and was closer to the divine category. Even Agars trembled in front of his terrifying mental force. He understood clearly that although he could be called the number 2 demon god, even if you were to add up Visago, Samanaga, and Marba's forces, the three of them would definitely not be opponents for the demon god emperor. Without need to mention humans who don't know the extent of the demon god emperor's strength, even their own side's demon gods didn't understand clearly what their ultimate sovereign reached. As the most powerful demon god emperor in demon history, Xiufeng's real thoughts were unclear to all. The overflowing terrifying mental force vanished gradually, as the demon god emperor slowly opened his eyes, revealing a thin smile. "Your Majesty, have you made some discoveries?" Seeing his expression, Agars asked immediately. Xiufeng had a tranquil smile. He remarked rebukingly, "How many times have I told you that no matter whose presence we are in, you are to call me boss, not your Majesty? We are brothers." Agars smiled at him. "Courtesy cannot be abandoned. As the number 2 demon god, I especially have to set the example. Boss prestige will forever be supreme." Xiufeng shook his head with a smile on his face. "Here you go again. Do as you please then." Seeing Xiufeng in a pretty good mood, Agars asked, "Have you made some discoveries, boss?" Xiufeng nodded. "This youngster is really a cunning one." The trails disappeared a split second after appearing. It should be that teleporting ability Abao spoke about. I am unable to grasp their spatial location too. I'm afraid that's a teleporting treasure of the divine tool class. Agars nodded. It is really going as third brother predicted it. It looks that catching him will really not be an easy matter. Not a strong opponent, but quite a cunning one. The demon god emperor revealed an ounce of disappointment and frustration. "What a shame! A shame." Agars looked at Xiufeng with some uncomprehension. "Boss, why is it that I get the feeling that you seem to not really want to kill this human?" Xiufeng's eyes revealed a trace of loneliness as he shook his head. "So what if I do not want to kill him? I still have to kill him. Compared to the prosperity of our large race, what is a single person? Even if that person was Abao, I'd also have to kill him." Reaching this point, his eyebrows looked up, a cold smile appearing on his handsome face. "These old human bastards are still really showing respect for me. 3 demon hunt squads are lying in wait around us, all formed of members exceeding 200,000 spiritual energy. Are they afraid that I would act against the Exorcist Mountain Pass? But how could they know what the Exorcist Mountain Pass is in my eyes?" Agar's eyes lit up. "Want me to go teach them a lesson, boss?" Xiufeng shook his head. "No need. These guys are quite cunning and won't easily intervene against us unless it comes to the last resort. I don't feel like paying attention to them. After I handle that matter and get the status of God, I will purge them from earth with a flick of the wrist. Do you know why I have still yet to dispose of them? That's because I want to give humankind the feeling that they are really keeping me under control. This balance cannot be rashly broken, otherwise the life and death struggle with humanity won't be easy for us to settle." Agars nodded. "This holy war's aims should have already been attained. Boss, when should we end it? The damage to us these 2 years is considerable too, but the total population has finally been regulated." Xiufeng asked, "How about the condition on the eastern side?" After Andromalius died, leaving the devil snakes as a headless flock of dragons, the demon god emperor specially dispatched another demon god to keep watch. As the largest source of food supplies, the Eastern Ocean was extremely important. Agars replied, "The current situation is pretty good with the order you gave of speeding up the exploitation of the oceanic resources. Our food supplies for this year are about 30% higher. With the decline of our population due to the Holy War, there will be no issue maintaining ourselves for the time being. Furthermore, since these years you have been encouraging plantations and cultivation, these humans have been quite obedient. The amount of foodstuff is increasing year by year." Xiufeng nodded. "Good. Keep seizing as many human artisans as possible from the Alliance. After the Holy War terminates, this will be our most immediate priority for the future. Also, let's also encourage human reproduction. After our domesticated humans reach sufficient numbers, we can go wipe out the Temple Alliance. I hope to see such a day happen in my living years. Agars showed a smile. Boss has 1,000 years to rule, you're still young. Xiaofeng replied indifferently, I'm not young. However, if I can stabilize my foundations as a god, ruling eternally is absolutely not impossible. After I kill that longhaochen, this holy war can immediately be terminated. Humankind has lost a great deal of strength, and will be sufficiently intimidated. Yes. Longhaochen had been running for 2 days and 2 nights in the wilderness, trying as far as possible to conceal the pure light essence coming out from him. He could only rely on his 2 legs. After a day of hurried running, he already stopped perceiving the demon god emperor's presence. But even so, he absolutely didn't dare take a break. The most important to them had yet to come. They had to attract the demon god emperor's attention within the shortest time possible. For the sake of increasing his distance from the demon god emperor, Longhaochen had been traveling in an easterly direction. Among all 24 demon provinces, the central province was actually not the most important one. The northwest of the continent was under the Temple Alliance's control, while the demon side controlled the rest of the territory. Looking at the continent as a whole, the central province was actually in the south-central region, the nearest one to it being the southeastern fort, protected by the warrior temple. The Exorcist mountain pass was considerably far, but demons occupied such a large area that when alone, Longhaochen was simply able to move without any hindrance. In such circumstances, the demon god emperor would hardly find him for real. On the past 2 days, it wasn't as if Longhaochen was running blindly either. In his rush, he stimulated his internal spiritual energy, treating already most of his internal wounds. Upon entering in Yale province, they could already be considered deep in demon territory, so he could finally relax. Now they needed to make noise to gain the attention of the demon god emperor. From the map Yu Yi handed over to him stored in the Eternal Melody, when he unfolded and examined it, it not only recorded the terrain and towns, but even the garrisoning situation of the various demon clans. But of course, out of consideration for the Holy War, the current situation should have changed to some extent. The Yale province was in a convenient location, its capital Yale City being in the midst of the main road. A demon god should be in garrison there based on the contents of the map. That was the 57th ranked demon god, Panther demon god Oser, commanding the Panther demons stationed in Yale City. Panther demons could not be considered a clan of fighters. They were quite low in numbers but had their own characteristics. In times of battle, they wouldn't be as tough and valiant as demonic bears or ox demons, but were extremely fast, expert in launching surprise attacks with astonishing offensive force. Expert in both speed and offense, they were close to Jacques demons in number, but because of the presence of their demon god bloodline, their strength and position were far above Jacques demons. In this Panther demon clan, Longhaochen's target was fixed. Only he didn't know whether this 57th ranked Panther demon god was or was not in Yale City. No matter whether he would be there or not, Longhaochen already took the decision to tell the demon god emperor about his arrival in deep demon territory with that surprise attack. Activating the Eternal Melody, Longhaochen returned the next instant in the Tower of Eternity. The members of Bright Glimmer of Hope, who were all seated cultivating at the same spot, immediately awoke from the state of cultivation upon longhaochen's return. "Haochen, how are you?" Kai stepped forward and was the first to ask. The others gathered round as well, but only Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi were still lying on the ground. However, these two were now awake. After receiving 2 days of care and treatment, they at least wouldn't lose consciousness in a single movement. Longhaochen replied, "I have already penetrated deeply in demon territory, and at the present time, I am already in Yale province. Be prepared everyone, I will be teleporting us in the north of the Yale province, approximately 200 kilometers from Yale City, which will be our first target. We will be setting out 2 hours later." Although these 2 days of travel were enough for him to finish recovering, his mind was considerably tired. After all, he had to travel in a state of extreme vigilance, and needed some rest before he could proceed. Everyone nodded successively. Seeing Longhaochen back safe and sound was already a proof that he had broken away from the demon god emperor. Going once again into demon territory, and to launch an assault, how could they not be excited? Each of them were already eager for action. Longhaochen squatted in front of Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi. "Brother Yang, Brother Duan, how are your injuries? Is it feeling better?" Seeing Longhaochen, Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi couldn't help but have their hearts filled up with all sorts of feelings. After being defeated by the dragon rider demon god, Asmodeus, they didn't think they would have the chance to stay alive. And they expected even less to be saved by their greatest rival in the Night Temple. Back in those years, when everyone was undergoing the test to become demon hunters, Longhaochen's cultivation was still far from the two of them. After the elapse of time, although they also hadn't met him for a while, they understood very clearly his achievements of the past. He was the first person to destroy a demon god pillar in human history, the cause for the demon god emperor to launch a holy war, yet backed by the alliance, the killer of a demon god. Each of these achievements were sufficiently shocking, unsurpassable pinnacles. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi, being also highly talented knights, were both geniuses in their young ages. If they were in the previous generations, they would surely be the most valued targets of nurturing for the alliance. But as they were born in the same generation as Longhaochen, they were doomed to remain concealed under the background of the Scion of Light. Haochen. Haochen. Just from calling out this name, Yang Wenjiao's voice was choking with emotions. Speechless for a moment, he couldn't help but lower his head in the midst of numerous emotions flowing in him, unwilling to look straight at that handsome face. Yang Wenjiao, Han Yu, and Longhaochen were all children of the Night Temple's higher-ups. Because of living with his mother in his childhood, Longhaochen's fate was naturally completely different from the other two. And what Yang Wenjiao and Han Yu had that he didn't was haughtiness. The Night Temple being the head of the 6 great temples, and their families being naturally gifted, they had some pride deep in their bones, which is why Yang Wenjiao would inadvertently offend Chen Inger as well, while Han Yu had suffered a crushing defeat against Longhaochen back in the Demon Hunter Selection Competition's preliminary contest. The prides of these two differed in that Han Yu's display was far more distinct, which is also why he suffered its aftermath far earlier. Yang Wenjiao was far more steady. As the grandson of the head of the Temple Alliance, calling him the #1 prince in the Temple Alliance would be no exaggeration. But he never showed an overbearing character by relying on that status, but put forth instead far more efforts than anyone else, for the sake of taking over his grandfather's glory one day. Without Longhaochen's extraordinary coming, he only had to keep on living and grow smoothly to very possibly become the successor of the Night Temple. But because of the immense pressure brought by Longhaochen, he had to exert even more effort. But Longhaochen's talent really exceeded his overmuch. With, in addition, the far greater efforts exerted by the latter compared to him, he could only stare blankly as the gap between Longhaochen and him only kept widening. This feeling had been choking up Yang Wenjiao's heart, frequently making his feelings unstable. The collaboration of his demon hunt squad with Duan Yi's suffered destructive damage due to the Dragon Rider demon god Asmodeus' attack. To Yang Wenjiao, this was a far excessive damage. After getting captured by Asmodeus, he once attempted to suicide but was stopped by the demon god. At that time, he knew he was used for amusement. No matter whether the annihilation of his demon hunt squad was his fault or not, as a captain, he had his unshrinkable responsibility. Even if he were to miraculously make it alive, he knew that he would forever be unable to enter the higher-ups of the Night Temple. How could this not discourage him? If not for how Chen Inger took care of him these 2 days, he would be feeling even worse. But Chen Inger's forgiveness gave him the courage to keep on living. Now that he looked at Longhaochen, many feelings mingled in him, but most of all, he was in massive shock. Thank you, Haochen. This favor of saving my life will be forever in my heart. Yang Wenjiao adjusted his feelings and spoke these words sincerely. At this moment, he had already lost the heart to compete with Longhaochen. Chen Inger had already informed him of the matter of Longhaochen having become the provisional Saint Knight head. So he has really already reached the 8th step. Yang Wenjiao's gratitude was truly sincere. Although he knew that he could never surpass Longhaochen in the future, this time not only his life was saved, but he could furthermore reunite with Chen Inger and obtained her pardon. Longhaochen showed a faint smile. You should rather be thanking Inger. Ever since she learned the news that you were captured, she was restless every second. We were just present at the right time and no more. Yang Wenjiao sighed. It's my fault, I have ruined my comrades' prospects. If I didn't make that strategic decision, that operation would not have happened. I have no face to meet grandfather or return to the Demon Hunt Squad's mission tower. Haochen, I am thinking of leaving from here when my wounds get better. This life will be sacrificed against demons. What's that nonsense? Beside him, Chen Inger had become furious. So your life has no worth? These 2 days, I worked for you until being blue in the face, and you still want so stubbornly to go die. What do you want me to say to that? Just go to hell. Go to hell. Saying that, Chen Inger turned around and ran, bursting into tears in the embrace of the nearby Wang Yuanyun. Looking at her, Yang Wenjiao's eyes darkened, but he did not call out to her, only remaining silent. Longhaochen wrinkled his brows and declared, Brother Yang, I know that this matter has hurt you greatly. But have you thought of that your life does not belong only to you? Why do you think that we have been doing everything we could to save the 2 of you and Brother Duan? Was that for you to once again throw away your life? You are both excellent figures from the young generation of our Night Temple with unlimited future prospects. Don't tell me you want to ruin yourself after a single setback. Would that be worthy of Grandpa Yang? Worthy of Inger? If you really want to die, you will not only ruin yourself, but also end up as a thorough coward. I am not a coward. Yang Wenjiao bellowed in rage, and because of the emotional act, his injury was once again stimulated, and his face couldn't help but turn pale once again. Hearing Longhaochen's angry scolding, Chen Ying'er stopped crying as well. Seeing Yang Wenjiao affected by his wound, she couldn't help but want to get back to him, but was held in Wang Yuanyuan's arms. Yuanyuan gave her a meaningful glance and shook her head. Longhaochen showed a sneer. "You're not a coward? If you're not a coward, why would you be declaring your intention to end your life like that? To run away from everything like that is the most cowardly behavior you could have. Think carefully, how did these comrades of yours die? Wanting to die is a possibility, but would it be worthy of them to run away like that? Are you not afraid in the slightest that they would go stab your backbones in the other world? Your comrades are still demanding retribution, and you want to send away your life like that? There's no way the dragon rider Asmodeus would even remember you. He'll even be glad that he didn't tire himself to kill such a coward who didn't even dare take revenge. I know that deep inside you have always had the wish to surpass me, becoming the number one of the younger generation of the Night Temple. Just come. I will be waiting for you. Are you prepared to give up like that? Do you think there is only one divine throne available in the Night Temple? Yuanyuan, get hold of Ying'er. I will be throwing away Yang Wenjiao right now so that he can go perish on his own. Anyway, he wants to go die. What's the use to wait for his injury to get better? Not expecting such a harsh rebuking to come out from Longhaochen's mouth, the whole group became dumbstruck, and everyone was speechless for a moment. Longhaochen's cold voice thrust inside Yang Wenjiao's heart like a sharp blade. "No," Yang Wenjiao shouted. "I need to keep living. I have not taken revenge for my comrades yet. I cannot die like that." His eyes had both already become bloody red. "The dragon rider demon god, Asmodeus, is mine. I will be sure to tear his dismembered body into countless pieces for my comrades' retribution, and to let their souls rest in peace." "Me too." Duan Yi, who had been staying silent all the previous time, also spoke. "A half of Asmodeus' life is mine." Longhaochen, who saw things were about right, let out a cold snort and turned back toward his own mates, remarking, "What are you looking at? Haven't I told you to go get ready?" Saying that, he glanced at them meaningfully. "Yes, sir." Including Chen Ying'er, all the members of the Demon Hunt Squad, Bright Glimmer of Hope, including Zhang Fangfang as well, uproariously responded. Out of Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi's field of view, Sima Xian and Lin Xian showed their thumbs-ups to Longhaochen, and Chen Ying'er greatly loosened her breath, glancing thankfully at Longhaochen. Without rushing back to Yang Wenjiao's side, she sat down and underwent cultivation without consulting with anyone else. Now was clearly not a good time to pay attention to Yang Wenjiao, so that he could calm down and cool down his head. Kyer accompanied Longhaochen to sit far away, and smiled at him. "I'm becoming aware for the first time that you can really be so harsh with your words." Longhaochen replied quite helplessly. "There was no other way. Have you paid attention to the emotions showing in their eyes? They were totally out of light. The death of their comrades inflicted them with a far too huge blow. Their unreceptive state was just too helpless. If I weren't harsh, there was no way to awake their fighting spirit. Although their courage to keep on living has only been stimulated using the pretext of revenge, this will at least enable them to keep living on and slowly get better. They are no fools and should get over it." Kyer nodded, then observed Longhaochen's tired look and said, "Hurry up and go rest. Can't our operations be delayed a bit? You're too tired." Longhaochen shook his head resolutely. "Out of the question. With every minute we waste here, great-grandfather has higher odds to have to face the demon god emperor's attacks. We must let the demon god emperor know that we are already deep in his territory as soon as possible. And furthermore, there will be at most the 57th demon god in Yale City. He won't be an excessive threat to us. Speaking these words, he immediately shut his eyes and started to undergo meditation. Although Kyer knew that Longhaochen was mostly doing that for the Alliance and all humankind, the Exorcist Mountain Pass was after all her household. Seeing Longhaochen refuse to take more rest even in such a tired state, how could she stay passive? In the meantime, she prayed secretly for her great-grandfather and parents, that the demon god emperor must by no means attack the Exorcist Mountain Pass. If she knew that 3 formidable demon hunt squads formed only of almighty heroes were keeping watch on the camp where the demon god emperor was stationed, she wouldn't be so nervous. How could the Temple Alliance have nothing prepared to restrict the demon god emperor? Maybe these 3 demon hunt squads added up were still no opponents for the demon god emperor and the demon gods on his side, but if they were to stake everything to attack the demon god emperor, even Xiufeng, known as the most powerful demon god emperor in history, would have to weigh it carefully. 2 hours passed very rapidly, and at the time Longhaochen opened his eyes, his comrades were all gathered together. Without more chatting, Longhaochen immediately spoke, set off. While saying that, his eyes swept through the distant Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi. They were now in meditative postures, visibly starting to recover from their wounds through the means of cultivation. That was definitely a good start. Longhaochen showed a thin smile as he activated the teleportation of the eternal melody. In a flicker of golden light, they reappeared in the jail province. Longhaochen's limpid golden eyes flashed with deep purple intent, and immediately, a trail of purple light appeared in front of him. Soft purple halos took shape within a diameter of over 10 meters, where a massive figure appeared. 6 pairs of extremely cold eyes were opening slowly, revealing different colors. A steady and grim aura came out from his amethyst-colored body. Longhaochen aside, the others all immediately had chills from seeing his cold look, comparable to a deep pool of ice. Only when his 6 pairs of eyes looked at Longhaochen, the look on his face changed, making a complete transformation. Becoming amiable and excited took only an instant. All 6 heads gathered, crawling in front of Longhaochen and lightly stroking his body, just as if trying to gain his favor. Chen Inger breathed deeply, extremely shocked. Hao Yue's aura had such qualitative changes. Noble, proud, ice-cold, and his scales are so beautiful and charming. At the time Longhaochen had summoned Hao Yue in the battle against her grandfather, Chen Inger had already become unconscious, so this was the first time she got to see Hao Yue after reuniting with the group. As a summoner, she naturally had a great understanding of magical beasts, but seeing Hao Yue, even as the spiritual saint girl, she didn't feel an affinity with Hao Yue. In other words, even the spokesperson of the mythological beasts was unable to interact with Hao Yue, much less gain his approval. A magical beast with whom the saint's spiritual girl is unable to connect. What could that mean? What's more, Hao Yue's cultivation had just stepped into the 8th step, still far from the peak for a magical beast. However, Chen Inger didn't find that strange. Even her grandfather didn't understand Hao Yue's limits, much less her current self. Most of all, the stronger Hao Yue was, the better that would be for the team. She naturally didn't have a bad impression just because Hao Yue didn't pay attention to her. Lightly patting Hao Yue's head, Longhaochen declared, "Let's get going. Follow me." On Hao Yue's back, everyone. Han Yu spoke in amazement. Captain, I'm afraid this will cause Hao Yue to expose himself. Hao Yue's amethyst-colored scales were just far too conspicuous. Even at high altitude, the sunlight's reflection would make them very easily findable. Longhaochen revealed a tranquil smile. Getting found out by the demons is what we want, otherwise how could we attract the demon god emperor's attention? I'm afraid that we are just going to have to play hide-and-seek with him for a long time. This statement was full of self-confidence. Playing hide-and-seek with the demon god emperor. Could anything else sound more domineering? After evolving to the state of getting 6 heads, Hao Yue's body didn't keep enlarging, but he already surpassed 15 meters in length. Longhaochen's group of 8 didn't feel crowded in the slightest on Hao Yue's back. Hao Yue lifted his 6 heads, extending his immense pair of wings. His massive limbs stomped abruptly on the ground, pushing his massive body to the air. That instant, his wings seemed to cause gales as he flew, his magnificent amethyst-colored figure breaking into the skies, facing the south under Longhaochen's instructions. Just after Hao Yue started to fly, a green glow of light spread out from Little Green's head, enveloping his body as well as Longhaochen's group inside. Floating technique, able to massively lighten total weight. This originally single-targeted wind spell was unexpectedly showing multi-targeted effects when used by Little Green. After the reduction of weight by Little Green, he flapped his wings, greatly speeding up and flashing like an amethyst-colored meteor streaking toward the horizon. Seated on Hao Yue's back, the members of Bright Glimmer of Hope were all extremely steady, but did not feel comfortable at all because of the strange suppressing effects the unique aura released from Hao Yue's body had on them. Furthermore, taints of coldness were occasionally spreading, making them quite uneasy. This kind of feeling hadn't appeared before, even at the time Hao Yue evolved to his 5-head state. Kai rushed to tell Longhaochen about this feeling. After reflecting for a short instant, he determined that this should be mostly related to Hao Yue's bloodline force. After getting his 6th head, Hao Yue's bloodline force was distinctly aroused significantly. That was the most distinct major change outside of the fact he had obtained his 6th head as well as another elemental attribute. That was the only reason for the feelings of unease everyone had. Still, for the sake of this surprise attack, everyone could only bear with it. At long last, Longhaochen made Hao Yue restrain his bloodline force and aura as far as possible to avoid affecting everyone too much. Hao Yue's speed of flight was enormous. At the start, Longhaochen thought his speed would surely not match Star King, but he realized his mistake very fast. With the support of Little Green's wind magic, Hao Yue only kept accelerating, and completely surpassed Star King's standards. Several thousand meters were traversed, and in merely half an hour Jail City was already in their sight. Our target is the Demon God Palace in Jail City. After Hao Yue descends, we will strive our hardest to destroy the buildings and kill the demons inside. But you must not exit the range of the Demon God Palace. Inger Lin Xian, you two mustn't leave Hao Yue's back. Inger, don't intervene for now. If the enemy launches a large offense, your beast summoning magic will serve as backup forces for us. After giving them simple warnings, Longhaochen patted Hao Yue's neck, communicating his intentions to him. The massive amethyst-colored body immediately turned into a streaking purple meteor, diving down fast straight at Jail City. Every demon god was qualified to have a demon god palace built under his name. However, the norms differed. Every 12 ranks, the norms would rise by a grade. The demon god emperors was undoubtedly the most majestic of all these demon god palaces. Although Longhaochen was unsure of whether the panther demon god Oser was in Jail City, no matter whether that was the case, his demon god palace was surely built in Jail City, as that was the area under the demon god's protection. Moreover, that was surely the best building in the whole city, so even though this was their first time coming here, in the midst of Haoyue's fast dive, they immediately locked onto the location of the panther demon god's palace. This demon god palace was located in the central area of Jail City. The massive palace reached up to 1,000 meters in height, and its floor area at least 10,000 square meters. On the front end of the massive palace, a panther head-shaped entrance was visible. The fiery red-colored panther face had its large mouth opened, and pitch-black marks extended from the forehead to the back of the head. That was the demon god palace of the panther demon god, Oxir, the panther demon palace. All demon god palaces were built according to their respective demon gods' preferences. Magic arrays set up by the demon gods of the prior generations were set up, strengthening their cultivation and strength. Therefore, one could say that a demon god would be the strongest within his own demon god palace. Except for special situations, their demon god pillar would generally be stored in their demon god palace. In the sky, a giant amethyst shape dove down, immediately gaining the attention of the panther demons inhabiting Jail City. Panther demons exceeding the 6th step had the ability of flight. Over a dozen yellow figures soared above Jail City, heading for that sudden amethyst shape in a rush. Panther demons generally reached a height of 2 meters. Those at least reaching the 6th step had pairs of wings on their back, becoming major panther demons. In build, they were close to humans, but with a panther head and yellow hairs growing all over their bodies. The stronger a panther demon gets, the more thick and moist its hairs become. Roa! An overwhelming roar sounded out, and immediately one could see 6 radiances of different colors rush out. The major panther demons which had risen to the sky were their immediate victims, and one could see these levitating major panther demons turn into trails of blood, as a massively oppressing spiritual energy came to view. A large expanse of fireballs, ice arrows, wind blade, light edges, fallen rocks and deep purple poison spheres came to view, engulfing the panther demon palace. That was Haoyue's bursts of attacks. Don't dare underestimate these low-grade spells coming out from him. These spells produced a far superior might than ordinarily. Every one of these spells were compressed at least 3 times more than normally. However, the panther demon god palace was after all the palace of the panther demon god Oser. Those surprise attacks immediately activated its defensive formations, and pitch-black halos abruptly spread out from within, turning into a massive black barrier, which enveloped the whole panther demon palace within. Concentrated magic was fired at that black barrier and produced all kinds of ripples, but did not cause any substantial damage to it. The panther demons inside Jail City were still considerably fast to respond. If one were to survey from high altitude, he would see that a large amount of panther demons were flocking from all directions, while some panther demons came out from the panther demon palace as well. It wasn't as if the Temple Alliance's demon hunters didn't launch offenses against Jail City, but that was the first time it was done so openly and fearlessly, clashing from the very front. In fact, such an attack would be faced not only by the Panther Demon Palace, but also the entirety of the Panther Demons in Jail City. The Panther Demons' clansmen were not very numerous, but at least 10,000 in count. Jail City being the land of their foundations, the most powerful panther demons were almost all residing there. The powerhouses of the 8th step alone were already over a dozen. In normal times the panther demon god Oser would also be keeping watch, and moreover Jail City wasn't a neighboring city, so even if such a brazen frontal assault succeeded, it would inevitably cause demon powerhouses to rush from all directions to encircle and annihilate the troublemakers. Hao Yue's fast divine figure was about to reach the panther demon's palace as his previous offensive barrages of magic didn't manage to significantly damage the darkness elemental protections in the panther demon palace. At the very moment, his appearance was seen clearly by the panther demons below. A 6-headed dragon? From Hao Yue's grown wings, head shape, and horn, he was currently not looking like a lizard anymore but closer to a dragon. As all the panther demons felt enormous confidence in their panther demon god palace's defenses, and believed that Hao Yue was undoubtedly going to be repelled back, his 6 heads snarled once again loudly. A layer of purple intent spread out from his body, clashing with the defensive barrier of the panther demon palace. A strange scene followed. To the shock of the panther demons on watch, the instant the shield and purple intent came in contact, the defense slipped away like snow from a freshly oiled floor, and the massive Hao Yue landed explosively on the summit of the panther demon palace. Badoom! The violent explosion splashed dust and rocks in all directions. The whole Yale City was shaken by the ear-splitting loud sound and shaking. Hao Yue unexpectedly broke inside the panther demon palace just like that. A large hole had appeared on top of the panther demon palace, letting his 4 vigorous limbs land inside the main hull of the palace. The massive shaking from his violent landing caused the appearance of wide cracks, but it seemed that Hao Yue was totally unharmed. His 6 large heads fired like 6 magic cannons, launching offensive magic to his surroundings at a frantic speed. The inside will always be the least solid part of a fort. The panther demon palace was also like that. Who could guess that someone would break through the defensive barrier? Hao Yue's tempestuous magic combinations, using 6 elements, immediately made the inside of the panther demon palace a total mess. All the members of Bright Glimmer of Hope felt dumbstruck. Hao Yue was just too fierce. They were originally prepared to join the battle to dispose of the defensive protection, but who would have thought that it would get smashed after just one roar from Hao Yue? At that very moment, they felt totally carefree. Hao Yue's performance was just too delighting. Most of all, Chen Yinger was excitedly hopping on Hao Yue's back. Yang Wenjiao had sustained heavy wounds, and although they were starting to get better, fully recovering in 1 or 2 months would be impossible. This enmity was naturally accounted to the nearby demons. Plus they were directly attacking a demon city, and even a capital city. Using such methods made it just too fulfilling. Hao Yue's magic bombardment made those panther demons not even dare rush forward directly. The panther demon palace was really solid. Although large damage had appeared in the midst of the violent explosion, the whole building had yet to crumble entirely. Right at this time, yellow figures leaped on the surroundings, their violent darkness essence instantly turning into black defensive barriers aimed against Hao Yue's magic bombardment. With a stare, Hao Yue's 6 heads roared at the same time. Immediately, another burst of purple intent appeared, immediately causing the black-colored barrier of the panther demon powerhouses to collapse and stopping their defensive magic. Hao Yue's 6 heads then released another burst of repeated spells, this time scattering and smashing the bodies of panther demons of at least the 6th step. Lin Xian gulped his saliva and looked at longhaochen. "Boss, how come I feel that there is not even a need for us to act? Hao Yue is doing well enough by himself." Indeed, when Hao Yue's 6 heads fired, there was no opportunity at all for them to take part. Hao Yue's magic covered almost the whole Panther Demon Hall. With each of Hao Yue's jumps, great consequences followed. Longhaochen had a look of pleasant surprise. After getting his 6th head, Hao Yue's magic was greatly amplified. Furthermore, his spiritual energy was almost inexhaustible. While launching magic, Longhaochen could feel a great amount of elemental residue appearing in Hao Yue's body and replenishing his spiritual energy very fast. Just in this short while, the Panther Demon Palace was totally in ruins, without the slightest bearing of a demon god palace. Don't worry, when more powerful panther demons come, everyone will get to join the battle. Longhaochen addressed that reply to the whole group. Just as Longhaochen spoke, a yellow figure suddenly flashed out like a bolt of lightning, rushing at Hao Yue. It was just too fast, taking close to a breath to arrive in front of Hao Yue. And in the meantime, as it accelerated like that, it effectively dodged all Hao Yue's spells very closely every time, all of which left slight twisting yellow traces on its back. That was a panther demon with golden hairs all over the body. His citron-colored eyes flashed with dense killing intent. On the front end of his vigorous arms were sharp claws. The instant it arrived in front of Hao Yue, the wings on its back made a sudden turn, changing direction abruptly. While rising upwards, its claws were aimed straight at Little Light's eyes. Be it in terms of speed, power, or reactivity, this panther demon was much more powerful than the previous ones. A sharp and substantive darkness aura was swept violently, producing sharp hissing sounds in the air. That power was close to the state of spiritual highland. Panther demons' weakness lay in their mediocre defense, but their speed and offensive power was top-notch. The performance of this panther demon was brilliant in these aspects. Facing such a sudden surprise attack, Hao Yue acted like he didn't see anything, as he kept launching the spells he was casting, paying no attention to that. An orange-colored radiance flashed as the panther demon's attack was on the verge of reaching Little Light's head. Dang! In a sharp and clear exploding sound, the panther demon's body was shot away. His pair of sharp claws took a special posture, releasing 4 pitch-black blade projections until Longhaochen came to block the attack. Longhaochen's body was flickering in golden light. That was the ability Bright Vengeance produced after his divine obstruction. When he received this panther demon's last attack, his body only shook slightly, but immediately repelled it. That gold-colored panther demon was at the 8th step. The extremity of his foot used Hao Yue's back as support, as an orange-colored blade projection was swept away instantly. Just after meeting it, all the black blade projections were immediately scattered and smashed. Immediately, Longhaochen's body came to a sudden standstill, and the aria of the Goddess of Light was waved forward. This sword strike didn't leave the slightest trace in its way. The sword intent in it was not sharp, but rather carried traces of warmth. But that golden panther demon abruptly felt unable to avoid it. Even drawing back was impossible. Despite his level of speed, he was completely unable to escape from being enveloped by that sword intent. With a low howl, the claws of that golden panther demon instantly turned gold-colored. Its body made a rushed rotation, and the pair of claws simultaneously aimed to strike Longhaochen. The spiritual energy released from the claw even produced a gloss of dark gold. Clang! A sharp sound accompanied the golden panther demon's scream. Just how many demon powerhouses had Longhaochen a lady faced? He had already fought over 5 existences reaching the demon god level. Although he didn't achieve victory every time, having experienced battles against so many powerhouses of such kind, how could this panther demon of the 8th step possibly stop him? This warm-looking sword intent let out an instant burst upon clashing with the golden panther demon. The brittle, sharp sound was the abrupt shattering of the claws against the aria of the goddess of light. However, this golden panther demon remained quite valiant. After the aria of the goddess of light ruptured its claws, although a deep bloody scar was produced from its chest to its thigh, that still didn't kill him in one blow. In fact, that was the sword intent released by a divine sword. To resist instant death against it, this panther demon was considerably valiant. Feeling an increasing affinity between the aria of the goddess of light and himself, Longhaochen didn't even look at the panther demon he had just neutralized. In another flash of orange color, a blade projection was released, and this time, its golden radiance enlarged, chasing that panther demon, which was instantly split in two. A demon powerhouse of the 8th step was just annihilated by Longhaochen, who was at the same 8th step. This gap of strength was also a gap of equipment. Longhaochen's set of equipment all reached the epic tier at least. The aria of the goddess of light and divine snail shield of sun and moon could even reach the divine tool tier at any time. Adding to this his understanding of sword intent, even the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus had to respond prudently, yet was finally wounded by Haochen, not to mention this ordinary golden panther demon. But at the same time this golden panther demon launched its assault, other golden figures rushed forward, as black-colored blade projections entangled in midair, blocking a great part of Haoyue's bombardment, and a large amount of panther demons flocked from outside. At least 8 other golden panther demons had made their way into the hall to stop Haoyue's magic attacks. Seeing the complete mess inside the panther demon palace, these panther demons let out shouts of fury. But they were only surrounding Longhaochen's group and didn't attack in a rush. Haoyue's magic came to a stop. He coldly glared at the surrounding panther demons, and the downcast chanting from his 6 heads' mouths started to change rhythm. Longhaochen obviously knew what Haoyue was planning, and immediately jumped on Little Light's head, mentally telling him to stop chanting that incantation. Haoyue was trying to use the 6 elemental essence of disorder. No matter how many panther demons were present, in case this fired off, probably no survivors would emerge outside from these golden panther demons of the 8th step. The other panther demons would certainly face death. But an essence of disorder of this level came with a very large burden for Haoyue too. This was a strategic location for demons, so Longhaochen had no intention to launch a teleportation from here, so he definitely had to maintain Haoyue's strength. And furthermore, he sensed some response inside this panther demon hall, of the enemy existence he really wanted to meet. Go! Longhaochen waved his hand and took the lead to jump from Haoyue's back. Now that they were in demon territory, he didn't need to conceal his identity anymore, and spread out the 4 golden spiritual wings on his back to shoot like a golden arrow at the enemies. Outside from Qin Inger and Lin Xian, everyone jumped down in succession from Haoyue's back as well. With Haoyue's protection, the 2 mage didn't need to worry for their own safety at all. Wang Yuan, Sima Xian, Zhang Fangfang, Han Yu and Kai'er charged into 5 different directions from Longhaochen. Each of them unfolded the spiritual wings on their backs, and released powerful auras of might. At the current time, they were completely different from their younger selves. Before the Holy War, they encountered such powerful foes that they had to perfect their formations for survival, putting safety as the top priority. But they already had the strength to assume complete responsibility for themselves. Gathering together to fight against enemies of this level would only impede their fighting strength. At that very moment, Hao Yue once again showed a whole new face. In the midst of low-voiced chaotic incantations, Little Flame made the first move, causing 6 flames to flash through. Including longhaochen inside, the 6 individuals rushing out were covered with a protection of fire. These protections reached about 3 meters diameter, glinting in dark red radiance, but without affecting their movements in the least. Outside the protections, the panther demons facing them would feel extreme heat. The weaker ones had their hairs scorched even from a distance. Little Green was the second one. He added up the acceleration technique's boost to everyone. As green light flickered under everyone's feet, their bodies became visibly more nimble. Immediately following, 2 immense halos encompassing the whole stage dispersed, all aimed at the enemy. The 9th Holy Guard's gravity technique was mimicked in Little Yellow's incantations, and the extremely fast panther demons immediately felt full of chills, greatly restricted. Another glow came out from Little Yellow, emitting simple fluctuations of light, and providing even more holy aura as a supplement, which impressively weakened the panther demons utilizing darkness attribute. Little Purple and Little Blue were both in the midst of chanting, seemingly requiring some more time to be done. But without a doubt, the power of a chant would increase with its length. As another mage, Lin Xian was dumbstruck while standing on Hao Yue's back. The current Hao Yue was like 6 saint magic tutors of the 8th step fighting shoulder to shoulder. From the beginning of his attacks to his current global boosts, his strength was domineering. And each head had its own frightening intelligence. 6 intelligent beings in one body, able to harmonize with such perfection. Just what kind of magical beast could that be? Qin Ying'er's shock was not below Lin Xian's in the least. Gaining the effects from Hao Yue's boosts, Longhaochen's group of 6 was already fighting the enemy at close quarters. Longhaochen was the first one in action. In front of him were 2 panther demons of the 8th step with a large quantity of panther demons of the 6th step. The weakest enemies that reached out here were already at the 6th step of cultivation. Obviously, these panther demons knew very well that sending weaker individuals to face these humans who dared to forcefully break out in the midst of the demon god palace would have no use at all. Myriads of blade projections dispersed unrestrainedly, filling the whole hall with thunderous murderous spirit, as a light essence full of substance blossomed brazenly. It was a sword's rain. Even without Hao Yue's boosts, Longhaochen's fighting strength was already considerably terrifying. Sword's rain covered an immense area, instantly encompassing all the opponents within the surrounding 30 meters. Every one of the immense sword projections were like the real things, just as if countless images had come out instantly from the aria of the goddess of light to strike at the enemy's images. Longhaochen's powerful strike was really just too fierce. Let alone those panther demons of the 6th step, in front of his sword's rain, even golden panther demons could only draw back rapidly, resisting with all their strength. In a flash of blood color, 1 panther demon of the 6th step after another was crushed in front of sword's rain. Their passive defense was useless in front of its power. While the golden panther demons could only barely defend themselves, counterattacking would hardly be possible. The only intent of these panther demons' resistance was precisely to spend their quite resilient strength along with their own spiritual power to do their utmost to use up Sword's Rain's power. But even so, Longhaochen's sword not only breached their attempts but even left corpses of over 30 panther demons. With sharp bellows, just as Sword Rain's power declined, the 2 golden panther demons surrounded Longhaochen's sides like bolts of lightning. Their sharp claws had already turned dark gold as they frantically attacked him. But just at this time, another heavy sword had appeared in Longhaochen's left hand. A jadeite-like dark green gloss flashed in a glint and dispersed a greenish-gold luster, enveloping Longhaochen inside and concealing his figure under its shining illumination. In a series of crisp, melodious tones, the 2 golden panther demons were blasted back simultaneously, as tiny ruptures were left on their naturally extremely tough claws. Longhaochen's figure flashed forward once again, paying no heed at all to them. Lightspeed Flash was launched, instantly exceeding the golden panther demon's speed. Overbearingly rushing into the ranks of the grand panther demons, he burst out with dark green and orange dual-colored radiances, turning into a blade storm engulfing the whole crowd. A terrifying attractive force pulled the surrounding grand panther demons. These ordinarily extremely valiant demons were torn to shreds just like fruits, turning into fine particles of blood and flesh. The 2 golden panther demons were totally unable to stop Longhaochen. In front of a blade storm of such level, they didn't even have the courage to rush in. Just then in other areas the intense smell of slaughter was bursting out. Kai'er's attacks were the most simple and direct. Simple gray arcs were traced in her hand's path, as the sickle of the god of death's gray afterimage brought death and annihilation, while greatly purifying darkness. Just as Longhaochen was slaughtering his way unrestrainedly, Kai'er had also gotten rid of a golden panther demon. Now the sickle of the god of death's cold blade struck, massacring the ordinary grand panther demons. Its dense gray brilliance became all panther demons' nightmare. Compared to Longhaochen and Kai'er, Han Yu and Zhang Fangfang were visibly behaving as expected. The 2 of them had a huge shield in one hand and a heavy sword in the other one, charging their way out. Although their killing power was unable to compare with the vice-captain, the 2 of them showed invulnerable defense. At every strike, deaths would follow. As guardian knights they visibly showed some restraint, prepared at any time to rescue their comrades. The real spotlight was one Wang Yuanyuan and Sima Xian, who joined in total slaughter. Wang Yuanyuan's eyes turned blood red, seeming just like the time she was resisting the demon army in the warrior temple. The blood in her was already boiling profusely, and in her hand, Bloodstorm let out a drizzling red brilliance with terrible offensive strength, as the gigantic divine soul shield became her long-ranged weapon. Everywhere she passed, demons were blown to pieces. A faint bloody aura was emitted from her body, and upon its sight or when crossing eyes with Yuanyuan, all demons had the feeling of losing all their guts. That was the terrifying bloody murderous spirit Wang Yuanyuan nurtured in the battlefield. Walking through seas of corpses, she caused uncountable demons to perish under her weapon Bloodstorm. Entering the state of battle, she emitted a tyrannical aura of slaughter, as if it was a matter of course. Blood cut and bloody dance were used alternately. Adding to that the power of her spiritual stove of spatial gate, she instantly drilled through the most packed areas to let her slaughter unfold. In just a few instants, the Grand Panther demons she killed were not below Longhaochen in the slightest. Although Wang Yuanyuan is a girl, she currently showed no trace of pity. On the other side, Sima Xian also showed an extremely tyrannical display. This guy may not be able to instantly transport himself in the midst of the enemy's ranks like Wang Yuan, but his destructive power was even higher. Flapping the wings on his back, Sima Xian lit in pure golden splendor. Like a piece of metal being cast, his face and skin turned gold-colored. One could faintly see that gold color being dispersed from his chest. A golden panther demon went on his way, attempting to stop him by the means of a global encirclement with the help of the other grand panther demons, but at this time, Sima Xian lifted the terrifying gigantic ball of light in his hand. To one's astonishment, the energetic ball of light actually let out the orange radiance characterizing equipment of epic tier, which immediately turned purple. Myriads of purple lightning bolts instantly burst out, bombarding the panther demons. Even that golden panther demon was unable to make a narrow escape and had to put his all in defending. The speed of lightning made it absolutely unable to escape. Therefore, a panther demon's speed became a useless specialty. These lightning bolts managed to take in over 100 panther demons, which became all scorched, with all their hairs standing straight, and at least having sustained fatal injuries if not yet dead. Immediately, Sima Xian flung his energetic ball of light, but unlike the energetic ball of light of the past, it had now a dark, gold-colored chain on its tail, looking quite thin, about a little finger's width, but reached an astonishing length of 10 meters. One could see an intense golden light abruptly rise on the chains above Sima Xian's hands. The instant the chains of his gigantic ball of light reached their peak, they immediately came to a sudden stop in midair. Then myriads of white glows burst forth from the gigantic ball of light. The white glows immediately hit the panther demons with strikes of lightning and thunder, turning them into ashes and leaving only a magic crystal on the ground. Even that golden panther demon fell, having turned pitch black as its body twitched without pause. With a lift of Sima Xian's right hand, the gigantic ball of light arose abruptly. As it landed, circles of white halations surrounded that golden panther demon of the 8th step, rendering him totally unable to escape the expertise of the gigantic ball of light, crush, smash, and triple blast. In a horrifying boom, the golden panther demon was directly squashed into paste. His series of attacks actually totally emptied his side of panther demons. In fact, the grand panther demons that had rushed into the hall totaled only 500 or 600, forming the entirety of the panther demons' elites. The 9 golden panther demons at their lead were the most tyrannical ones of the whole panther demon clan, but in a few instances, over 200 grand panther demons and 4 golden panther demons, which is close to half of them, just perished. Sima Xian's terrifying area of effects rapidly overtook the others in the slaughtering count. Even Longhaochen's prowess was masked behind his. Lin Xin and Chen Inger looked at each other, filled with dumbstruck feelings. Just when did Sima get that strong? Wasn't his spiritual energy the weakest of all of us? But that terrifying tyrannical power just now left them in shock. Even a panther demon of the 8th step was unable to withstand a single blow from him. How did our Baldy become so awesome? Chen Inger asked in shock. Lin Xin twitched the corners of his mouth. He was really believing himself to have made extremely rapid progress in these 2 years, but from the looks of it, all of them made similar gigantic progress. Chen Inger was so, and Sima Xian and Wang Yuan were also so. This guy seems unafraid of the backlash of the godly purple thunder spiritual stove. What he has just used should be an advanced ability of the spiritual stove. And that gigantic ball of light, when did it turn out to reach the epic tier? His fearlessness toward the godly purple thunder spiritual stove should be related to that gold color. How come his equipment improved so dramatically? When did the priest temple become so rich and overbearing? Careful Sima. In the midst of the enemy's ranks, Longhaochen shouted suddenly. Right at this instant, a dark red figure appeared in the battlefield without warning, heading for Sima Xian. A dark red brilliance seemed to arise, turning into a panther's shape, aiming a strike on Sima Xian's chest. From hearing Longhaochen's warning, Sima Xian understood that this was the sudden attack of an enemy surely far above himself in strength, and able to threaten his life. Otherwise, Longhaochen wouldn't say that. In fact, Longhaochen had been closely following this enemy's presence all this time, planning to attract his attention with his display of strength. But who would have expected Sima Xian's destructivity to even exceed his, altering the enemy's target and catching Longhaochen unprepared? Sima Xian's eyes suddenly lit up as he lifted the gigantic ball of light, placing it in front of his own chest. A fantastic scene appeared as a sort of eye opened on it, forming a large arc of purple lightning exploding loudly. Badam! A terrifying explosion shook the whole panther demon palace, forming a great expanse of dust. The dark red panther figure achieved mutual destruction with the purple lightning, and came to a sudden stop before even coming into contact with Sima Xian's gigantic ball of light. However, Sima Xian also became pale. Without leaving the time to the dark red figure to launch another attack, a white glow wrapped around Sima Xian's waist, pulling him back. In the meantime, Longhaochen's golden figure brazenly stood in front of Sima Xian. Right at this instant, of Hao Yue's 6 heads, Little Blue and Little Purple were done chanting. Rings of ice were launched in succession, aiming at the surrounding panther demons while causing the nearby temperature to plummet abruptly. In a dense area, all panther demons were frozen. The golden panther demons of the 8th step with greater cultivations were still better off than the grand panther demons who turned into a large amount of ice sculptures, unable to struggle free for a little white. Immediately afterwards, countless purplish-green poisonous spheres were launched to all directions. These spheres only reached the size of eyes, and landed onto each ice sculptures, turning them into the same color as the panther demons inside were melted in the midst of that purple-green color. Longhaochen's previous shout functioned as a summons, and at the same time he appeared in front of Sima Xian. Han Yu and Zhang Fengfeng rushed from the 2 sides with Wang Yuanyu and coming from the rear. Kai'er's figure also disappeared in the midst of her invisibility. Longhaochen was now extremely shocked, not because of the enemy's sudden surprise attack, but by Sima Xian's strength. Longhaochen had clearly sensed the strength of the enemy's previous attack, but didn't expect Sima Xian to resist it, not only ending up totally unwounded, but also not even pushed back in the slightest. That was an enemy reaching the 9th step of cultivation. This time, their enemy came to everyone's sight. A 2 meters tall panther demon dispersing intense dark red flames. Compared to the other panther demons, his build wasn't particularly different, but the dark red flames surrounding his body in a very sticky state, as well as his shiny dark red hairs, were distinct proofs of his identity. Panther demon god Oser? Longhaochen shouted the question stentorianly. That's right, that powerful panther demon was their chief, the panther demon god Oser protecting the Yale province. Although Oser was bursting with rage in front of that scene, he didn't lose all control due to anger by the enemy's strong surprise attack, right against the panther demon palace. Hao Yue's entrance in the panther demon palace roused him up from his previous state of cultivation, but his arrival was clearly quite late. Seeing the frantic slaughter of Longhaochen's group, especially Sima Xian's last display, he found it far too tyrannical. Therefore he chose after slight considerations to ambush Sima Xian, getting rid of their most powerful attacker. But he didn't know that Longhaochen's group was linked through the soul-sharing chains. Even if Sima Xian hadn't resisted his attack like that, to inflict fatal wounds to Sima Xian would be impossible thanks to its sharing. Looking at these young humans, Oser's complexion became unsightly. He knew that he wouldn't have an easy time. Even his panther demon palace met with destruction. Atop of that, close to half of the panther demon's elites were slaughtered in this short time. This was an unparalleled damage for the panther demons. These humans looked quite young, but he just saw personally their tyrannical strength. But this place was his territory, the panther demon palace. As the panther demon god, he couldn't possibly retreat in front of his clansmen. Despicable humans, you will all die today. Oser's cold voice spread with extreme anger. As he said that, the claws on his back made slight rhythmic movements, and the whole panther demon palace started to emit fluctuations of darkness spiritual energy. A dark red pillar abruptly surfaced in the palace's backyard, and its thick body gradually took shape. This thick demon god pillar was decorated with countless panther demons' engravings, and dark red flames rose violently from it. To deal with this panther demon god, Longhaochen couldn't possibly bring him in the Tower of Eternity for assassination like with the demon god of deep vision. The last time, some strange phenomenon had happened between the demon god's powerful innate ability and the eternal melody's transporting ability. But to transport such a powerful demon god without his consent would be basically impossible. How could the counterpart show no struggles? But Longhaochen never imagined to face a situation like the current one, where he felt absolute confidence in vanquishing a demon god in front of him. And that confidence was due to the fact he was not fighting by himself, but had all these powerful teammates at his side. Sima Xian's tyrannical offense confirmed to him that in these 2 years, every one of his comrades had made considerable progress. As a whole, they already had the strength to resist a demon god head-on. After the battle against the dragon rider demon god, Longhaochen faintly felt that if they were only facing Asmodeus, the addition of his comrades and his full strength may perhaps match Asmodeus. But because of Asmodeus' demon god transformation and domain, Longhaochen didn't take the risk, out of fear of following the same road as Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi. But now they were facing a demon god in the 5th dozen of the ranking, 57th ranked demon god Oser. He had already resolved himself to take a demon god's life today. "We are the Demon Hunt Squad Bright Glimmer of Hope, and I am the Captain Longhaochen. I am telling you our name so that you can die contentedly. Inger go!" Longhaochen declared, and let his words be heard by all panther demons present since his objective was originally to expose his tracks. Hearing Longhaochen's order, Chen Inger immediately sat cross-legged on Hao Yue's back and started to chant. She obviously understood what their captain meant. They were to go all out to handle the panther demon god, so her mission would be to stop any interference in the battle of Longhaochen and the others. Lin Xian's incantation also started. His line of sight was focused onto the panther demon god Oser, and this time, Hao Yue was very settled, coldly watching the surroundings with his 6 large heads. After suffering the joint attack from Little Blue and Little Purple, the Panther Demon's elites had already lost 70% of their troops, and the rest were not in good condition. Now they were clearly shrinking back in fear, and the outside of the Panther Demon Palace was extremely noisy. Visibly, a large amount of Panther demons had rushed in, but all were certainly unable to compare with the previous Panther Demon's elites. The Panther Demon god Oser let out a howl of fury, and the dark red flames on him started boiling like a volcanic eruption. As he shot out, Oser's muscles expanded greatly with the influence of the dark red pillar, exceeding 3 meters in the blink of an eye. His pair of sharp claws grew by over 1 meter in length as well. His legs were particularly thick and solid, and the dark red wings on his back vanished, turning into smaller curved wings. His pair of dark red eyes were filled with inexhaustible rage. Longhaochen displayed a cold smile, and a golden figure took shape on his back before spraying a golden glow full of sacred aura and landing on the Panther Demon god Oser. After having just completed demon god transformation, Oser suddenly became sluggish. Although he didn't sustain any wounds from that white glow, he suddenly felt an imperceptible danger from the unblockable white glow entering into contact with him. After raising his head to give it another look, he found out that he could only see Longhaochen in front of him. That was ability of the Saint's spiritual stove, from that golden figure which was certainly Yi-Ting. The Panther Demon god Oser was the Panther Demon's commander, so his strength couldn't exceed a Panther Demon's limits, at most he's a reinforced version. From the scene when he attacked, it could be determined that speed was its greatest specialty. After all, what did it mean that his wings unexpectedly shrank after Demon God transforming? His wings turned into bent wings, which means that it was majorly boosting its speed. Which is to say, after Demon God transforming, Oser's speed would really be greatly strengthened. Longhaochen's fighting experience was really plentiful, enabling him to determine Oser's most troublesome aspect immediately. If his speed was left to be used fully, their sides' battle formation would certainly be broken through. At that time, the battlefield could only become the Panther Demon God's one-man stage. But Longhaochen had his own ways. The Saint's spiritual stove is really the bane of speed-specialized demons. Even if you can go even faster, your target can only be me, and you cannot attack anyone else. Which means that your speed will only be directed against me, and as long as I don't get killed, you won't be able to deal with any other. And although Longhaochen was directing the whole pressure at himself, at the same time he weakened the Panther Demon God most effectively. In his left hand, blue rain, hibiscus of light was drawn out. In a flash of golden light on his back, the holy aura on Longhaochen's body immediately rose hastily as Yi-Ting directly fused into him, making his spiritual energy even more pure and raising it enormously. Holding the divine snail shield of sun and moon in front of him, Longhaochen didn't spare any spiritual energy, pouring it all inside this shield of divine tool grade. He didn't have the slightest thought of competing against Oser in terms of speed. In front of a speed-specialized demon god of the 9th step, choosing to compete in their field of dominance was absolutely no wise choice. What's more, he had no need to do so. All he would need would be to defend unwaveringly, not give the enemy any chance, and no more. The rest would all be left to his comrades. In a state of panic from getting struck by the Saint's spiritual stove, the Panther Demon God burst out in dark red radiance, and abruptly arrived in front of Longhaochen like a dark red streak of light. Its 2 massive claws tore through the air with a hiss as they were swept at Longhaochen. Everyone behind him could see that Longhaochen's right foot took a slight step back, and his whole body traced an arc, while the divine snail shield in his hand dispersed a multicolored golden light, forming a shield in front of everyone. With a ringing metallic sound, Longhaochen stood motionless in front of the shock. The golden light on him enlarged greatly, then, bright vengeance. Seeing their captain's stance, how could his comrades not understand the tactics required for Longhaochen? With no hesitation, everyone at his back emerged and launched attacks all around the panther demon gods. With a violent clash, Longhaochen felt his arms going numb. Secretly, he couldn't help but feel alarmed about the brutality and offensive power of the panther demon god after its demon god transformation, unexpectedly nearing Asmodeus standards. Seeing the massiveness of the boost provided by the demon god pillar, Longhaochen was really lucky to be able to challenge the demon god of deep vision in the Tower of Eternity. If Crossel had the demon god pillar on his side, Longhaochen would surely be the one to have died. After repelling Longhaochen with his strike, Osair was startled as well. As a demon god, he naturally sensed the real level attained by Longhaochen's cultivation. Although the equipment on him was really top-notch, that was still no more than a knight of the 8th step. He was obviously confident to not get killed when the gap in cultivation was so wide. Moreover, he was already in the state of demon god transformation, giving a qualitative boost to both his internal and external spiritual energy. Even a demon god in the top 50 would not be his opponent if they don't use demon god transformation, especially when Osair's specialization is his attack. His attack was very powerful, but he was facing the divine snail shield born from a starlight divine beast, and one that reached the divine tool rank in Longhaochen's hands. It was not because it wouldn't be able to stop Asmodeus' attack that Longhaochen didn't use the divine snail shield against him, but because its spiritual energy consumption was just too high, preventing it from being used for too long, which was no good for such a prolonged battle. At that time, he couldn't even afford to use Yiting's help to have his spiritual energy boosted, as he had to conserve Yiting's force to boost the aria of the Goddess of Light. But the current situation was absolutely different. Longhaochen was not by himself, having so many comrades on his side. His mission was to stop the panther demon god's attacks and direct all of them on himself. For that, there was no better choice than the divine snail shield of sun and moon. The shield of divine tool rank paired with divine obstruction would feel, even to someone at his level of demon god, like an unsurpassable barrier as long as Longhaochen's spiritual energy wasn't close to exhaustion. Osair's move was unsuccessful, but his terrifying power still came to view. The effects of the saint's spiritual stove made him unable to target others, but didn't stop him from feeling the massive threat brought by the others. In a flashing sidestep, he evaded like a bolt of lightning and aimed his claws at Longhaochen's direction. He knew that as long as this knight died, he would be able to deal with the others. But as the panther demon god was making his move, the members from Bright Glimmer of Hope arrived. 2 red glints landed on Osair at the same time as his speed went up even further, but came to a sudden stop for a blink of an eye right on the instant he launched his last attack. These 2 red glows were from Zhang Fengfeng and Han Yu's lock ability. While locking on the panther demon god, Han Yu activated his spiritual stove of light blessings, while wild scarlet blood in his right hand was swept violently at Osair. The spiritual stove of light blessings was without doubt mostly activated for Longhaochen's sake, gathering more spiritual energy to back up his defense. Whether wild scarlet blood would manage to wound the panther demon god was not even a matter he concerned himself about. Zhang Fengfeng's attack was very heavy, relying on Locke to gather the spiritual energy in his body on his shield as shield strike was launched. A dense light essence instantly rose, striking the panther demon god from the side. Osair's speed was really something. Despite being under the effects of the two knights' lock ability, its attacks still slipped through to their side. The assault of the two guardian knights of the seventh step only affected his speed a bit at most. But this instant, an overflowing bloodlust was directed at Osair. That strength was nothing in Osair's eyes, but the aura of slaughter contained in that bloodlust caused him to have uncontrolled chills, as his attacking speed decreased once again further. The terrible weapon of legendary tier Bloodstorm produced a terrifying might while unleashing Bloodcut alongside Bloodsaw Wild Dance. An attack of such a large scale was already impossible for Osair to avoid. Ho! Osair let out a howl, terrifying might ascending in the shape of dark red flames from his body and turning into countless panther skulls, bombarding all directions. He thought it well, although he was affected by longhaochen, launching area attacks would be no issue. This knight aside, how could the other humans resist his full power attacks after blocking the demon god transformation? But he had looked down too much on the post-transformation saint's spiritual stove. From the time it was initially offered to longhaochen by his father Xingyu, it had evolved several times. Among the lot were Yiting's fusion with the spiritual stove, as well as the absorption of the crystal left by the demon god of deep vision. The instant following the appearance of those countless flaming skulls, the multidirectional bombardment that was expected didn't happen, as all of it was redirected towards longhaochen by a mystical attractive force. The current longhaochen was wrapped under the cover of the multicolored golden shield wall since long ago. With the boost of the spiritual stove of light blessings, the time longhaochens could use the divine snail shield certainly increased tremendously. Moreover, he had the spiritual energy backup of Yiting and the golden foundation armor. Violent clashes resounded without pause on the shield wall, but it wasn't able to cause the divine snail shield to sway in the slightest. And Osair's mistake caused him to have to sustain the enemy's attacks. Bloodstorm's attack was the first to come, simultaneously pairing Bloodcut and Bloodsaw Wild Dance, turning into many wind blades cutting on his swelling skin. A gaudy bloodlight burst out from these cuts, causing Osair to shout violently despite that after being demon god transformed, his body's resistance was greatly enhanced. After all, he was not a demon god expert in defense. In addition, Bloodstorm was a piece of legendary equipment putting emphasis on offensive power. Immediately, a large bloody cut was left on his back. The cut inflicted by Bloodstorm was going from the right shoulder to the rib, and although it wasn't deep, it was a real wound on his body. Furthermore, after Bloodstorm infected the demon god's body, a mysterious change happened. The original blood-red radiance suddenly turned into an orange color. Such a change from the slaughter weapon improved the cutting force even further as Bloodstorm struck through Osair's back. The fierce murderous spirit greatly affected his defense. Wang Yuanyu and also had an expression of pleasant surprise as Osair was forced to shift direction, attacking longhaochen's shield wall frantically. She couldn't help but glance at her Bloodstorm. She immediately found out with a shock that the trace of orange radiance was spreading over the sawtooth blade at frantic speed, as an incomparably murderous spirit burst out. To be precise, Bloodstorm was evolving. Originally a blade of slaughters, it was baptized under the blood of countless enemies in the fire of war. You could leave as is, though unusual or with just too much blood. Bloodstorm had turned a blood-red color long ago. And now that it became infected again, though now with the blood of a demon god under demon god transformation, it finally reached its last threshold. This killing weapon finally reached a terrifying realm. The panther demon god Osair tried with great difficulty to keep evading Wang Yuanyuan's attacks while attacking Longhaochen, but the imposing shields on his two sides delayed him greatly while he was beaten, due to Han Yu and Zhang Fangfang. However, the panther demon god was after all a powerhouse of the 9th step. Despite being hit, he had no issue sending Han Yu and Zhang Fangfang flying. Han Yu, who had the soul-sharing chain's life-sharing, was better off. Although he was repelled, his body let out an intense glint, and with the recovery from blessings of light, only sustained light wounds. Zhang Fangfang was repelled quite a lot farther, but had relatively more cultivation than Han Yu, so although his body curled up to some extent while expelling some blood, his wounds were not too important. Their blocks were for the sake of earning time for another. A massive metallic ball brazenly fell, shrouded with myriads of electric bolts covering Osair on the way. Osair shouted loudly as the dark red flame surrounding him grew further in intensity, neutralizing the purple lightning attacking him, though it didn't dispel any of it, thanks to its absorptive properties. While the purple electric light was neutralized, an immense golden ball of light was carried alongside, chasing after Osair. Feeling its immense threat, Osair raised his right hand and parried the metallic ball of light's strike. His bulky arms came in contact with the metallic ball of light, immediately causing a terrifying blasting force to burst out from that ball. All the others from Bright Dawn of Hope could clearly see Osair's body turning fully purple-colored the next instant. He who was incomparably fast unexpectedly came to a stop in midair, while the metallic ball binding him turned amethyst-colored, causing rumbling noises while blasting Osair. Although this was the first time for the others to see such a terrible might from the energetic ball of light, after matching for so many years, they wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Han Yu and Zhang Fangfang were repelled, but the others shouldn't be neglected. Wang Yuanyu and immediately waved the evolved bloodstorm, and in the meantime a gray crystal-like splendor flashed across the panther demon god's back, revealing the hidden Kair. Kair was grasping an assassin's true essence. When facing a true opponent, she didn't make her move as soon as possible, but waited for the time of maximal impact. She was waiting for an opportunity, concealed in the dark while storing power. An assassin's power storing was not as obvious of a move, but the following eruption of power was even more terrible. Wang Yuanyuan was not falling behind either. The orange radiance from Bloodstorm disappeared suddenly, and even the surges of blood surrounding her vanished. If one was close enough, he would find out that rippling halations roamed around Bloodstorm. That extreme bloodlust actually took shape, and was applied to Wang Yuanyuan's attacks. Just like Longhaochen was not an ordinary powerhouse of the 8th step, his comrades were not ordinary powerhouses of the 7th step. Kair's sickle of the god of death was the first to cut into that purple electric light. That electric light couldn't tell people apart, but as if infecting it, Kair's sickle wasn't infected by any of the electric light. First of the 7 arts of the god of death, death in childhood. In an ash-colored flash of light, Kair's figure swept past as if nothing happened. And the second hit on the panther demon god wasn't by Wang Yuanyuan but was a strange blue-colored flame. That flame shot in a straight line to pierce through that purple body almost at the same time as death in childhood landed, as the 2 hits only differed by fractions of a second but hit different spots. Next, Wang Yuanyuan's bloodstorm was covered in a golden-colored blade wrapped in orange color. But how could Longhaochen take part in this feat? He was solely focusing on defense. Pam, Pam? In a burst of purple light, Wang Yuanyu and felt a destructive impact spread from Bloodstorm, instantly sending her flying in the aftermath and making her body feel numb, unexpectedly running out of her control. Purple electric light lingered around her waist as well, surprisingly also affecting her. By chance, Zhang Fengfeng hastened to catch her from behind. Arg! The panther demon god shouted incredibly loudly in fury. Right now, his slippery dark red hairs were all pitch black, with numerous terrible wounds all over his body. The most fatal one was inflicted by the sickle of the god of death, almost ravaging his whole back and going as far as to chop half his neck. On the pit of his stomach was left a small pitch-black hole, which was also in a scorched black color. Sima Xian stumbled several times, then fell on the butt. Both his energetic ball of light and he lost all their glory, shine, sparkle, luster, radiance. But by chance, Han Yu's spiritual stove of light blessings was still ongoing, so he could rush to his side and support him while helping him recover with the help of his spiritual stove. At this time, the soul-sharing chain's life force sharing's effects came on display. Although everyone suffered more or less of the effects from the repelling backlash, the damage was shared jointly. Pam? Osair sank to his knees without blood leaking from his body, but his massive body shook violently and was shrinking rapidly. After sustaining heavy damage, he had already become unable to maintain the effects of the demon god transformation. Let alone him, even the others from Bright Glimmer of Light didn't expect themselves to be able to launch such a joint attack, all of which landed on Osair altogether. Longhaochen had his transparent "Does this need to be capitalized?" sword intent from the aria of the Goddess of Light. Kyre her art of death in childhood of the 7 arts of the god of death. Wang Yuanyuan had her materialized murderous spirit poured inside Bloodstorm. Lin Xian had Vulcan's finger alongside the Hellfire Needle. The powerful attacks of these 4 in addition to Sima Xian's energetic ball of light restrained Osair for a short time while bursting out with incredible killing power. Outside of Lin Xian, they all now had weapons reaching the epic tier. And even also Lin Xian had the boost from the Blue Fire Phoenix spiritual stove. Qin Ying'er's magic was long since terminated. The large amount of magical beasts along with Hao Yue's 6 heads tyrannically suppressed the panther demons outside the hall, who were totally unable to assist their god. At this time, none of them could do anything for him. They could only bear it for the time being. But at this time, a terrible aura of desolation arose from the panther demon god, whose vigor rose sharply. Dark red flames spiraled around him, spreading frantically to all directions. Be careful, it's the demonic collapse recovery technique. Longhaochen shouted and immediately rushed with the divine snail shield lifted. As the captain, he had at the very moment an unshrinkable duty. The saint's spiritual stove was stimulated with no hesitation, strengthening its attracting effects. Seeing that dark red fire rushing out, Longhaochen knew that it was already impossible to stop Osair's great demonic collapse technique. The panther demon god was, after all, different from the devil snake god. Andromalius was only at the peak of the 8th step and had yet to reach the 9th. But the panther demon god was a thorough powerhouse of the 9th step. The instant the great demonic collapse was activated, one could see a dark red radiance shot up behind, piercing through the hall to pour inside him. That was the amplification from the demon god pillar. The demon god pillar from a demon god of a 9th step, with a whole world of difference from those demon gods among the last 12 of the ranking. For the same reason, the fact Longhaochen managed to defeat the demon god of clear vision Crossel was greatly related to the fact the latter didn't have his demon god pillar on his side. The more powerful the demon god, the greater uses their demon god pillar would show. Longhaochen now had a very calm demeanor. Their previous joint attack was already above all expectations, but still didn't manage to thoroughly kill the panther demon god though weak in defense. The 72 demon gods were just such a powerful thing. If 2 demon gods were present here, they would surely lose today's battle. Even now, resisting the panther demon god Oser on the doors of death was no easy thing. At least, escaping unscathed would be a hard matter. For this reason, Longhaochen rushed forward recklessly, to earn some time for his comrades to break away from him. Even if the great demonic collapse technique was a powerful thing, that's the last resort of a demon god, combusting his own life. So, given Oser's current body condition, he would almost certainly die after the use of this technique. From their first battle against a demon god to now, Longhaochen and the others had yet to face a demon god's demonic collapse. So they didn't know to what extent its amplification reached. But since that was a demon god's last resort using his life as fuel, it would certainly not be an easy thing to resist. Therefore, Longhaochen was completely certain about Oser's thoughts. Apart from using demonic collapse to inflict very heavy damage to their side, his other goal was to make sure that his demon god crown would be able to escape, so that at least his god position wouldn't be lost. Understanding that he had made a mistake, Longhaochen felt some regret. First because he hadn't taken his comrades enough in account, and because he was too self-confident, and didn't prepare enough room for maneuvering. If beforehand they had secured a way out before launching this battle, they could all just gather and teleport through the eternal melody, and come back after the formidable power of demonic collapse terminated. There would be no need to bear the panther demon god's last attack. As for the escape of his demon god crown, just let it go. With Hao Yue here to destroy his demon god pillar, what use could that demon god crown have? But it was already too late to regret now. Everyone was scattered, especially Chen Ying'er and Lin Xian, who were both considerably too far, so there was absolutely no way to immediately teleport everyone here away. So no matter what, all he had left to do was to block Oser's last attack with all his strength. Shouting in wild rage, the heavily wounded panther demon god transformed. A dark red vortex spiraled all around him at an astonishing speed, and from his original human shape, he grew to exceed 5 meters, turning into a fully dark red gigantic panther, flourishing with might and becoming far more terrifying than the time of his demon god transformation. Longhaochen grasped the divine snail shield of sun and moon, that divine grade tool, in his hand. A great part of his spiritual energy was already depleted, so how could he respond against such a panther demon god? He faintly grasped the true meaning of demonic collapse. It was to renounce the physical body, and release the original demon might, igniting the source of his power. This wasn't anything easy to deal with. As Longhaochen was preparing himself to face the post-demonic collapse panther demon god, an enraged roar suddenly sounded out from behind him. Immediately, Longhaochen's whole body was covered in dense purple intent, and the golden foundation armor on him gained a layer of purplish gold. That purple halation coming from behind not only enveloped Longhaochen, but also the massive panther demon god. Immediately, an eerie scene followed. The dark red flame igniting Oser's body immediately stopped stiffly, as if water turning into ice, thoroughly stopping its burning. This change was really bizarre, causing Longhaochen to stare blankly at the panther demon god's body, losing all that burst of might, finally dissipating all at once. A dark red demon god crown losing its head out of fear then looked for an escape, but upon being wrapped by the purple halation, it immediately lost all power, and fell to the ground with a tinkling sound. Everyone in the demon hunt squad bright glimmer of hope became dumbstruck. What was that magic trick? In just a flash, the previously too domineering panther demon god just crumbled. They all looked at the emitter of that purple halation. Hao Yue's 6 heads stood high as the 6 pair of eyes on his 6 heads, which had all turned purple, looked proudly at the group from above. Little Flame's mouth agape, that demon god crown immediately entered his mouth, and was swallowed completely. Wang Yuan murmured, "Now I really understand why the demon god emperor started a holy war for boss' sake. Hao Yue really is the demon's nemesis. He can even extinguish the demon god's demonic collapse technique." Longhaochen was also shocked. Of course, he knew that Hao Yue had very restrictive abilities to use against demons, but he didn't expect him to be able to restrict them to such an extent. But as the captain, he couldn't stay captivated in this place. All returned to Hao Yue's back. They were valiant but were after all only a group of 8. Over 10,000 panther demons were standing outside, enough to delay them indefinitely. So staying there would obviously put them through a harsh time. As Longhaochen spoke so, he immediately joined Sima Xian's side, carrying him by grabbing his armor, and returned to Hao Yue's back in a flash. The others followed successively. At the current time, a fantastic scene appeared around Hao Yue's body. 18 creature summoning gates were twinkling and 18 magical beasts were coming out at every twinkle, fighting at close quarters against the panther demons. This hall was vast, but seemed narrow with such battles underway. No panther demons were capable of stopping their way, especially when their demon god Oser had just been killed in front of their eyes, greatly hitting their morale. All were kept outside the hall by the magical beasts, ordered by Qin Inger to guard all the exits. At the current time, she was still holding in her arms McDull, her final ace. "Hao Yue, let's go look for the demon god pillar." When their last companion reached Hao Yue's back, Longhaochen immediately shouted for Hao Yue to make the next move. His 6 heads brimming with smiles, he zealously began rushing forward. Little light, little flame, little green, little blue, little purple and little yellow all launched magic bombardments, forcibly creating a passage in this hall to bring Longhaochen's group to the courtyard behind the Panther Demon Palace. Longhaochen didn't have any apprehension in demon territory. They were planning not only to kill demon gods, but moreover to shake the demons' foundations. With every demon god pillar less, the demons' roots will be shaken. And if one day they can erase all demon god pillars, the demons would perhaps be no more. Thinking so far, the whole group was brimming with great excitement. A panther demon god was nothing but the start. Charging their way violently on Hao Yue's back, they smashed their way through the hall. The panther demons were all charging from the various entrances, but in contrast none of them were present on the rear. It was as if Hao Yue could sense the specific position of the demon god pillar, which led him to the courtyard after breaching through several walls. At this time, 2 yellow lightning bolts came from both sides, heading straight for Hao Yue. Longhaochen, who had maintained himself at high attention all this time, didn't need to use his eyes to determine who these 2 enemies were. Thanks to his mental probing, he was able to sense the strength of their spiritual energy. These were without doubts 2 golden panther demons. Without need for Longhaochen to intervene, the two guardian knights behind him rushed forward. Han Yu took on the golden panther demon of the left. His speed was visibly no match, but as a knight, he had a mount of his own as companion. Except that this one couldn't be mounted. Twisting waves spread out, violently ramming against that golden panther demon's body. Immediately, the very rapid demon froze, seemingly slowing down and even becoming stiff. Han Yu grasped wild scarlet blood in his hand, and immediately, a golden streak of light spread out from his sword. The odd thing was that after it was released, it accurately enveloped the golden panther demon. One could clearly see the aura of darkness on the golden panther demon dull down. That was elemental obstructing halo. Han Yu actually compressed this halo's area of effect, yet strengthened its effects. Longhaochen was not the only genius in the lot. Everyone from Bright Glimmer of Light was so. A tyrannical surge of twisting waves was shot violently, seizing the opportunity to strike that golden panther demon violently, from the demonic Eye Commander's hands. In this battle, he had yet to be called out by Han Yu, just so he could suddenly make this big move. Han Yu flapped the spiritual wings on his back, and wild scarlet blood went after that golden panther demon to behead it. At his cultivation, and with the help of the demonic eye, handling a golden panther demon was no trouble, especially when holding the initiative. On the other side rushed out Zhang Fangfang, his whole body blossoming in golden color. His equipment was far from the quality of the rest of the team, but his experience was more extensive than anyone else. As the captain of a demon hunt squad who progressed to the 7th step with them, how could he be lacking in ability? Just like Wang Yuan, his cultivation reached the 5th rank of the 7th step. Only, his total of spiritual energy was just a bit inferior to her. That was because he always focused on stopping the enemies for Wang Yuan in battle, letting her have more opportunities for sparks of understandings in the midst of slaughters. But this didn't mean that his insight was inferior. Ever since joining Bright Glimmer of Hope, Zhang Fangfang frequently received some guidances from Longhaochen, making his cultivation progress of late very fast. While throwing himself at the enemy, a golden light lit up underneath him, and a 6-legged flying horse elevated himself, bearing his weight. From that 6-legged horse came out a shining flame light bursting like the sun. Zhang Fangfang grasped the heavy sword in his right hand forward, as his right arm instantly turned into a transparent brilliant golden color. Brilliant body. Light and flame were blending in the sky, turning into a massive fire blade aiming to strike that golden panther demon. In the meantime, Zhang Fangfang put some remaining strength into a shield strike in his other hand, covering the defense of Hao Yu's side wings. As expected from a powerhouse of the 8th step, the golden panther demon released its own fire blade. Then its body let out queer twists and immediately shifted directions, to go after Hao Yue while bombarding Zhang Fangfang's shield wall with its pair of sharp claws. 7th step versus 8th step, that's a gap that can almost not be resisted without an absolute suppression in the equipment. Just like that, shield wall collapsed but still managed to stop the golden panther demon. Just as this golden panther demon was prepared to continue his attack, it suddenly felt a feeling of heat and unconsciously drew back. Then came to his sight innumerable golden flames surging from all directions and enveloping his body from all around. These gold-red flames were transformed from the fire blade projected earlier by Zhang Fangfang. This was his self-created ability, Sacred Fire Cage. Zhang Fangfang's mount also had the fire attribute, and although he was also able to use holy fire, this required some time of preparation. Instead, he could dissolve his mount's fire into his holy attribute, but this certainly required his match with his mount to reach a frightening level, as well as a tremendous control. The caged golden panther let out a miserable cry. That formidable combination of light and fire element felt extremely burning and corrosive to him. Zhang Fangfang lifted the heavy sword in his right arm, then a thin red light flashed from his body, launching spiritual spark. Immediately, a pure and holy white light was shot from the tip of that heavy sword, fiercely thrusting at the golden panther demon, restricted by the sacred fire cage. With a loud sound, the golden panther demon bounced back to his original ground, still facing gold-red fire, causing him to shake violently. Light of Trial. A single targeted offensive spell of the 8th step learnt by both Guardian and Retribution Knights. The offensive power of Light of Trial wasn't considered really brutal, or at least not among light elemental spells of the 8th step. But it had extreme purifying effects. In other words, it would show an extremely severe might against opponents of darkness element, but would be extremely lacking against opponents of other attributes. The instant he used Spiritual Spark, Zhang Fangfang also used the ability Light of Trial, exceeding his step. In the meantime, another figure came out from his shadow. If one paid careful attention from the start of the battle, he would notice that this identically shaped figure had been riding the six-legged horse since long ago. It's just that because it stuck close to Zhang Fangfang's back all this time, that golden panther demon was unable to see it. Light of Trial was an ability of the 8th step, which Zhang Fangfang was surely unable to release instantly even when relying on Spiritual Spark. The chant was completed by this figure behind him, the other him from the unrivaled spiritual stove of Second Life. The version of him from the spiritual stove of Second Life didn't have any equipment on him, but had 80% of Zhang Fangfang's strength, but was originally unable to incant. But while going through many years of fierce battles, Zhang Fangfang completed the first evolution of his spiritual stove, so it had now 90% of his strength, and was able to join the spiritual energies of the two of them through Spiritual Spark, temporarily raising his cultivation to the peak of the 7th step. With the instantaneous burst of power from Spiritual Spark, Light of Trial became usable. More importantly, the sacred fire cage sustaining Light of Trial sustained a great change, giving rise to Sacred Fire Trial. Sacred Fire Trial was also a knight ability of the 8th step, but one used by Retribution Knights, a top-tier existence amongst all long-distance, single-target offensive Retribution Knight abilities. The whole course of the battle was very short, but Longhaochen, the most powerful knight on stage, couldn't help but show shock upon watching that scene. Zhang Fangfang's series of attacks was only describable as breathtaking. It looked simple, but was actually a perfect fusion of wisdom and strength. To be able to unleash at the 5th or 6th rank of the 7th step an ability of Sacred Fire Trial, even a Saint Knight wouldn't necessarily be able to use. His comprehension of knight abilities surely reached a phenomenal level. Surely Zhang Fangfang and Longhaochen were taking different paths. Longhaochen was focusing on improving himself, his own abilities. But Zhang Fangfang focused on his comprehension of the knight abilities, making on his own new ways to unleash his strength. The six-legged flying horse dashed flagrantly while carrying the two Zhang Fangfangs, heading for the Golden Panther Demon. To him, the Golden Panther Demon restricted by Sacred Fire Trial was already by no means an opponent. Without doubts, Zhang Fangfang was using all his strength to take the advantage against a demon of the 8th step in such a short time. As Bright Glimmer of Hope also had others, he should originally have had no need to try so hard, but he had to prove himself, prove his use to this team. Although he had that kind of relationship with Wang Yuan, how could he remain in such a team just for skirt-chasing purposes? He wanted to prove to everyone from Bright Glimmer of Hope that he had the strength to remain in this team. In these 2 years of holy war, his progress was not excessive, but that didn't mean he had no potential. Especially lately, he had accumulated good preparedness and raised his strength tremendously. Han Yu and Zhang Fangfang separately took the 2 golden panther demons, so there wasn't anything to stop Hao Yue's advance. When he once again broke into another huge hall, a tall and straight demon god pillar came into the group's sight. The demon god pillar's structure was not lanky at all, its height reaching 10 or so meters, still far from reaching the peak of this hall. But in its middle, the cross-section was over 3 meters, and its radiance was quite darkened, although one could still faintly see the shape of a panther forming from inside it. "We are depending on you, Hao Yue." Longhaochen carried the group to jump down from Hao Yue's back one after another, and without need for an order of his, each person of the group guarded an entrance on his own. Seeing this demon god pillar, Hao Yue was immediately moved. Indescribable feelings rose from him, formed of excitement, sad pain, but most of all a great rancor. The 6 large heads roared, and as if Hao Yue's body was fully ignited, his purple crystal-colored scales unleashed a dazzling amethyst-colored radiance, and purple intent blossomed at once. Although this purple radiance was not aimed at the group, apart from Longhaochen the rest all felt chills, and couldn't help but resist with the use of their spiritual energy. Maybe due to sensing Hao Yue's aura, this 57th demon god pillar abruptly lit up, and its dense dark red radiance spread out like a ring of light. Standing on Hao Yue's side, Longhaochen felt as if the demon god pillar was alive. A tyrannical and awe-inspiring might instantly rose sharply. And in the midst of this terrible might, a faint presence could be sensed, as if alive. Wasn't that just terrifying? That dark red ring dispersed upon contact with Hao Yue's purple halation. This time, the eyes on Hao Yue's 6 heads changed into a transparent purple color, vigorously pushing his 2 forelegs to the ground. A deep, continuous roar then came out from Hao Yue's mouth. Another demon god Pilar came in front of him. As Hao Yue's fury was prolonged, an inexhaustible rage was filling him. At some point Longhaochen's eyes turned purple, and on his forehead 9 purple symbols slowly took shape. On the surface of his golden foundation armored body came out a purplish golden gloss. As Hao Yue's cry of rage kept extending, Longhaochen felt with astonishment some surges of power. The spiritual energy in him kept burning, to the extent that even the golden foundation armor on him started to turn a purplish golden color under the scattering of his spiritual energy. What a powerful aura! Hao Yue really had a qualitative change after gaining his 6th head. That's far from as simple as an improvement from the 7th to the 8th step. A cultivation at the premises of the 8th step? No, this was absolutely impossible. The power lying in Hao Yue's blood was just too terrifying. Precisely because a part of Hao Yue's blood was dormant in him, Longhaochen's senses were distinct. In those days he had his blood alter Hao Yue's attribute, then after surviving, Hao Yue repaid Longhaochen with his blood. And that's how the 2 of them built such a familiar relationship while establishing a blood contract. Longhaochen's progress boosted Hao Yue's cultivation, and conversely, every time Hao Yue evolved, Longhaochen also gained enormous benefits. Last time, when they destroyed Andromalius demon god pillar, Hao Yue was still only at his 5 heads cultivation, and the situation differed from now. But without a doubt, this time Hao Yue was already far more powerful. The purple halation became more and more flourishing, suddenly compressing the panther demon god's pillar at great speed. That terrifying presence became more and more blatant, then soared to the sky. Longhaochen then had a surge of thought. Could this panther demon god's pillar be trying to send a rescue signal to the other demon god pillars? Right at this time, a thought was transmitted from Hao Yue to him. What? Want me to intervene? Longhaochen looked at Hao Yue, filled with surprise. Hao Yue's 6 heads looked at him simultaneously, his 12 eyes having a deep look while nodding to him. Yes. Longhaochen understood that Hao Yue definitely had his own reasons, and his figure flashed as the 4 wings on his back spread out. Right at this time, Hao Yue's 6 heads flashed in bright light simultaneously. Opening his mouth wide, he spat out deep breaths of purple rays, pouring it inside Longhaochen's body from behind him. Longhaochen's whole body chilled. He suddenly felt a change, as if he had stopped being human. An hard-to-describe dignity rose in him, and this instant Longhaochen felt his stream of thoughts rise by hundredfolds. In his consciousness, he felt as if returning to Hao Yue's world of black and red. His thoughts and sight joined up, filled up with feelings of disdain. With an aloof feeling, he felt able to destroy anything in sight with a mere lift of his hand. This instant, Longhaochen came to understand what that purple color was. That was a destructive entity. If his light element could be called the purest of the whole Xingma Dalu, this destructive power coming from Hao Yue was among the top of the destructive entities. Destruction. Was that a kind of attribute? Longhaochen didn't understand, but was certain that this destructive force was incomparable to any other attribute in his knowledge. Everyone from Bright Glimmer of Hope looked at Longhaochen, showing different reactions. At the time Hao Yue's 6 purple rays illuminated Longhaochen's body, his whole body lit with an indescribable purplish golden luster. That might was like a god's manifestation, floating above his believers, a sovereign standing above his subjects. This august majesty contained an incomparable pride and force. At that very moment, Longhaochen's whole being turned into a purplish gold color, but totally different from the purplish gold color resultant from his previous fusions with Hao Yue. This purplish gold color was entirely his, and the same went for both the spiritual energy and spiritual wings. Longhaochen could sense that this pure and terrifying power of destruction was only at its initial stage. But even so, his power seemed to have changed totally and terrifyingly. This purplish golden color didn't result from a fusion with his light essence, but the latter was just forcefully absorbed. As the one chosen by the goddess of light, the scion of light's light essence did not show the slightest struggle. Just what level did this power of destruction reach? Perhaps this was not real spiritual energy, but a substantial force, or at least it was not spiritual energy yet. But its existence was undoubtedly shrouded in supreme might. The demon god emperors might had some material side, but Longhaochen faintly felt that compared to this power of destruction, even the demon god emperor may not have the advantage. But of course that's only in case equal portions are matched. The aria of the goddess of light was grasped in both Longhaochen's hands, taking this purplish gold in and out. The sword's body even let out some light buzzes. Every time Longhaochen used the aria of the Goddess of Light in battle, he could clearly feel its excitement from carefreely gliding in the battlefield. But at the moment, Longhaochen discovered with awe that the aria of the Goddess of Light was not buzzing in excitement anymore, but really shivering. The sword rays of purplish gold color didn't belong to the realm of divine tool, but had some special qualities belonging to the category of destruction, totally restraining the demon god pillar's special qualities. "Ha!" Longhaochen shouted loudly, lifting the aria of the Goddess of Light high above his head. That instant, all the strong purplish golden rays coming out from his body, as well as Hao Yue's purple intent, came to a stop. The next instant, Longhaochen felt his blood boiling, filled with a wonderful feeling of harmony. The terrifying purple intent transformed into an eerie image, looking like his own image, but with totally different eyes. These were extremely cold eyes, a grim look full of charm, and with a boundless arrogance and contempt directed at any other living things. The aria of the Goddess of Light was slashed forward, its blade colored in a resplendent purplish gold color, brazenly striking the demon god pillar of the panther demon god. The sword projection made its way into the demon god pillar, until only the handle was left outside. That instant, the illusory image on Longhaochen's back disappeared solemnly, as if merging with his body. Longhaochen felt an unprecedented force burst forth from within him, feeling his whole body igniting, and bellowed, "Ha ha ha ha!" The purplish gold color spread rapidly, and the originally dark red-colored 57th demon god pillar turned into the same color. The next instant, crackles started to appear from the spot pierced by the aria of the Goddess of Light before spreading. Hao Yue's 12 eyes all looked fixedly at Longhaochen, and traces of hope were visible in his eyes. At that very moment, Longhaochen distinctly sensed a fantastic strength flowing into his body through the aria of the Goddess of Light. The instant this forge merged with his own strength, a feeling of harmony flowed through him. Then the purplish golden radiance on his body also gradually became faintly discernible. The demon god pillar collapsed, turning into countless purplish golden rays dispersing in all directions, as if it had no more physical substance, as only some terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy were left to be swept through the surroundings. Hao Yue let out another howl, flashing with purple intent. These remains of spiritual energy left after the destruction of the demon god pillar were immediately suppressed, and Longhaochen fell from the sky in the meantime. Hao Yue turned his head to the direction of the rest of bright glimmer of hope, letting out a low howl in their direction. In the meantime, Little Light's head was lit in shining gold, wrapping his body around Longhaochen. The rest of bright glimmer of hope didn't dare tarry over long, and hastened to return to Hao Yue's back. With a roar, he released 6 spits of breath, bombarding the roof of the hall. His 4 limbs stepped on the ground, and his 6 immense wings unfolded, bringing the group into the sky. As intrepid as on the way there, he destroyed the roof of the hall on his way to make it through the sky, and howled at the countless furious panther demons that were far away. Longhaochen was lying on Hao Yue's back, looking just as if losing focus, but his right hand was still tightly clenching the aria of the Goddess of Light. The purplish golden glint on his body was still faintly discernible. Kair hastened to support him with her hand, but Little Light suddenly turned his hand with an exaggerated movement, lightly howling at her. "You don't want me to touch him?" Kair asked in puzzlement. Little Light nodded to her before turning around, flapping the immense pair of wings on his back. His speed increased sharply as they headed into the distance. Kair naturally understood the feelings between Longhaochen and Hao Yue. Since Hao Yue had him destroy the demon god pillar, he surely had his own purposes, and surely didn't do this to harm Longhaochen. Everyone had experienced countless battles already. Although the previous one was overwhelming in emotions, they all understood clearly the most important present matter for them to do. Sitting on their knees on Hao Yue's back one after another, they strove to recover spiritual energy, in order to be able to adapt to any change in the situation. Although the demon army was attracted to the front lines by the holy war, this was after all the internal part of the demon territory, where they could meet with another demon army at any time. The purplish golden radiance on Longhaochen's body was still glinting all this time, but in practice he didn't lose consciousness or anything like that. He had just lost some of his control over his body, feeling a fantastic change in his body. But this change was irrelevant to his spiritual energy, as his spiritual energy had already returned to the light attribute after destruction of the demon god pillar. Could it be that my harmonization with Hao Yue through blood contract went a level higher? Longhaochen thought secretly. He was now relaxing his body, letting the harmonization follow its course. However, he didn't understand why this harmonization seemed to be due to his obtainment of some of the demon god pillar's power. Hao Yue's flight lasted for a long while, flying to the south the whole time. After 2 hours passed, he finally slowly descended to a valley. After landing on the ground, Hao Yue's broad back shook abruptly, and the violent shaking spread to the whole crew on his back. Not even glancing at the demon hunt squad members on his back, little light swirled around Longhaochen's body and cautiously lowered him to the ground. The 6 large heads were crowding around Longhaochen, but upon looking closely, all 6 had expressions of concerns leaking out. Just what were they worrying about? In particular, little light's state of mind was clearly unsteady, whimpering lightly all this time. Time passed minute after minute, and after a whole 3 hours had passed, the purplish golden color on Longhaochen's body finally subsided, seemingly returning to normal. Because Hao Yue's 6 heads were guarding Haochen, the group of bright glimmer of hope was unable to approach, much less know about his condition. The most worried was naturally Kyer, who would have rushed in by force if not for the fact she was certain that Hao Yue wouldn't do something detrimental to Longhaochen. Longhaochen let out a light groan, before turning around to sit back up. But his first movement was to look at Hao Yue in a daze, completely full of puzzlement. He was totally ignorant of the changes that happened in his body during these few hours. And at this very moment he felt back to normal. He was himself, and had his very own spiritual energy, not strengthened but not weakened either. It was as if nothing happened at all. But he unconsciously understood deeply that something had changed in him. And these changes intimately related to Hao Yue should be good changes. Hao Yue, just what am I in the end? Longhaochen asked in puzzlement. Hao Yue shook his head lightly. The simultaneous headshake of his 6 heads looked quite comical, but most of all, the warm and cordial look in his eyes immediately softened Longhaochen's heart. All 6 heads were lowered, gathering together beside Longhaochen and lightly poking him all around. Longhaochen could only stroke the heads one by one. I know that you surely thought for my own good. But why is it that you don't want to tell me just what happened to me? Longhaochen had asked Hao Yue multiple times about his origins and ability, but every time Hao Yue showed him miserable looks, he didn't dare insist. And now little light's head moved closer, rubbing against Longhaochen's body. But this didn't stop Longhaochen from taking notice of the worry in his eyes. Little light, what are you worried about? Longhaochen asked lightly. Little Light shook his head once again, then suddenly showed a resolute look, shifting his sight to the other 5 heads before letting out a low howl. All other 5 heads howled without hesitation, seemingly making a vow. Longhaochen didn't understand his act at all. Little Light was telling something to the other heads and making them promise something. Could this be related to me? Now that Longhaochen was totally confused, after obtaining consent from the other heads, Little Light shifted his soft look back onto Longhaochen, transmitting a flash of thoughts. Master, no matter what, we will be protecting you thoroughly. We won't ever betray you. After leaving these words behind, Hao Yue turned back into purple light without leaving Longhaochen the time to ask for details, disappearing from his sight, actually teleporting away. Never betray me. Why would Hao Yue ever betray me? But what did he mean by these words? For a moment, Longhaochen couldn't help but feel a great headache. As his strength grows, his Hao Yue seemed to become more and more mysterious. Boss, you alright? After Hao Yue left, the whole group from Bright Glimmer of Hope immediately gathered to his side, all showing deep concern as they looked at him. Longhaochen showed a faint smile. I am fine. It should be that Hao Yue made me assimilate some of his power, although he didn't want to tell me the details. But it was surely nothing bad. Hearing him say that, everyone relaxed immediately, and the excitement they repressed all this time finally leaked out. Boss, we really managed to get rid of another demon god pillar. Do you know how many of the 72 demon gods that makes it that we have killed, and that's without counting those 2 demon god pillars we have destroyed? And that's the 57th demon god. Perhaps we have gained another 1,000,000 contribution points. Just how many contribution points does it make for us in total? Even the normally calm Han Yu couldn't help but hop in excitement. Longhaochen also showed a smile. I don't know how many contribution points we have in total, but I believe that we have a little something to question a certain someone about. Reaching this point, the group's line of sight shifted instantly to a certain bald head, showing puzzlement but most of all excitement. He. Sima Xian smiled in pride, patting the shoulder of Lin Xian standing on his side. Has drugs bro, isn't bro has drugs your favorite saying? Now I will have my own one, bro has money. Lin Xian asked in curiosity. Where's that money even from? Sima Xian laughed out loud. I don't have money myself, but I have no qualms living off a woman. My wife is rich. What, your wife? This instant, the whole group's curiosity was roused. Wang Yuanyu and then took out Bloodstorm and declared overbearingly, we must really ask this Baldy carefully. During these 2 years of holy war we have been going through fire and water on a daily basis, but he not only went to find a wife, but even improved his equipment incredibly. When are you going to own up to the facts? Sima Xian laughed mischievously once again, but didn't reply, still provokingly leaving them in suspense. Kair slowly raised the sickle of the god of death in her hand. You want to be beaten up or what? Heek. Don't, Vice Captain. I'll speak, okay? Do you remember about the little white flower back in Holy City? Little white flower? No way. Lin Xian immediately opened his eyes wide. After flinging his long hair to the back of his head, he gave Sima Xian a monstrous look. Not only him, but everyone else looking at Sima Xian became full of shock. They were all aware of the identity of the little white flower Sima Xian brought up. The future successor of the Alliance's great auction house, Feng Linger. Wang Yuanyuan and Chen Inger repeated Lin Xian's words almost simultaneously. No way! Just what kind of person was Feng Linger? That was the successor of the Alliance's great auction house. At the time she succeeds to the Alliance's great auction house, calling her the richest person in the whole Temple Alliance would be no exaggeration. Although the great auction house and the Alliance were linked in countless ways, even a mere supervisor has a frightening wealth at hand. Moreover, Feng Linger could be rated as a stunning beauty, with traits evoking perfect purity. Who could expect Sima Xian to really succeed? Sima Xian showed an air of complacency. What do you call a can't be? This priest is handsome and confident, distinguished and elegant, sensitive, tall and proud. Although I am bald, my heroic martial prowess still attracted my woman, Little White Flower. The two of us are just a heavenly match, a successful couple. And we just love each other desperately. Ha ha ha. Han Yu placed his hand on Lin Xian's shoulder and asked, "Don't you think this guy deserves a beating?" Lin Xian nodded with extreme seriousness. Not only him but everyone else other than Longhaochen and Zhang Fengfeng started to rub their own fists and be eager to get into action. The smile on Sima Xian's face immediately vanished, wrapping his arms around his own bosom. "You? What are you doing?" Wang Yuan shouted, still not owning up to the facts. "So you really want us to force the answer out of you?" "Don't. I'll confess, okay?" Under the group's tyrannical abuse, Sima Xian immediately admitted defeat and let go of that air of complacency, declaring in good honesty, "Listen to me, that's how things are. Remember that I returned to the priest temple? During the start of the Holy War, only God knew whether there was still a future. Maybe I'd die while fighting in the southern mountain pass too. Hence I thought that I'd at least confess to her before that. At the time of departure, I sent her just such a letter, before throwing myself into the Holy War's battlefield. But to my total surprise, after some time, while immersing myself in arduous battles daily, she actually sent me a reply. Although she cursed at me through the whole letter, she urged me to survive no matter what. Therefore, I immediately gained in courage, and my strength in battle soared. Who knows how many little demons I killed, and in how many demons' blood this gigantic ball of light got soaked. What a delightful experience! The appellation of discipline priest is not for show. Get to the main point." Kaia raised her sickle of the god of death, and showed a threatening face. Sima Xian hastily finished bragging. "At that time, I didn't even dare have delusions of Little White Flower accepting me, but that was still a good start. As Has Drugsbro taught me, you can only have a chance if you try. If I hadn't tried in the least, my odds of success would be 0. Then I wrote another letter, where I spoke about the situation in the mountain pass. From this point on, we started exchanging letters. To be honest, all those days I was fighting off demons on the southern mountain pass, that Little White Flower was the only one in my heart. This made me treasure my own life all the more. Still, what a strange thing, but even under those circumstances, my strength still grew very fast, and I wasn't in the least affected by the situation of war. This may be because of the ray shining on my heart. As we exchanged letters and kept discussing, I found out that Little White Flower seemed to have some interest in me. Then I strove harder, and when I came to mention that thing, she unexpectedly didn't refuse, and even spoke about coming to the southern mountain pass to look after me. Hee hee. And she really came? Lin Xian asked. Sima Xian replied with great complacency, "Of course, and she came several times." Didn't you teach me that picking up girls required one to be bold, careful, and thick-skinned? The first time she came, she sneaked on top of the fortress, and happened to catch sight of this handsome man, killing the enemies with matchless heroism. Hee, what luck I had that time. Back in the southern mountain pass, a female mage alongside whom I was fighting had some interest in me. After beating back the demon army's offense, she rushed to wipe my sweat off, but that's when little white flower appeared. At this point, he couldn't help but display some lingering fears. Evidently that was a terrifying situation. Or at least extremely awkward. Can you guess how little white flower reacted? Sima Xian asked, full of mystery. Lin Xian replied. Is there even a need to ask? You must have received a huge slap, gotten cursed as scum, and then she just went away. Pooh! Sima Xian replied in disdain. Do you think everyone is as narrow-minded as you? My little white flower is modest and open-minded, full of guts. When I saw her appear suddenly, then take notice of that girl on my side, let alone feeling awkward, at that time I was looking for a hole to dig myself into. Even fighting a duel against a demon god would feel better than the situation of that time. Chen Inger giggled. Then didn't it turn out as has Drugsbro said? Hick. Sima Xian was somewhat helpless. Stop insisting on that standpoint, okay? Just listen to me. In any case, at that time I was really feeling numb, feeling even worse than when being caught by my teacher after making a mistake. But against my expectations, little white flower actually didn't get angry, but instead, she elegantly approached my side and took out a handkerchief, tenderly wiping off the stains on my face. Then she pulled my hand and said to that mage, "Thank you for taking care of my bald man." At that time, I was just standing there foolishly and completely blank. Just at this time, the demons launched another assault, and a demonic wolf was catapulted right towards us, aiming to chop at little white flower. At that time, I didn't give much thought, and hastened to pull her away and take the blade with my blade. Fuck, that demonic wolf was just really ruthless. His blade penetrated through my muscles, giving me a strenuous time pulling it out. I immediately used the gigantic ball of light to beat it to a pulp. Afterwards, little white flower told me that she originally planned on getting angry at me, but seeing me take the blow for her sake, she didn't have any more will to get angry. There's not much more to tell you afterwards, anyway, my bliss is for real. Han Yu murmured. How could it go that way? Sima just succeeded like that. Sima Xian's proud expression came off again. How could I be unsuccessful? Let me tell you, I have now come to understand thoroughly that you cannot judge a book by its cover. Don't judge my little white flower by her delicate and pretty looks, or because of her looks of a wealthy noble girl. Fundamentally, she is not fond of pretty boys, but likes brave men such as me. Lin Xian pointed the gigantic ball of light. Then, was this thing made thanks to the help of your little white flower? Sima Xian showed a smile. That's a matter of course. How could she not be worried about my safety? Moreover, I couldn't leave from the battlefield. On the first time she looked for me, she had the materials ready, then brought 3 blacksmiths from our temple alliance, asking them to reforge my gigantic ball of light. Its name did not change, but this thing gained much greater power than before. Saying this, Sima Xian lifted the gigantic ball of light up and lifted his right hand. Immediately, the gigantic ball of light flickered in purple electric light once again. The purple light curling up inside was not very distinct, but the swelling fluctuations of spiritual energy were really intense. Sima Xian explained, The current gigantic ball of light is a weapon fully custom-made for me. A large amount of some alloy I don't know the name of was added to its main part. I don't know its name, I think it was some pure gold type of metal. Except for that, a lot of precious metals were used up to make the main part. And then, we had a conjurer's help to erect a magic array inside, using 6 magical crystals of lightning elemental magical beasts of the 10th rank. Little White Flower said that lightning elemental magical crystals are very scarce, that even in the whole Alliance's auction house, there are only this many reaching the 10th rank, all of which were used for me. By now the gigantic ball of light is much stronger than before. The godly purple lightning cannon, godly purple lightning incarnation were all self-created abilities integrated after its upgrade. Strong, right? Longhaochen, who was listening calmly all this time, remarked, "From that, I take it that your spiritual stove of godly purple lightning should have evolved at least once, and doesn't have an excessive backlash. That should be related to the other piece of epic tier equipment on you, right?" Sima Xian was much more well-behaved in front of Longhaochen. "Right, boss is the most far-sighted, to be able to tell out my deepest secret in a single glance." As he said that, he pulled open the upper part of his priest's gown, revealing his robust torso. Then came into view a scarlet-red-colored light armor, glinting in orange color, visibly a piece of equipment of epic tier. This is the Scarlet Dragon armor. Little White Flower has said that it was made using a genuine scarlet dragon's abdomen with extraordinary methods. It has an extreme defensive power, while greatly weakening all detrimental effects. Although it didn't have any boosting effects attached, it is especially fitting to me. At least 80% of the backlash of that spiritual stove of godly purple thunder is nullified, so this way I can use it much more conveniently. And because of my frequency of use, my endurance toward the spiritual stove of godly purple thunder is increasing unceasingly. Taking the forest boa pills made by Hasdrugsbro as well as some thunder tempering training raised my external spiritual energy, which should at least be at 30 or 40,000. Lin Xian stared at these 2 pieces of equipment of epic tier in Sima Xian's possession and murmured, "Finding a wealthy wife is really a shortcut to several dozen years of struggles." Longhaochen glared at him. "What did you just say?" Lin Xian corrected himself with haste, following up with a smile on his face. "Boss, I was just speaking without thoroughly thinking about it." "Take it that you didn't hear anything. You must never repeat those words to Xian. My ability is acquired relying only on myself, unlike someone who lives off a woman, hoo-hoo." Sima Xian proudly declared. "Living off a woman is also a skill? How about you? Just look at your gigolo's appearance. Who would even want you?" Wang Yuanyu and unhappily blurted, "Stop it with your quarrels. Listen to boss telling us what is going to follow next." Everyone calmed down and looked toward Longhaochen. Longhaochen signaled the group to form a circle, then unfolded the map. The Yale province is there. And since Haoyue has been heading to the south since then, we are roughly there. Longhaochen pointed a spot. Our battle in Yale City will very rapidly reach the demon god emperor's ears. After all, we have just killed a demon god and destroyed his demon god pillar. What we need to do next is to move with the objective of not getting found by the demon god emperor. The demon territory is incredibly broad. Even at the demon god emperor's cultivation, as long as we don't make apparent mistakes, he definitely won't have an easy time finding us, just like when looking for a needle in the large sea. Han Yu asked. Then should we keep going like that, or rather stay concealed? Longhaochen visibly had something planned out, and declared, There is a golden opportunity in front of our eyes, but the risk is great. Listen well, everyone. The demon god emperor's appearance in the Exorcist Mountain Pass is obviously due to the star demon god Visego's great prophecy. But we have gotten the information beforehand and managed to move a step ahead, thanks to Yu Ye's prompt information. As a matter of fact, Yu Yi brought us really accurate information, and the demon god emperor should need at least one more day before getting to Yale City. Our safety is, for the time being, uncompromisable. Since Yu Ye's information was unmistaken, her other piece of news should very possibly be trustworthy too. Hearing that, Kair's eyes lit up. Are you speaking about the condition of the star demon god Visego after the great prophecy technique? Longhaochen nodded, indeed. The great prophecy technique is something we have seen before too. When used in battle, it has extremely terrifying effects. That star demon clansman we have encountered in the illusory shrine should be someone with Visego's bloodline, very possibly the next star demon god. But even such a powerhouse in the star demon clan just died while using great prophecy. This means that alongside its massive power, it has an extreme backlash. As the demon prophet, Visego had to predict our future tracks as well as the demon's future, expending far more power than the star demon of that time. So he very possibly has no more than a third of his original force. The head from our night temple Longhaochen has told me before that among the 72 demon gods, the most dangerous outside the demon god Emperor Fengxiu is the star demon god Visego. The demon god Emperor is their leader and emblematic figure, their object of veneration, while the star demon god is their brain, no less than a prime minister. And the moon demon god Agars is just as much the top general. In degree of importance, he's far from Visego. Yet the peak of a star demon god, I'm afraid his spiritual energy reaches the terrifying level of 500,000, something we can't even imagine disposing of. But if he only has a tenth of his strength, and is hidden inside Modu capital city, we won't necessarily be without a chance. Hearing Longhaochen, the group couldn't help but gasp. Their captain actually planned on attacking the third-ranked demon god, star demon god Visego. This was something they wouldn't even dare imagine before. Longhaochen continued, That's just a suggestion. If we head to Modu, it should be going totally against the demon god emperor's expectations. He should by no way expect that we dared head to his nest. As for the star demon god Visego's condition, we can take Yu Ye's word for a fact. The star demon god is surely still very strong, but even so, his powerful abilities will require of him a good enough state of cultivation and body. With our team's current strength as well as Hao Yue's suppression on demon gods, we should be able to match a fifth of the star demon god's strength with no issue. Which means that, even if Yu Ye's report was somewhat exaggerated, we still don't stand no chance. But if we move against the star demon god Visego, the degree of danger will be immense as well. After exposing their fields of dominance, Longhaochen took another point of view. His analysis had to prioritize the possibilities of danger and mustn't show blind hopes. First of all, Modu Core City is the demon's real core location. Which means that in normal times, most of the demon's strength is gathered in the core city. All the top demon gods, the moon demon god, star demon god of death and hell demon god, are defending this Modu city. These 4 demon gods are not present for now, and there is not even any other demon god besides the star demon god in Modu, but this doesn't mean there are no forces in the city. Surely everyone must question one point. Since Modu is empty, won't our senior demon hunters surrounding it be moving against the capital? I estimate that they shouldn't, for the simple reason that they have no understanding. More importantly, our predecessor demon hunters were unaware of the goals the demon god emperor and star demon god had when departing with a large amount of demons, so how could they do that? The demon god emperor's threat to the alliance is just too much. If I am the one bringing a group to deal with him, and in case we notice some movements from the demon god emperor, I'd definitely follow him to make things clear. Then, if he really plans on moving against the alliance, I'd go against him with my life at stake. So the chances that these advanced demon hunt squad move against Modu are not high. In the meantime, although Modu Core City has lost the protection of a large amount of demon gods, the 5 greatest demon clans are still residing there. Also, the demon god emperor has left, but cannot possibly have brought all the demon gods along. Just think, if you were a demon god leaving your nest, wouldn't you at least leave a capable subordinate behind to command the troops stationed there? So I can say with certainty that the demon god emperor, moon demon god, star demon god of death, and hell demon god have all left at least a subordinate at the 9th step to keep watch. And very possibly not only one, in particular the defying devil dragons. The demon god emperor would at least leave a third of his clansmen there. My safest estimate would be that there are at least 20 powerhouses of the 9th step in Modu Core City. Hearing Longhaochen's analysis, Lin Xian couldn't help but show a demoralized face. Boss, in that case, do we even stand a chance? We can't possibly be able to deal with 20 demon powerhouses of the 9th step. Longhaochen showed a faint smile. This is just our best opportunity. Since we don't even believe that we could deal with that, how could the demon god emperor expect us to head for Modu Core City? Wouldn't that be akin to walking right into the trap? He surely doesn't expect us to overestimate our abilities like that. But for this very reason, I believe that we must go and look for a chance to inflict heavy losses on the star demon god. Seeing the skeptical looks on his comrades' faces, Longhaochen continued, "Take the time to think about it, everyone. What's the current state of Modu City? The holy war is ravaging outside, and most demon powerhouses are away. Although some forces of all 5 greatest demon races are stationed, they are far less than in Modu's normal times. In that situation, it is far easier than in normal times for us to penetrate in the city. In the meantime, without the demon god emperor, moon demon god of death and hell demon god, and only a very seriously wounded star demon god Visago resting in seclusion, there won't be any mental scouting beyond our resistance. If we suddenly bring havoc in a certain spot in demon territory, even if it's the demon capital, they won't be able to gather enough peak demon powerhouses to take care of us in a short time. They will at least require some time. It is not as if there is no line of command in the demon clans, but we are not aiming at the devil dragons, their rulers." Kair said, "I can understand your intention. If we leave for the capital city, it will first go against the demon god emperor's expectations as, if he definitely doesn't expect us to dare go to Modu, we won't have to worry about the demon god emperor. And next, if we move against the star demon, we will at most have to face the attacks of the powerhouses the star demon clan left behind. The other clans won't be able to make it in time. And if it succeeds, we can just leave through the eternal melody before getting surrounded by the demon powerhouses, even if we have to remain secluded inside the Tower of Eternity for a long time. This way we avoid getting tracked down and wait for an opportunity to leave Modu stealthily. Longhaochen nodded with a smile. That's basically the idea, Kaya remarked. Then there are two issues. First, as the star demons have yet to participate in the war and the star demon god is heavily wounded, their star demon palace is surely very tightly guarded. There's no way one of the top 3 demon clans would be so easy to deal with. At least, at our current level of strength, there's no way we can resist them. In those conditions, how could we deal easily with the star demon god? Secondly, since the star demon god is in seclusion and very weak, even if we attack the star demon palace, he only has to stay concealed in his seclusion. How can we find him then? After all, we won't have a long time for that. Longhaochen responded. Yes, these are the two issues we will have to confront. Let me tell you my idea. Kyer is right regarding the star demon's power. We cannot possibly proceed the same way as we did with the panther demon palace with our current strength. The star demons are incomparable with the panther demons in terms of strength. But we don't necessarily have to enter by force. We don't even have to focus attention on the star clan. What is the clan sharing the greatest relationship with the star demons? Everyone should know about that. Wang Yuanyu and understood rapidly. The Moon Clan? Boss, are you saying that we should attack the Moon Clan first in order to create a diversion? Every one of them was intelligent people, which is why the idea went through rapidly. Longhaochen made a thumbs up to Wang Yuanyuan. That's right, it's exactly what I was planning. If we can launch a forbidden spell against the Moon Demon Palace, it will not only be the star demons, but all Modu's powerhouses will be focused upon the star demon palace. That will be our opportunity. Maybe this chance will be of short duration, but the forces in the star demon palace will surely be at their lowest. This will make a good opportunity for us. And furthermore, after entering Modu, we will contact Yi firsthand, and be able to understand the inner condition of the Star Demon Palace, giving us a good chance to infiltrate. The second issue Kyer noticed is the easiest to deal with. I have never spoken of killing the Star Demon God Visago. Indeed, it is very likely we will not find him, but don't forget, everyone, that we have Hao Yue with us. Hao Yue may be unable to find a demon god, but finding a demon god pillar will be no issue at all. So in my opinion, we should not target Visago, who surely has a lot of ways to ensure his survival as the number 3 demon god, and will be extremely hard to kill. Our greatest advantage compared to other demon hunt squads is that we can destroy demon god pillars. Just think, if we can destroy the star demon god's demon god pillar, or damage it severely, how will that affect him? At this point in Haochen's explanation, the eyes of the skeptical group lit successively. Right, why would they absolutely need to confront the demon gods with force? They just had to target the demon god pillar. And according to Longhaochen's plan, if they can stealthily come close to the demon god pillar and let Hao Yue break out, even Visago himself would very hardly manage to save it. Given Visago's heavy wounds, even if he appeared in time, he won't have an easy time stopping the group. Longhaochen's look was swept at his comrades. These are my thoughts. Now let's debate on that, everyone. Please raise any suggestions that come to mind. Although this plan feels completed like that, entering Modu will after all be extremely dangerous. Even with the Eternal Melody's teleportation ability, our safety cannot be fully guaranteed. So we will make an attempt only if everyone unanimously agrees. If only one person opposes, we will take another path. I have a second plan, which would be to make an indefinite trip through demon territory, wreaking havoc in demon territory without need to kill a demon god every time, but just to make sufficient inconvenience for them. A pretty good target is the Andrus province. Surely everyone remembers about that province where we previously killed the devil snake demon god Andromalius. The Andrus province is certainly the most bustling place in all demon territory. Because the demons are obtaining most of their resources from the sea, if we can reach there and wreak destruction, the demon will surely sustain extreme damage. Their supplies will have even more difficulties, which will be of considerable benefit to appease the Holy War's crisis. These two plans taking place around Andro province surely have greater feasibility, and are also much safer. The only issue is that as the Andro province is a lot closer to us, just eastwards from the Yale province, and we would only need to go through one more province, it will make the probability of the demon god emperor going after us quite a bit higher. Without a doubt, the most audacious of Longhaochen's two plans was the first one, to target the demon prophet, star demon god Visago, and go through perils in Modu capital city. Simply an astonishing plan. After Longhaochen spoke, a short time of silence followed. Their next course of action would relate greatly to their dedication to the Temple Alliance and circumstances. Being careless was a no-go. Longhaochen was also considering the feasibility of the two plans. By leaving for the Andro province, the danger was visibly lower. Even if the demon god emperor had dispatched another demon god to be stationed there, they wouldn't necessarily have no way to deal with him. At least they didn't have to worry about their safety. But if they chose to go for Modu core city, the variables would be much more numerous. No one could predict the encounters they would make there. If one were to compare the potential results, the first one was undoubtedly the best. Although they had already destroyed two demon gods, these were after all lower-ranked demon gods, only able to shake their roots without much impact. But the star demon god Visago was not the same. He, the moon demon god, and the demon god emperor formed the three greatest big shots. Although they formed a set of 5 with Samanaga and Marba, the other two's power and utility was at most reflected in their clans. But Visago was not the same. As the demon prophet, his utility was immeasurable, acting as the true greatest help of the demon god emperor. If they managed to destroy the star demon god's demon god pillar, shaking the demon's roots, the demon god emperor would be pained to no limits. This would be an immense blow for the demons. Although this would make them chased from all sides, this would be the start of the path of the demons' destruction under their hands. Longhaochen was internally tormented, unwilling to expose his comrades to an excessive danger, but in the meantime this was a one-in-a-lifetime chance. How could it put him in a tangle? Boss, let me say 2 things. The first one to respond was Shen, who didn't have the least of his previous playful look. In these serious times, he really showed a resolute face. Only his glowing shaven head ruined a bit of this atmosphere. Boss, I find that plan acceptable. That's exactly what braving danger for the sake of riches and honor is. There's no time to lose when an occasion shows up. The second proposal you gave is also pretty good, but that's just some available tasks that we can take at any time. On the other hand, on Modu Capital, good opportunities are really scarce. Maybe we won't ever have such a chance in the future. And furthermore, we have Princess Yu Yi as our informer. After entering in Modu, we can just make the whole situation clear before moving. With the eternal melody there for teleportation, we can leave the battlefield at any time too. There will surely be some risks, but as the demon hunters we are, is there even a time without risk? Even in Andrus province there's a chance of running into the demon god emperor. We exist for the sake of the alliance, for humankind's fight. Danger is nothing. A man should die in the battlefield, buried in a horse hide. Sima Xian's speech was impassioned, and his eyes filled with violent thirst for battle. Wang Yuanyuan followed and said, I agree with Sima's words. A chance is showing in front of our eyes. A path devoid of danger is impossible, but when did we ever fear danger? We have even gone through the holy war. If we can destroy the star demon god's demon god pillar, we will be humankind's heroes. This will also be the starting point of demonkind's destruction, making us deserve the name of bright glimmer of hope. Lin Xin responded, let's go for it. Since the day I joined our demon hunt squad, I made the resolve to follow you, boss. I will aim wherever you point. In those years, Longhaochen went as far as to abandon choosing Kair for him, even if this had to arise a misunderstanding between Kair and him. This was a matter Lin Xin didn't raise in normal times, but in their hearts this was a favor he had kept engraved deep in his memories. Kair looked at Haochen softly, and showed a faint smile. Even if it comes to the worst, I will just be dying at your side, and no more. Longhaochen wrinkled his eyebrows. Don't talk drivel. We will all survive, and see together that day when humankind defeats demonkind. He seemed to be rebuking Kair, but looked at her with an extremely emotional expression. Chen Inger shrugged her shoulders, showing an indifferent face. I also agree. I really like it the most when it's lively. When I was young and grandfather asked me about my greatest desire, I said that I wanted to turn Modukor City into a home for my summoned beasts. I surely won't give my approval to take such an opportunity. But boss, you have to promise me that if I die in battle, you will deliver Yang Wenjiao back to the Alliance on my behalf. Now only Han Yu and Zhang Fangfang had yet to declare their position. Longhaochen finally looked at the two of them. Han Yu made a wink. Boss, there's no need to look at me. Are you forgetting that I am your retainer knight? I will go wherever you go. Zhang Fangfang imitated Han Yu's intonation. Haochen, there's no need to look at me. Are you forgetting that I am Yuan's guardian knight? I will go wherever she goes. After he said that, Lin Xin and Sima Xian whistled silently, and Wang Yuanyuan turned red, glaring fiercely at Zhang Fangfang, who acted as if he saw nothing. Actually, Zhang Fangfang still had apprehensions, but he was, after all, not a genuine member from Bright Glimmer of Hope. Since everyone already made their resolve, how could this outsider spoil all the fun? Moreover, Wang Yuanyuan already approved, and his words were still sincere. Even though the danger was extreme, he preferred to face it alongside Wang Yuanyuan rather than hear grievous news a short time later. Longhaochen didn't think his comrades would all so delightedly follow his first proposal full of danger. Taking a deep breath, he responded, in that case, let us make a careful analysis and plan out for the worst-case scenario, and extremely thoroughly. Modukor City, Moon Demon Palace. Yu Yi slowly opened her eyes, letting out a light sigh. As the spiritual energy in her body circulated, her whole body let out a dark purple ring of light. As a character with both human and demon blood, she enjoyed a lot of exceptional advantages. Her body and way of thinking was more inclined towards the human side, while she was blessed with the cultivation talents and attributes of a moon demon. Ever since Abao disregarded her safety for the sake of killing Longhaochen, she had been calmly staying in the Moon Demon Palace after returning to Modu, only controlling the Yu Yi merchant group remotely. These 2 years, her frame of mind had gained a lot in serenity compared to the past years, and her cultivation grew at an extreme speed as well. Although the abilities she was born with weren't as overwhelming as the great majority of other demons, her human physique gave her future growth potential far above ordinary moon demons. The moon demon god liked this daughter the most, and not just because of Yu Ye's beauty, but also because of her exceedingly high intelligence. The overwhelming majority of the moon demons couldn't compare with her in this aspect. For example, although she had the moon demon god's support, step by step Yu Yi was able to establish such a large association of merchants from the age of 15, already showing her extremely brilliant innate skills. The dark purple halation disappearing slowly, Yu Ye's back lit up once again, with a quarter moon's shape, flashing 3 times before disappearing. Being favored by nature as a moon demon, and cultivating in this place, second only to the Demon Emperor Palace to the darkness attribute users, Yu Ye's cultivation finally broke through the 8th step after 2 days of steady cultivation. Speaking of which, she felt thankful towards Longhaochen. Precisely because of her anxiety due to him, the spiritual energy in her resonated exceptionally. Boldly taking this opportunity, she broke through the 7th step's bottleneck, entering the 8th step. Compared to ordinary moon demons, her innate talents towards various aspects were much more outstanding. At the same 8th step, she was confident in defeating any of these clansmen of similar cultivation as her. Finally, the fluctuations vanished completely, and Yu Ye's eyes returned slowly to a dim purple color. Her eyes revealed an expression of secret reluctance, as she let out a light sigh and thought aloud. He should have already escaped by now. Based on the news from the Exorcist Mountain Pass, he received my information immediately after arriving in the mountain pass. At that time, His Majesty was still over 2 days away from there. With such a long time to adjust, he should have already left. Father's attitude toward me is quite strange, as if he already has some suspicions. Now should be my last time helping you. Longhaochen, you're on your own now. I hope that we won't have to cross paths again in the future. Although she was still unable to forget the scene of Longhaochen resisting the demon hunter remover's attacks on Kairos' behalf, she had finally cut off some of her feelings in those 2 calm years. As the intelligent person she was, why would she keep reflecting on a matter she knew to be impossible? She already had some new goals now. Be it a human or a demon, everyone needed a goal, else they would otherwise live aimlessly. This was especially the case for an intelligent person such as Yu Yi. She needed to shift to another object of interest in an attempt to move on, which is exactly what she did. Floating, Yu Yi exited from the secluded room. Outside was a small garden, full of a specific plant, around a rock in the midst of the alley leading to the garden. That was a small flower of dim yellow color, not considered extremely beautiful but seeming noble and proud. It had no leaf and let out a rich fragrance but with some coldness mixed in its perfume. Yu Yi felt close to this moonlight flower. She actually didn't know so far what the most important thing in her eyes was. Some time before, when she felt extremely exhausted due to the Yu Yi Chamber of Commerce, and extremely thirsty for experiencing a love story of her own, at that time Longhaochen appeared. That was the time of their first encounter. When her merchant group got attacked jointly by demon armies, and Yu Yi was wanting to give up, he came and saved her from the desperate crisis, leading them to rush out from the siege. Starting from that time, Longhaochen had already left a deep impression on her. In Yu Ye's heart, her loved one could only be a human and not a demon. So, in actuality, she didn't love Bao. Longhaochen, with his heroism, bravery, and chivalrous character, attracted her deeply. So from then on, she felt a strong interest for this knight who was much younger than herself. Afterwards, this interest came to grow with their repeated encounters. And when she came to see Longhaochen risk his life for Kai's sake while Bao did not spare her from being sacrificed, Yu Yi felt great pain but also a strong thirst that came along. How would things be if that man was willing to do that much for my sake? These feelings disturbed her for a very, very long time. And then, a long time after the start of the Holy War, she came to realize that the two of them were from two different worlds, and were therefore an impossible thing. Maybe she could strive a bit harder if he did not have such a lover, but now that was just impossible. Yu Yi had even once had the thought of taking the path of subjugation. What if one day she could become a powerhouse of the present age, go kill Kai, and forcefully subdue Longhaochen? That was the next solution she came up with. So she gradually buried her thirst for a love story but never came to regret falling for Longhaochen. Although these errors came to nothing, this at least created a thing in which to invest her efforts and energy. The man Yu Yi fell for is just that outstanding, no one else can compare with him. She was already putting all her efforts somewhere else, and for that, her top priority was to raise her cultivation. A rich fragrance of flowers escorted Yu Yi as she slowly left the courtyard. At this time she felt the same as a queen, and now she had her own goal. After she left the courtyard, Yu Ye's expression was already back to normal. Calm, warm, with the looks of a remarkably beautiful frail princess. "Your Highness, your dinner is ready," a maid came to her side and said. Yu Yi gave the instruction to allow no one to enter the courtyard but was never demanding. All she needed were 3 meals a day, only to better back her cultivation. As the princess of the Moon Clan, she originally lived a pleasurable life. Yeah. As she was prepared to take her meal, her look wavered slightly, looking at the direction of the entrance. Although she was a princess, her living quarters weren't very large, and at her cultivation level, she had a very strong awareness of the surroundings. As expected, another maid came rapidly. "Highness, a viscount has come looking for you, presenting your tile." A viscount? The maid was without a doubt speaking about a viscount from the Moon Clan. Yu Ye's unwavering stance suddenly broke, and a look of astonishment came to her face. "It can't be him? Please let him in." Doing her utmost to calm herself down, Yu Yi suddenly realized that her hand was shaking severely. She didn't even know herself whether she hoped her guess to be correct or not. A short time later, a person in a deep purple cloak came in under a maid's lead. The cloak was hiding his whole body, but he visibly had a man's figure. Slightly lowering his head, he made it impossible to see his facial appearance clearly. An indescribable sense of familiarity arose inside her. Although she couldn't see his looks, Yu Yi narrowly cried out in alarm, unconsciously stepping back and arousing looks of vigilance on the maids' faces. That person raised his head and lifted the upper part of his cloak. "Long time no see, Your Highness." With his handsome and flawless looks, and the golden hair neatly draped over his shoulder, if there could be said to be only one flaw to that appearance, that would be the eyes. That pair of purple eyes specific to moon demons seemed to create a slight disharmony in that face of perfect handsomeness. "Is that really you? Why did you just come?" Although Yu Yi had guessed that it could possibly be him, she was still filled with unbelief when she really saw him face to face. Indescribable feelings surged in her as she turned completely pale. Longhaochen looked at Yu Yi with a smile. After over 2 years of separation, this Princess Yu Yi had grown even more beautiful, appearing even more noble, and seemed to have a new charm she didn't have before. Her pair of purple eyes were filled with shock. So? Am I unwelcome? Yu Yi was, after all, Yu Yi. After a short time of shock, she immediately came back to her senses, restraining her shock and waving her hand. You may leave. The maids left with doubtful expressions, and only Longhaochen and Yu Yi were left in this hall. Come with me. Yu Yi rapidly stepped forward, taking Longhaochen back to the courtyard. Her heartbeat was still rising higher, and deep inside her, an indescribable feeling of excitement arose. Maybe this encounter was just that thrilling. Very rapidly, she brought Longhaochen back to her secluded cultivation room, pulling him into her room before shutting the door. Leaning against its door, Yu Yi gazed at Longhaochen with a look of unbelief. How could that be you? Just why did you dare come here? Yu Yi was unable to keep down the feelings of shock in herself, shaking quite a lot as she spoke.